Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Oh, man. There we go. So apparently Firefox revamped and now has a random sidebar with like AI built into it and shit. And I was like, oh no, it's on my overlay. How do I get rid of it? Oh boy. All right. So first and foremost, thank you to, I have to go back a couple minutes here. Thank you to, where are we? Cade, Brat, Valerie, Ellie, Wade, Just Sail again, and Wade again, and Steve. There we go. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. Hey, Keegan, Jake, Wade, how was your Thanksgiving? Did you guys have a good time?
No, I didn't have my D&D fixed beforehand, so I was miserable all fucking day.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All I got was food and family.
So how did your cooking go? Did you have a good time cooking?
I've got people for that. I call her mom.
And Keegan, how was your Thanksgiving?
Kind of relaxing, actually. It was the first time I just didn't do anything for Thanksgiving. I kind of enjoyed it, not gonna lie.
For a second, I thought you were holding like a weird microphone, and you were gonna have to hold out the whole string. And then I realized it's a water bottle.
I thought it was a Frosty the Snowman dildo.
Yeah. Is that what he's packing right there?
He's got like the carrot part? Nose, yeah.
So that part?
Yeah, when your carrot stays out in the snow too long.
Okay.
Starts looking like a nose.
We had ours went pretty well. Thanks for asking. What was I gonna say? Oh man, fucking everything's fucking up. All right. The turkey was 32 pounds, which is insane. And the gravy was so good, people were legitimately eating it with a spoon. So, I'm just going to have a spoonful of gravy. Don't judge me. And more than one person did it. So, no judgment. You know what I mean? It was
yeah.
Very good.
Nice. Hell yeah. That's a big-ass turkey.
Yeah, I didn't get it. So, what happens is River and Erin, my sisters River and Erin, every year go to a turkey farm in Vermont. And they pick out the turkey. They're like, I don't like the look of that one. And then they murder that turkey, I think on Sunday. And then they pack it up and everything on Monday. And they pick it up on Tuesday and give it to me on Wednesday. And I cook it on Thursday. It's a pretty cool process. So, yeah, less than a week dead. And we're like, like the old days. So.
All right, hell yeah.
Yeah. So I'm spoiled because of them. I won't lie. It's pretty nice. But cool. We didn't play last week. Wade was crying about it, but is there anything you guys feel like we should go over, cover, or what have you before we kind of dive back in?
I think we covered all the important stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, last time.
Cool.
Scott. You guys don't have anything you want. Us. All right. Well, this sucks. Fucking hate you. Scott later on. You guys were right. Here, you can have them. Oh, thanks, man. End of session. I was the likable one. I'm running off in the night. I was the unlikable one. I'll be likable for 5 minutes. Scott, welcome to this NPC. They will betray you. Us. Yeah, we know. And
what? No, they won't betray you. I never said that. And then they did.
Yeah, I think we're gonna retitle all the episodes of the season so far. What was it called? Aurorum. NPCs will betray you.
Wait, what NPC betrayed you?
All of them, man. They've all let us down. Name one that hasn't let us down.
Gwen.
Nope, she didn't go to the ruins when we wanted to. Trail.
The lady guard that's hanging out in Leshev.
Well, she's not with us right now, so betrayal.
That's just a future betrayal.
Yeah, that's one that hasn't revealed itself yet.
Like, what? There's
Dude, the most likable character so far is a former slaver named Casper.
That's the wait, no, Cool Joey. We like
do have Cool Joey.
We like.
I don't think I've been with Cool Joey. I think that was just a you guys thing or just a Jake thing.
No, he was the one that had like 3 hit points and put out that fire, and he was like actually doing work when we were fighting slavers.
You know who was likable? Phil, who didn't even get a chance to be rolled against, just insta-killed.
Yeah. Got it. Insta kill Phil. Oh.
Man,
All right.
those cutscenes will get you every time.
yeah, I know, right? when you're trying to take control of it. I don't know if I remember my first cutscene, but I know even like to this day there will be scenes where like the cutscene will be maybe in like the game view mode, so it's not like a cinematic mode. It's like in the actual gameplay mode, and you're like, wait, what? No! And you get angry because like it takes the control from you right as the scene starts up and shit happens, and you can't. And then like all of a sudden like a building collapses.
More of a newer thing.
Huh?
What counts as a cutscene? Does playing The Lion King on Sega when Rafiki goes, "It starts"? Is that a cutscene? Because like that was the first one I remember, and it's like 1 second long.
I mean, I think it does count as a cutscene.
Yeah, I guess it does. Yeah,
Well,
I would say so.
might be a little bit of a disappointing cutscene, but that's the first one I remember. And then like Dead Simba for the following ones or whatever the fuck it was.
I was just like, did any
A lot of game over
overs in
screen.
that one.
That game was hard as shit, dude. God.
Did anybody here, either you guys or chat, ever play a game called was it Stonekeeper? Is that? I want to say it was called Stonekeeper. Give me 2 seconds.
Doesn't sound familiar.
Stonekeeper.
I was too busy laying lumber.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Wow. I hear that's honest work.
What is Amulet? I don't. What the fuck is Amulet? Stonekeeper, old video game 90s. Stonekeep, not Stonekeeper. Stonekeep. Have you guys ever play Stonekeep back in the back in the day, or no?
Nah, I played like
No.
PGA Tour 93 with my dad though.
Okay, so Stonekeep 1995. I don't know if that was my first cutscene. Because that I was already 10, so I probably had seen some before it. But Stonekeep had like legit, like they had actors acting out scenes in front of like a blue screen with CGI backdrops, and they had like a baby that was
God.
like inside of like a building that got like destroyed, but like the baby somehow got away, and like
I
you're
miss
the baby
Mortifer.
and you come back to see what happened to what was supposed to be your kingdom. Like think like Simba shit, right? And either way, I don't know if you guys ever played that. No. It was great. It was great.
None of that sounds familiar. Talking about
You know what I
being
did
in an
play though
exploding
and
building.
own was Shaq Fu.
Yo, Shaq Fu is underrated.
It was
Oh,
great.
it's Shaq Fu.
It's literally a Shaq fighting game.
It's like Mortal Kombat with like Shaq in it.
1994. That's pre the game I was talking about.
and other made up ass characters.
My grandparents
It's
had
actually
in
pretty
television. I remember playing Dungeons and Dragons on in television.
Wow.
You had different colored mountains that had different colored like things you needed to get to the final mountain. You had to get like a boat, a key, or something else. I don't remember, but that game was hard and terrible. Dude, it was scary. It was procedurally generated, so it was just like you're in this little square with your bow and arrow, and you'd like take a step and you'd hear a noise. You're like, oh god, what is that? And all of a sudden, there's like this fucking snake or something would be charging at you. That game scared me so much as a kid.
That's funny.
It was weird the stuff that's scary when
And there
you're
was
like,
still less betrayal in that game than this one.
Oh, come on.
brings
Oh,
it back
come
around. There we go.
Oh, dude, who redeemed it? Come on. Where was that? Come on. Who redeemed it?
You don't have to redeem truth,
I
Scott.
think-
Truth's free in this economy. Well,
Is it?
for now.
I was like,
At the moment. Just give it a minute. Give it a minute. Let it
yeah.
cook.
All right, there we go. That felt more. All right. Okay. Let us all get a fucking donkey. Shut up, Ellie. Shut up.
Even
Shut
the
up,
donkey
Ellie.
betrayed us.
Don't give them fuel.
It's true.
Oh, so let's get on track. And Ellie came in with a
This is
curveball.
why Mikhail feels nothing. This is his last act of genuine kindness.
Keegan was originally going to play a kind character, but then
Dude,
the
in session
donkeys.
0, he got robbed in like the first 2 minutes or something, didn't he? He was like, all right, my character's name was Mikhail. I look like this. And you were like, all right, you wake up. All your shit's gone. Like, we
It
should've
happened
known
pretty
then.
quick. Yeah. And it was, of course, it was right after I started to bond with them, you know?
Dude, Jake stole our fucking clothes, man. Even our own party's betraying us.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
It did happen.
All right. Last time, betrayals, begrudging, arguments,
Corpse.
corpse, rotting food, rotting corpse, Other rotting corpse, maybe.
Rotting corpse food.
We
never
never
looked at those
confirmed
rocks.
there's a
We never
corpse
looked at
under
those
there.
rocks, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So when we were picking up the scene, you guys had spent the night over by the Carns, and in the middle of the night, I believe it was Aldo that woke up or noticed, sorry, that Harveen was looking to escape and was just kind of like, yeah, don't steal shit and bye. And Harveen left. And so the next morning, you guys wake up to see that Harveen is not there. Like I said, the next person, we'll say the last person I watched was probably the Hobgoblin, and you had spoken to them, and we're like, yeah, just they're like, oh, okay, thanks for the heads up. And so you guys are waking up in the morning to notice that Harveen isn't here. I would actually say that normally the way that what's her name, Jaden, would handle aggravation, disappointment, sadness, any of that kind of stuff would be wake up extra early in the morning and to just push that much harder with her exercise. You've seen that time and time again with your time either traveling with her or with the time that you were stuck with her in Leshev. I even described it, I think, in 1 or 2 scenes in the past. But in this scenario, you notice that she does not wake up early. So she actually, after the huge cathartic, experience yesterday, the freak out, everything, so on and so forth, she actually sleeps in to the point where, like, unless somebody goes over there actively wakes her up, she's like snoozing pretty hard for a while into the morning. So when your characters do get up and eventually look around, you'll notice that she's still snoozing. Hobgoblin is, already begun to, already has a morning fire going, so you guys can like make breakfast or whatever it is that you're doing. And Aldo's sleeping. Maybe he's stirring. That's up to you, Jake. But Harveen is gone.
Okay.
I feel like Mikhail's initial reaction to seeing Harveen isn't there, after like looking around for a second and confirming it, is immediately go check all the stuff. Like supplies and whatnot. She's like, fuck, that bastard's gone. What did he take?
In a cursory glance, looking about, you notice that the only thing that seems to be missing is his bag. When you check over your stuff, whatever it is, you notice that of the details, everything else of yours seems to be there. So you're good to go.
Okay. You said the hobgoblin that's with us, is that what's his name? Hold on. I have it.
I actually had it written down too.
The other one was named Calvin. I think this one's name was Hobbs.
No,
Nope,
that's
his
my
name
alias.
was
Roxanne.
Yep, Rakhzan. Roxanne.
R-A-K.
Rocks off.
Alright, cool.
Meaning he who is steadfast.
I
Right.
definitely spelled that wrong. Awesome. But you said he's up, right?
Yes, he is up and already has a fire going for you guys.
Roxanne, did you see Harveen?
Shakes his head. No, not since last night.
He was still here on my watch.
Nods.
Yeah, mine too.
No. Oh, Harveen, he left.
I think that much is obvious. I thought he was.
Yeah,
taken,
no.
but
When I was on watch, I caught him like trying to sneak over to where all the bags were, and I said he could leave, just don't take anyone else's stuff, only his own. And he took. I watched him. He took his stuff and he left.
What an idiot.
Okay.
We gave him every opportunity to leave earlier whenever we went to take Elliot back. Why would he go now whenever his chance of survival's slimmest?
I have no idea. Maybe he's an idiot. Why did he even... He had so many outs. He even chose to go with Jade whenever she was going to leave by herself. Whatever. He just kind of gives up on it, starts getting ready.
Unfortunately, even if we tried to track him down now, it's likely too late if he left in the middle of the night. He's either going to make it or he isn't.
Yep. As long as he didn't mess
Best
with
to
any of our
leave
supplies.
Harveen to his own devices, I think.
Roxanne, do we still have much time before before we need to be back?
He looks to the sky to the east, Thinks for a few moments and says, We should leave soon if you wish to travel slow. But if you don't mind a fast pace, we can take a few hours. Don't feel rushed. Not yet.
I was hoping we might have some time to do a bit of hunting before we meet back up, so we have some extra rations before going into the mountains.
Thinks for a moment and says, "Yeah, there should be time for that."
Good.
If you were thinking about hunting, is there something specific you were hoping to hunt?
Something we could eat.
He nods. He says, "We can eat the same thing. It's just how it's prepared."
Yeah, so we'll have to probably have time to cook it. I'm not as familiar with this side of a deer, so do you have any recommendations?
Nods. Well, there are a few things that can be done. If you head into the grasses, then there are many things that can be found out there, whether they be the deer, or if you find rabbits or snake or the like, they'll be in the grasses, and you can find those. Obviously, travel together and be loud. That way, the plains cats don't bother you. If you stick here to the hills, the rabbits will be much harder to get unless you're a damn fine shot with a bow, and even then, you're probably just wasting an arrow. So you can try that here if you'd like. Otherwise, there's small things you can catch, varmin, so on. If you choose to wait until you go into the pass in the mountains, well, you can either hope for a stray goat or a untamed one, or maybe you can find a herder and trade with them, or steal.
I think our best bet is likely than hunting in the grasses. If you wish to join us in the hunt, you're more than welcome to share in the bounty.
Looks around and says, "I think I'll keep a watch here. This is a fine camping spot. I also think that our friend," looking down at her sleeping, "probably needs someone to look over her."
We should probably wake her up and see if she still intends to leave before we go on the hunt then. Because
I don't imagine she's changed her mind. Sounds like Forvin's her next goal.
I don't know why you say that. She's always been so malleable.
Yeah.
He just smiles like as he's trying to keep a straight face.
Like, takes him a second for it to register because he's still, like, waking up. He just laughs. Like, yeah, what was I thinking? About that trip, though. On foot, she doesn't have the best chances of getting there without
It might
running
have
into
at least
trouble.
been okay if there was Arvine to go with it, but on her own, no.
He's looking over at the horses. I don't even know if we can spare one.
Well,
If
I'm
I
not
may.
giving up Nightstorm.
If I may, your horses seem to be packed a bit light at the moment. If you're not getting too large of meat, too much meats to throw on them, you might be able to be fine. Most people want to pack horses too light because they hope for speed, but you're going in the mountains. You'll be moving slow. Speed's not a matter. It's just making sure they have balance. For that, make sure you pack the mule. That thing, that will hold its balance in the mountains.
Yeah. Clearly keeping his distance from the mule.
I can help
Right.
move supplies around. I'm not afraid of any of our animals, he says, looking at Mikhail. But, which one do we spare?
I guess Daisy. That's the one I'm riding.
Oh, that's not Nightstorm, so I guess the decision is made.
Well, it would never be Nightstorm.
Of
She's
course it
part of the
won't.
crew.
I'd just rather not even come up as a debate.
Not for
Besides,
me.
all goes well, perhaps we can get another horse when we get back to town.
If you go with Daisy, so if you're not going with Simon,
Daisy was the
Daisy
one we
can
talked about
push-
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, Daisy can push as
Yeah.
far as 45 miles without without any checks or what have you need be being made. So Daisy's a pretty solid shot if she travels straight east, give or take, right? That means that with one check, success or fail, she could be in Forvin territory, right? Because that would get her another, what is it, like 5-ish miles, I want to say. That would get her to 50 miles, and that gets her just barely to safety. And then the idea is maybe she could find like a barn or something to spend the night in. So, yeah. The likelihood of her survival is very high at that point.
Yeah. Whereas on foot, it's like barely over half that distance.
I suppose we need to wake her up then, so she has at least a chance to make it before nightfall.
Yeah, I guess so. I just feel like there's something I'm not thinking about with this setup.
I know what it is. Once again, I won't join you in the hunt. You're not going to bring pack animals on a hunt. They'll move too slow. Won't chase anything away. I'll stay here. I'll watch after the camp and the pack animals. You don't worry about me stealing them. They are large. You could track them.
Well, that's fine. Nightstorm is also trained to guard, but he is just a horse after all.
Oh, Nightstorm will be burdening you, will he not? He'll be.
I'm
riding.
saying she could stay here and, well, I guess I could ride her in as well, but I'm not sure how. Looking at the grasses, I'm picturing like really tall grass.
Yeah.
like-
It's usually taller grasses, like swaying grasses. Yeah. Yep. So riding on Nightstorm is a good thing because you can see out and about, and if there's movement in the grass, right?
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that being said, who wants to wake her up?
Not
Guess I'll
me.
do it. Yeah.
Kayla, you all right? You're very just willing to do everything today.
I feel like I have idle hands. I don't feel like playing today. I don't know.
Well, if you wish to part with anything else, Aldo and I are here for you. I'll say with a smile as he like pats your back and goes to move stuff off the horses.
No, but I'll keep it in mind. He gets up and goes over to where Jaden is.
Sure. And you go in jostle or whatever it is to wake her up. It takes a couple moments, a couple of attempts, and eventually she. Oh. Yeah, I'm up. Thank you. And starts to roll over to get ready.
Yeah, it's morning, obviously. Look, getting to Forbin's not the safest if you're on foot, so we're repacking some of the stuff. We're gonna have you take Daisy to get there. You'll need to push straight east if you want to get to safety before night hits.
What? No. You've already done so much for me. I can't take one of your horses.
Kind of already made the decision, so may as well take the hospitality.
There's like a pause.
Arvine left this morning. You'll be on your own. Everyone you love around you's dying. Ah.
There's a pause, and then she says,
I was gonna get to that.
"Oh, okay, left." And then you can see like her face contorts a minute, like she's angry, but then she's just too tired and worn to be angry, and so she like lets out a sigh. This is more to you, Mikhail. Oh, that's not what I
Oh
wanted.
yeah.
Oh, what the hell?
It's been
Oh, the companion's being weird. Meeting summary, host.
says it's on now.
Oh, is it? Oh, is it on the whole time?
Oh, I think you turned it off.
Oh, why is it being weird?
Now it's on.
Okay, that was weird. Anyways, so never mind. Sorry, my apologies. So that was just to you, Mikhail, and you can kind of see that, and she's like, whatever.
Yeah.
Scott, did you start
I guess
the
he only took his
session?
stuff.
And the AI stuff.
AI just
AI got started,
yeah.
World Anvil you
but the
started?
session.
I'll figure that one afterwards. Yeah. As we have time, I'll take care of it.
Okay, no worries.
Oh. Okay. He says, "Oh shit! Come on, brain." Yeah, he'll say he only took his stuff. I guess Aldo caught him, made sure he didn't pilfer anything else.
Yeah. And kind of looks through the stuff, and she looks, and she maybe cusses once or twice, noticing like a couple of basic items are missing, things that he probably would have already grabbed prior to them even going to bed at night. Kind of as he was preparing for this, but nothing of note or nothing that belongs to you guys. Eventually, she would get ready and kind of plan to go. You guys are going hunting. I imagine one of you prepared food before going. She says if you haven't eaten yet, she offers, but I imagine you guys are like, no, we take care of it.
Right, no, you got to get going.
Yeah. Do you ride out with her, like start your hunt as she goes? That way you can kind of like journey alongside of her for a minute, or no, because she's going to be galloping pretty hard.
Was that to me?
That's to all of you. You're all.
Oh.
She probably just sets off. I see her more that way, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, we could leave at the same time, but if she just rides like full steam ahead, are we like, you know what I mean? We trying to keep up there? Or...
I don't have a horse.
Well, we're
So-
also like, if we're going to go hunting and she's riding full speed, if we ride along right along with her and she's just full gallop, it might be a little bit tougher to. We're gonna scare everything off, right?
Yeah, possible. So you guys can start out with her for like the first maybe half hour or so, and then she like will that way she can kind of like wake up, get her legs under her, and then you can kind of go separate ways.
I imagine our goal is not to get too far away from camp, just kind of find what we can.
Of course. Yeah, awesome. So with that all understood, you guys are able to kind of get prepared. I don't think there's any ceremony in this. You get ready, you start galloping out of there. Any conversation any of you want to have as you're riding with her that first little bit before she takes off? Anything that you want to say, or if it's just kind of like a good luck, we'll see if we can find you in Forvin.
I don't think for Koa.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything to say.
Hale just wishes her luck.
That's fair. Cool. Thank you, everybody. Oh, my daughter is coming in here. Probably to say goodnight. Give me 1 second, Rory. I was adjusting something on this map. So I have to hold it. There we go. 1 second, guys.
Mm-hmm.
I love you. See you in the morning, kiddo. All right, so you guys go heading out of there and making your way. Any conversation you care to have, even with one another, or are we just going to go ahead and roll survival checks?
No, from me.
Cool. Then let's go
Not
ahead
yet.
and roll
Maybe after we find food or something. I think right now it's just kind of like the taking in the yesterday and the today.
Yep. Why don't you go ahead and I know, Wade, you're going to be leading the survival. You don't get to get the benefit of the book, obviously, but your companions here can assist you. When I say companions, Jake, are you going?
I assumed I had to. So yes.
Okay. Cool.
You must hunt with us.
Go ahead. You two go ahead and roll to assist. And then Wade, I'll have you roll last. I made soup today. Took several days to finish the soup.
Rolled exactly a 10, so just shy.
All right, Wade, you're gonna get a +3. Oh wait, no. Hold on. Oh wait, you didn't even get a 10? Oh, Wade, you got a +2.
I have -1.
Did you include the +2?
I did not.
Okay, so you have 13
so-
total.
We're okay on rations. Like, there's no reason for me to luck this. You guys don't think, right? Like, do we want
think
to
we're
get a little
okay
bit
for
extra
now.
food?
It's not even just about rations. It's about rations, discovering anything that might be in the area, so on and so forth. But also, I mean, while you're good on rations, having extra food is also useful, because who's to say that you can find food out in the mountains as easily? It could be more scarce,
I mean, we're at
It's
a
probably worth
13.
lucking.
All right.
I would say it's probably worth it, just because we're trying to get extra.
Okay.
So
So
I guess
that's
you do
a
a 16.
16. Yeah.
So the way that normally works, Wade, is when you roll, I think it's to feed yourself is what, a 10 or a 12? 10.
it's
So
a
for
10,
every
yeah.
2 that you roll above that, you feed one additional person. So 12, 14, 16. So you more or less 4 days worth of food is what you're able to acquire. So more or less what we can say is that you guys were out there, and unfortunately the best that you could find was a young deer. Seems to be separated from its pack or whatever, and you're like, well, if we don't get it, a plains cat will, and so you can put that thing down and have some really tender meat.
First dog's now Bambi. Dude, you suck.
I mean, it's meat, man. Like, well,
Scott's
not
the only
dogs.
person I know who watches Bambi with a fucking like handkerchief in his chest and like holding a fork and knife. Like,
I mean,
God, I love this meal show.
do you like venison? Mom was
Never had-
probably delicious.
Well, I have had venison. It's okay. Not my favorite.
When I watch Bambi, I go, "That's one yummy mommy." You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
You're like Hannibal Lecter at the club.
So moving on, you so you guys
Just
are
looking
able
at
to
chat's
hunt the thing
reaction to
down,
that.
kill it, kill the deer. It's one of those you even check around. There's nothing around, and it's you'd already circled it. It's like, all right, well, you end up putting it down, and are able to get some nice tender meat. While you're who's taking the shot, by the way? I imagine it's Aldo.
Yes.
Cool. Aldo takes a shot, and it's a pretty clean shot. And the thing is so young. I mean, it's such a frail body because of how young it is. That even that shot, it doesn't even get but 1 or 2 hops away before it just ends up collapsing, and you can kind of go in and finish the kill. So as you're moving in, though, we're gonna actually say that it's Mikhail. Mikhail, as you're making your way over there, moving in, you walking through the grasses, you actually step out of the grass, if you will, which caught you a bit off guard because the grasses are so tall, so on and so forth. There's a matted area where the grass was kind of like pulled down that had escaped your view until you came into view of it. And as soon as you come into this area where the grass is again pulled down a bit because of whatever commotion that was here to have bruised or broken enough grass to make a small little clearing or opening, it's one of those you step into. You're like, oh, like a little clearing here. They happen periodically, but what catches you is the smell. Oh. There is a smell of rot over here that you did not expect. Taking a couple of seconds to look about, you can actually see that there is a body lined up on the ground over there. Oof. And you can it wasn't it's not super recent. I mean, just from where you're looking, like it's not like it just happens just
It's obviously
yesterday.
rotted.
But
Yeah.
there's a degree of rot to it. I don't know if you get down or want to examine it all, but you can definitely see that there's flies buzzing around. You can smell the rot on a body that's over there.
Yeah, he definitely reacts, and he'll kind of motion to the others and go, there's a body over here. And he'll kind of move in to examine it, so I'm like, pull his tunic up over his face.
So as you go to examine the body that's down there, one of the things that you notice is that the body itself, it is wearing robes for the clothing that it has on or had on at one point in time. The robes obviously are torn up, which I'll get to in a moment, and have seen a decent amount of dirt on it because any rain that would have come through and splashed up would have ended up splashing up dirt on them, and so on and so forth. It's just they're not looking to be in very good condition at all. However, the robes that they're wearing do have colors on them that suggests that maybe they had Arcane Congress training. You're not 100% sure. The scheme doesn't properly match Arcane Congress scheme, but at the same time, they are kind of washed out and hard to tell because of all the blood. Yeah, there's a considerable amount of blood all over them because their body was ripped open. Clearly, what got to this person, whoever this was a plains cat. Absolutely, was a plains cat that got to them. They are unfortunately just torn open and do not look to be in good shape. Before you react, go ahead and roll me a perception check, sir.
Are we able to assist on this, or is this just him that's there?
Oh, he walked over and knelt down. He didn't say he was calling you guys over yet, so we can have you guys can always look afterwards. if need be.
Didn't he call
I did.
out to us?
Oh, did you? Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't hear you say you called out. My apologies. Continue, sir.
Yeah, I think my internet might be being a little shitty, but yeah, he called out to them if there was a body over there before he
I
examined
think we would
it.
come over because we're thinking maybe it's either Harveen or the other Maltese person whose name escapes me that was missing, right?
It's possible. Yeah, absolutely.
RC, yeah. But, so am I just rolling flat, or
It's up to them.
sidetracked
They
now?
can roll a perception to try to assist you, or somebody can try to roll a heal check if they want to try to examine the wounds or get any additional details there. Their
I'll roll
body's
a
pretty
perception
torn
to
up, but they
assist.
could also potentially roll a nature check to see if they could identify what species this person was, like what race they were.
I'm a little bit better at that. I can try that.
Sure. And you're welcome to. Wow, that's beautiful. You're welcome to roll. Jake, what did you want to do? You want to assist in a perception or do your own?
Yeah,
heal
I'll
check?
just assist him with
Sure.
the perception.
Okay, gives you a +2.
But I forgot to hit +2. So
That's
this
fine.
is-
So that's a 17.
17, yeah.
Did you want to modify that, or are you good?
17's good, I think.
Perfect. Cool.
Yeah.
So you guys go ahead and you're looking over this body, and one of the first things you're able to notice almost immediately there, Koa, is that this person is absolutely a Perrin. Like they must be a Perrin, close to middle aged, because they're starting to show the early signs of the elongated face, the high cheekbones, the slightly narrowed ears for the one ear that's still intact, so on and so forth. I mean, they have like long black hair, but again, it's just the Perrin tend to have straighter hair when it grows out longer. Not all of them, but it's a fairly common trait amongst them. When you're able to actually properly get a look at one of them, you can see that they have green eyes. Again, very common thing amongst Perrin, though not again all of them. They even had a goatee at one point in time, but this is absolutely a Perrin man, and not a short one. And one of the other indicators is they're taller than all of you, maybe like 6'2", 6'4", somewhere in that range. Hard to tell with them lying down, but they were a big boy. Unfortunately,
As a man-sized Perrin.
a man-sized Baron. Unfortunately, they died a pretty a horrid death. They were torn open, many bite marks on them, torn open by the plains cat. It was very unfortunate way for them to have gone out. Any questions, Wade, before I move over to Keegan 17?
I don't think so. I think that was a lot, so that makes sense.
Yeah, cool. Keegan, you're looking over the person. You can see a few different details about them. First and foremost, like I said, I mentioned the robes beforehand. But another nifty thing that you notice that's on their person is like their robes, whatever they were, Arcane Congress or not, they definitely were made out of a finer material, though long since destroyed and not salvageable by any stretch of the imagination. But looking over their body, they died, but nobody's found this body before you. So they still have all of their shit on them. Whoever this person was traveling by themselves for whatever reason, either that or they got abandoned after the plains cats hit and nobody came back, circle back to check on them. They still have their pack with them and all their various supplies. Kind of kicking those open and looking through them, most of the stuff is destroyed, waterlogged or what have you. Even the leather is pretty beaten down. It's probably been a while since it had been oiled, and then it's been sitting out here in this situation. It's salvageable, but who cares about a backpack, right? Anyways, so they had parchments on them. They had, a quill. Both of those sadly destroyed. They had a bit of ink on them, like an inkwell. And while the cork is a little waterlogged, the leather protected it well enough that the ink is probably still in good shape. They had a couple of small books, maybe personal to them, but unfortunately, those were held in like a belt satchel that holds those kind of things, and they got waterlogged and are destroyed. But looking over the rest of their belongings, you can find some basic stuff, things like a dagger and some other things that you typically find in a person that's going to be flint and steel, now spoiled rations, all those kinds of details. But eventually, you're able to look through their person, and deep inside their backpack, you can even find a single rolled up bit of paper there. The quality of the material it's made out of is pretty high. Maybe it's vellum, a decent material, but it has been so beaten by the weather out here, so poorly maintained, that you're afraid if you just roll it open, you might crack the paper a considerable amount. So if you care to want to take care of it gently, maybe now is not the time to open it. But if you don't really give a shit, you just want to read it and see what's inside, you can just rip it open and hope that it doesn't crack. That definitely stands out. Anything before I go on?
He'll definitely he would definitely want to try to let it properly dry and whatnot, and eventually open it when it seems more safe, just in case because they obviously used pretty quality material on it, so might be important.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. So you grab that and you guys can store it, maybe put it inside your own scroll case after you make sure it's not going to like bring any moisture or whatever inside of there. And then finally, unfortunately, inside the fight, they had on them at one point in time 4 potion vials. Sadly, 2 of them got completely smashed up, and 2 of them are air quotes still intact. One of them truly intact. The other one, the glass on it has a considerable amount of like spider veins, like like the cracking happening along it. And there's a chip up by where the cork is. So if it's not properly stored or what have you, that cork might pop out, or a decent impact might break it open and spill this one too. But you definitely got 1 potion and maybe a second one. And I do use the word potion because this is, without a doubt in your mind, the same kind of vials that you would use to store a potion. So, which is good news.
Sweet. Yeah, definitely show those off.
This one looks
Hey,
broken.
look,
Breaks it the rest of the way.
there's 2 potions here. This one we should be pretty careful with. Looks like it's kind of on its last legs in this bottle. We don't have any other empty ones we can transfer it to, do we?
I don't believe I have any empty bottles, no. Perhaps the hobgoblins might?
Might be good to ask, just so we don't ruin this one. These are expensive to make, as we know.
Any idea who this was?
Not exactly, though the robes make it seem like they're Arcane Congress. So just the things they're carrying on them: parchment, quill, ink.
The other
This person was obviously learned.
the other person that was with Jaden and Harveen, they weren't Perrin, were they? Or we didn't come across any Perrin slavers that we know of, right?
Not that immediately come to mind. And I don't know if they said about their other member. They did say he was big.
Well, terrible fate tying to a plane
Yeah.
spat like this. Maybe they died right before they were attacked and it was peaceful.
Yeah. Or just really early in the attack.
With any luck,
kind of
they
bad.
fell out of the sky and died on impact.
Yeah.
Is that an Oblivion reference?
No. No.
Okay. It's actually okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess that's wishful thinking. But that is a good question. How the hell did he get all the way out here?
Perhaps
Like, no
another
one's
question
touched
for
his
the
stuff.
for Roxanne. What's his name?
Roxanne.
Roxanne.
Yeah.
Another question for Roxanne. Maybe this garb and garment would stand out as something that they had seen.
I mean, yeah, like I said, the guard, I'm pretty damn sure is Arcane Congress. I just don't know why one would be all the way out here.
Well, I would ask Gwen if she had any ideas, but I don't think we want to carry this with us.
No. These rations are spoiled, too. He's had to have been out here a while, right?
The timing potentially lines up with when the Maltese and the slavers were here. I mean, I
You
don't
think
know
he
how
was
to
part of the slavers?
We haven't seen any dressed quite like this, but maybe, perhaps they had someone of merchant or something with them. I don't know. I don't know much about the Arcane Congress, but it doesn't seem to line up with how they all looked.
Yeah. Definitely it's a bit different. I mean, and if he was one of... I imagine if he was one of them, he would have been a lash of some kind. I mean, or I guess a potential buyer. But all the way out here makes no sense.
This is a tall Perrin, right? And they said that their companion was tall. I mean, it could be. Them if they
Yeah.
were pairing.
Yeah, he's pretty tall. Yeah, they said the guy was big, but I don't know. I didn't see anything that had his name on it or anything like that. And
The other guy was a wrestler, like a fighter,
Yeah.
like a. So this person seems too frail to fit the wrestler
Oh.
frame.
so they're tall, but like lanky. Okay.
Yeah, like weaker than Aldo.
I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if we could tell with how much damage they'd taken. Okay. But I don't know. They kept saying that other guy was real strong and, physical. This guy looks kind of scrawny.
And yet confident enough or forced into a circumstance to travel alone here. Which obviously didn't work out for them, but
Clearly.
there were a lot of strange things passing through this particular land in the last couple of months.
Yeah. Hey, Scott, about how close is this to our camp?
Yeah, about an hour out.
Okay. Not close enough to worry about then, too much. I mean, well, it's pretty far out from us. I mean, I guess if anyone feels inclined, we can bury them.
Koa, do you see any signs that the plains cat makes use of this spot often?
To answer that question, no, not necessarily this exact spot, but you're probably in their hunting grounds. You're probably in their turf.
Not this place exactly, but well, obviously this happened here, so we're inside of a hunting ground, former hunting ground, current. It's hard to say.
Oh, right. Scratch what I said about burying them. We should probably move.
Mm-hmm.
Tragic, but I think you're right. For well, again, this time of year we could run into one. We could run into nearly 10. It's hard to say. So best not to stick around when we know that they're active.
Right.
Agreed.
I don't mind honoring the lost. I definitely don't want to join them.
We'll mention it to Roxanne. and see what he
Yay!
says.
Sorry, Roxanne. Yeah, we'll ask Roxanne.
Yeah. Sorry, that was just guys. Potion. You guys don't know. Clearly, you're not going to stick around to bury them. They're parents, so most likely they worship Kraleen because with how they're dressed and the fact that they're Perrin, they're probably from Paradel. Burning them would be the correct thing to do, but setting a fire here in the plains, that's just. So I mean, I don't know how your character would feel about this religiously. One of the things that you could do, if you guys really cared to, is you could place a coin over each one of their eyes. That's for the weird siblings, and that way kind of like give them an opportunity to try their luck in the afterworld. So you can do that if you cared to even go that far. In that scenario, I mean, usually you would want to use 2 copper, but if you want it to be cheap, you can use shivs. Anyways,
Oh, we give up 2 copper for that. I'll take 2 copper off for that.
cool. And then that way you can give the soul an opportunity in the next life, right?
I'll be right back real quick.
Cool. Thank you, sir.
Did they have any copper or coin on them at all?
If there was coin on them, which there may have been, it might be like you can continue to spend time searching around, but with your result, you did not find coin.
Okay.
This guy's been dead for like a month, right? So has his soul just been like, at one of those like, he's just lined up there. There's a thing over there, and they're like, "Oh man, it's 2 coppers to get in." And he's just like, fuck. So he's just like keeps patting his thing. Then all of a sudden, it just appears, and he's like, "Oh shit, here!"
Yeah,
and then he gets in.
It's like standing outside the bouncers trying to find your ID. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah.
Or he's like gone through the line several times. And they're like, "Dude, you know the price," and he's like, "Look, eventually someone's gonna." Oh shit. Hold on.
Jake, you ever see that video of the?
I think someone found me.
Of the kid that like went up to. I don't know. I say kid. I don't know how old he was, but the dude that like went up to like a speakeasy, which I assume everybody here knows what a speakeasy is. Went up to a speakeasy and he showed him their ID to get in, and his ID was like a Peter Griffin ID.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, and they're like, "Fuck it," and let him in. I was like, "That's awesome." So cool. Anyways, so yeah, the Koa takes out the 2 coins, puts it on his eyes, whatever it is. You guys turn to leave. As you do so, Mikhail, one last thing is as you go to get onto your horse, you're walking towards it. You end up stepping on something, nearly tripping over it because like your foot hits it, it rolls under your foot slightly, despite the ground that's there rolls slightly, and you almost trip. So you stop and look back to see what the fuck it was, and you realize, oh, is it like a long straight stick? And examining further, it's actually a staff, and it looks pretty well made. Like the staff that's there. I mean, sure, one end of the staff is a little like a bit gnarled at the top. But otherwise, it's well formed, well set, so on and so forth. Holding it for a second, you can feel the weight of it. This is not just meant to be a walking stick. This is clearly meant to be like a staff, like you could use as a weapon if need be. And again, it's well made, even sitting out here in the weather for as long as it's been. It doesn't seem to have affected its linseed oil, whatever they use to lacquer it, right?
Oh, snap. Yeah, lift it up, Huh. I'm finding all sorts of stuff out here today. This is pretty sturdy. I wonder if this belonged to that guy. Like swings it a couple of times.
What is it? A stick?
It's like a staff to me, yeah. It's a little weighted on one end. Probably packs a pretty good punch. In the right hands.
Koa will kind of like look you up and down.
Swings
yours
it again.
the right hands?
Wow.
Is my form that bad?
Not necessarily. It's more so just
slightly off balance.
I'm sure it could grow on you.
You're right. You probably need a new beaten stick too, right? He just tosses it to you before you even answer. Like as soon as you look over.
He'll like pull out his sword, look at the stick, smile at you, and toss the stick back.
I'm going to take the stick.
Just like catch it before it gets to me.
You just made Koa throw an interception, dude. Damn.
Yeah.
And fuck up his stats. Good.
I'm going to dress up as Gandalf now.
In this universe?
He is now.
All right.
It's pretty nice, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what I could do with this.
I mean, I was going to keep it, since I found it and all.
Oh, I thought you were giving it away. Just wait to see what I do with it first.
Okay, but it's still mine. All
Yeah.
right, we all heard it. All right, good.
That's right. You lay claim to it.
But I want to see what you're going to do with
Of all the things we found, I did not know a stick would be what we fought over the most.
But I found Gwen first.
Not about her right now.
Sorry. Cool. So you guys get back
sticks
on the horses and are able to make your way back with your game, literally, to bring it back to him. When you guys get back there, you can see that he's still there. As you guys approach, he's still sitting by the fire. The fire is burning low. The intention, you can clearly tell the fire is burning low enough that he could easily be put out. He even has like a small bucket nearby with oh no, he wouldn't need to do that. Never mind. So you see the fire is burning low, and he's sitting there. Everything's packed up. The entire camp is packed up and ready to head out.
Do we need to cook the food before we leave? Doesn't it last longer if we cook it?
I mean, you're going to want to cook it soon. It doesn't have to be cooked right now. You would actually just travel with it and then bleed it overnight.
Okay.
Yeah. And so when you guys return, he sees that you brought with you the dough. No, sorry, the
fawn.
Fawn. Thank you. Oh man.
Yes.
I cannot think of the word. Fawn. You bring with you the fawn, and looks and says, "Young."
Unfortunately, we didn't find too much else out there to eat. We did come across another body, though.
Yeah, robed. This staff may have been his too. I think he was Arcane Congress based on the robes.
Thinks for a moment. Those are the gnomes.
Usually, this one would have been a very, very enormous gnome. Actually, he looked Perrin.
Ah.
Didn't just look Perrin, he was Perrin.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess he was pairing. He was pretty torn up, so.
I don't know anybody that is Arcane Congress. I have met gnomes, though.
None of them through, what was it, Drystone?
No. Speaking
The
of
timing.
Dryadstone, however, my companions will not be waiting much longer. We have taken enough time that we need not travel hastily, but probably should still be moving soon.
Well, I think we've spent enough time here as it is, so let's get moving.
Yeah. Maybe we can do some hunting on our way there, if needed.
He nods and says, "It's possible you find a shepherd. In case you misunderstood me earlier," he says, standing up and walking over to grab one of the pack animals by the reins or whatever, or even both of them by the reins. Well, I said that you could steal. It's preferred that you don't.
Oh, well, of course.
I thought that was simply a joke.
He
So nice.
nods, he nods like, yeah, okay, you got it. It was meant to be a joke. Okay. And then with that, he'll start walking again. Unless there's any conversation you want to have with him or anything else, you're welcome to do so. But he's going to start walking out of the camp and heading, what's that, northwest from where you guys are.
Would you ask him about the vial? I don't think he has one, but you can ask him.
Or I think it's just straight west from where you guys are.
Oh. Yeah, I imagine he doesn't, but I ask if he does have any kind of, like, containers that I could switch this busted potion into.
He looks to it and says, I mean, there are empty water skins and wine skins.
True. Will that affect it in any way, Scott?
Drink it slower, I guess.
Not that I know.
Because you have to be like,
well, I'm definitely not going to drink it out of a shattered glass bottle. So, yeah, I'll probably just transfer it to an empty skin.
I mean, VLDL, just eat the bottle. What's wrong with you? Just eat the bottle like a normal fucking person.
What is it, Divinity,
No,
where you
I'm
throw
not normal.
healing potions at the ground and they like heal you in an area?
There you
Is
go.
it Baldur's Gate?
Yeah,
One of them.
Baldur's Gate does it too. Yeah,
Do
It's
they
so
do
dumb,
in
but I
Baldur's
love
Gate?
it.
Seriously?
Yeah, you can throw potions at people.
I still haven't beat Act 1, so...
You just throw the healing potion at the ground and like AoE heals.
That definitely didn't happen in the earlier versions, like the earlier, like 1 and 2. But
Yeah, the AoE one is just Divinity, but in Baldur's Gate, you can hit, if you hit them with it, you'll heal them.
Cool.
Unless I'm crazy, it's been a while.
anyways, so yeah, you can unless so he says that, and you're like, you can put it into an empty wineskin or whatever for now, but you're gonna want to transfer it back later on.
It seems like a really bad idea that will somehow result in Aldo drunkenly grabbing the wrong skin.
What?
I'm keeping this one on myself.
Okay, good.
As I said, I will put it in a empty skin, and I will take it.
He's never
So
taken
they don't
anything of
need-
yours before. This is foolproof.
He absolutely has.
He's
and at least
busy at
then
the
it would be funny.
He's getting his disguise together.
Yeah, he's
That's
busy
right.
becoming Aldo the Grey.
You start walking back to camp from taking a piss, and he stops in front of you. He's like, "You shall not pass!"
Activates the magical staff, puts up a fucking wall of fire.
Sorry,
Kills
other way
all of us.
around. You're walking away from camp to go to the bathroom, and he's like, "You shall not piss!"
I just pee
That's
myself
a good
right
one.
then and there.
That's pretty good, actually. Yeah.
Oh. Anyways, so you guys walk the rest of the day, and it's a decent light, like the rest of the day to catch back up to where the other crew are, and you get back there like late
whoops.
into that the day, like well after they had already set up their own dinner or whatever it is. So you're kind of like walking into, they've already finished eating, and they sit down and they say, "Oh, good, you're back." Well, they say in like their own language. There's a da 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 da. And then, there's a bit of communication. So I guess I won't RP it, but they talk once, back and forth to each other. But he will just let you know, be like, we've stayed as long as we could, as said before. We'll be leaving early in the morning before you usually wake. So I suggest you rest now.
Other than preparing some food, I think that sounds nice.
He gestures to somebody else in the camp and says, They will bleed it, and we will take some of the meat. But otherwise, of course.
That's agreeable, right?
Yeah. And that's why you only have 4, Anyway, so cool. They will you guys spend the night, the watches can be broken up, however, not even all of you have to watch. I don't really care what it is. We're gonna jump cut to the morning where your characters finally get up and are able to start, moving out with them. They had already found the goat pass that was mentioned beforehand, and so they start walking up the pass with you. It's not super overt at first. It's just kind of like you walking at the tops of hills, or where one hill is going to kind of like swoop down and go to another one. Those swoop down, if you will, between the 2 hills of valley that you're going to walk down and up down into and up out of is like a rather shallow area. So it's like if you didn't know how to navigate this terrain, if you didn't know this area well enough, you'd be like blowing out a lot of your energy just going down these steep fucking hills and up steep fucking hills and going down way more hills. But because they know the area well enough, you're actually able to conserve energy and make more distance than you would have otherwise anticipated doing so. Before, or shortly after midday, transfers into you guys actually walking in the mountains themselves. And when you're going into the mountains, it's a very craggy area. Lots of, sharp uprisers or drop downs, so on and so forth. But again, because you are following with them, they're bringing you along a path that's pretty easy to navigate. Wide, rather smooth, so on and so forth, which is nice because it keeps the travel, comfortable for you. Wade, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah. Being as I know we have to come back here with Elliot, I don't know if I need to roll for this, but just like whenever we were in the forest, I think Koa would be trying to at least mark down like landmarks or like when you see this, go this way or stuff like that at like some of these important spots.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to note that he would be trying to do that, or if Keegan's better at it or someone's better, he would be making a fuss about it. 'Cause he's like, well, we do have to come back here, so maybe it's best that we remember this.
For this,
Would the hobgoblins not assist?
not later on.
I was gonna say when we go back to get Elliot, we might not have them with us. So this is like
No,
when we
what I
go
mean
back
is
with
like
them.
while you're making these notations or whatever on the map, could they be like, well,
Yeah.
actually,
we
you got
also
that
know
slightly
exactly
wrong.
which valley we're going to now, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is the best path to the valley from Leshev, but like Koa would still be trying to mark down stuff in case we ever have to come back through here.
Yep. So why don't you go ahead and roll me a survival check, and you're gonna get a +2 from your book, but also a +2 from the hobgoblins. Ooh, does that involve everything?
Yeah.
You do a great job. So not only. So finding the initial pass is not an easy thing to do, and maybe you're going to have a hard time navigating the hill area outside of, but prior to getting into the actual pass, navigating the hills to finally find the right spot. But to Koa's eye, maybe not the other two, but to Koa's eye, traveling through the path, once you're in it, once you get familiar with it, it becomes, what's what we're looking for? Intuitive, right? There are just like areas where it's pretty like, oh, well, obviously you're going to go this way. Well, how do you know you're going to go that way? Well, when you're herding goats, you don't always necessarily know exactly which fucking direction they're going to go. Like, you can't always, control them. So one of the things that they would do is occasionally on the pass, the goat herders would bring seed of, like, some of the goat's favorite grasses or whatever they are and plant it along the pass. So if you're, like, looking for certain types of plants that stand out, you know that that'll call effectively to the goats and kind of, like, make them continue walking along the pass as you're herding them. So there's, like, little tidbits or tricks or whatever it is like that. Not to mention the herders themselves, when you're still a novice or what have you, learning this trade when you're younger, there are little indicators for them, too, to help remember the path themselves. So you're able to kind of, like, either from them pointing it out, or you identifying them yourself, note those. And then finally, the slavers have used this trail for years, and finding some of their own notations as well are things that you can use. There's so many preset identifiers that Koa picks up on pretty much all of them. And like I said, the path becomes intuitive for him to the point where even right now, if the hobgoblins all died or disappeared, you would still be able to comfortably follow the path, except for which is the correct path, because it does branch off a bunch of times. And that's where they continue to offer value today. Cool. Unless there's anything you guys want to jump on to, I'm going to jump cut a bit here.
Yeah, not for me.
Cool. So we're going to jump cut another. Let me just make sure I have my travel. So it's a Pathfinder travel. Oh, I meant movement. Very travel. It's looks for like a car. So in mountains, without a trail, so trackless mountains, no, mountains with a trail, you move at 3/4 speed. And your crew is currently moving at the lowest speed amongst you, which is a hobgoblin walking. Hobgoblin's walking speed is, 24 miles. So that is 18 miles from here. So grab a calculator real quick. Calc. One more time. All right. Over here. Awesome. So you spend, like I said, that first day you did some hunting, and then you traveled to join up with them. The second day and the third day, you continue to travel with them, so on and so forth, making surprisingly good trekking. Sorry, the next 2 days, making surprisingly good distance with them. You're not going as the crow flies. This isn't like a simple straight path there. There's a lot of deviations and variations that happen to follow the goat trail, because goat herders don't themselves go, from point A to point B in a straight line. It's about taking care of the goats, making sure they're all fed well, so on and so forth. Not about just getting from A to B. So this isn't a straight line that you follow, but you spend a full 2 days of traveling with them along this trail. Eventually, halfway through the third day of traveling with them, they're going to say to you, like, oh, we will in the next hour find a place we will be coming to our place where we will find a moment to break. From there, we will leave you. We will sit with you. We will dine a last time, enjoy luncheon, and then we will leave and we'll go a separate way. You can go yours, and we'll point the path for you to follow. You can head out same time as we do, but we do suggest that maybe you spend some time getting yourselves acclimated before continuing your journey. The mountains can be disorienting. You do what you think is best.
Okay.
So they will journey with you the next hour or so, and eventually find like a spot instead of a small valley where you can sit down and break bread and eat. As you guys are sitting with them and eating or what have you, they'll actually break out a wineskin that they've been saving for like their occasion, for like a good occasion, and they'll share a drink with each one of you. Just as like a farewell, a goodbye. Obviously they drink first, it's not poison or anything like that. As like a farewell or goodbye, they'll each have a drink with you. This is kind of your last opportunity if there's any questions or any details you hope to get from them before they say, this right here, this is the trail that you want to take. From here, you're going to walk a half day's time. This is the reason why we think you should leave in the morning, so you have sunlight to guide your path after. You walk a half day's time and then finally turn this way. From there, you're going to, and they give those kind of directions to you.
I appreciate all the help and really everything you've done since we first encountered you. From probably rightfully having our two former companions tied up to being diplomatic in their release, helping us out, sharing your knowledge, food, drink. We've met a lot of the worst kind of people, but it's been refreshing traveling with you.
Same. Thank you for not trying to kill us and take our goods.
Same here.
It's the least we could do.
He nods. Banditry. It's not uncommon.
Yeah.
One last thing that's kind of sad with me. I was talking to you, I think it was Roxon, so look at Roxon. At one point I asked if, all hobgoblins in this area, or Drazstones, so to speak, were as pleasant as you. And well, your answer didn't exactly fill me with confidence. And if we end up needing to go to Drazstone, is there anything we need to worry about, or um, basically, I'd like to know what we're getting into if we find ourselves that way. We may not be in the best of shape leaving this horrible valley.
If you find your way towards Drazstone, you will find safety. There are many posts beyond even Drazstone's walls to ensure safety in the region. Drazstone sees to it that security around its walls are paramount. That said, as an outsider, not familiar with Drazstone, Drazstone is a place of law. How do you say martial law? There are rules. Don't break them, and things should be fine. You may see others breaking the rules, and they get away with it, as is the way that things go. But you'll be an outsider, very obviously so.
Koa will bump Aldo to make sure he's paying attention to all this.
He wasn't paying attention. So when you bump me, he's like, "Oh,
You're very obviously so, and it would not be easy for you to fit in. Just find an inn and do the shopping that you need to, and unless you truly find the place comfortable, leave. Outsiders are not welcome, but they're not unwelcome either."
I think I understand the gist of that. Any particular strange customs or rules we should be particularly aware of?
Thinks for a moment, then shakes his head and says, no. Well, yes. People, they like to share their opinions. Maybe don't.
Right. Keeping to ourselves for the best then.
And then one of the
Aldo
others...
bumps you to make sure you're paying attention at that."
One of the others chimes in and is like, "It's not all that bad. There are kind people there." Yes. One could argue that many are kind. Most even. Most, if you wants to say so. But it's those that aren't. Yeah, those that aren't. It's those that aren't you have to worry about. And those that aren't either tend to have authority or are quite friendly with those with authority. And it's just best to watch your step.
That was going to be my next question. As the martial law, I'm assuming those ruling are the ones that are the scariest.
He gives you like a knowing look, but doesn't reply. You guys can roll a sense motive if you'd like. Oh, that's a great one. Koa's on point with this.
Ooh, damn.
Koa, you can pick up from him.
I'll just roll it anyway.
He might be another good one. He might be, sharing a bit too much of an honest opinion in front of the others that are here, because they all seem to be kind people, and they very well may be, but maybe they don't share his opinion, and they might not appreciate too much of an opinion being shared.
Koa will drop it at that.
No.
He will not push any further. Well, everything you have all been, as far as since we met you, has been nothing but pleasant. So much appreciated for the, again, food, the drink, the company, and the knowledge.
Same. He looks up at the sky, and he says, there she is. He says in Perrin, so you guys can understand. And then he looks to, then they switch to Glyn and continues to stare at the sky while speaking in Glyn to the others. You guys do anything?
Kind of let them do their thing.
But look to the sky.
Okay.
Yeah.
when you look
I
to the
look up.
sky, you can see that there is a it looks like a bird, maybe an eagle, flying around up there.
Uh, he'll wait for a pause, and when they're talking, he won't interrupt them. But whenever there's a break, he'll be like,
Mhm.
something significant about the eagle, a bird.
He nods and says, "They're high, very high. That means they're scanning. I wonder if they're on the hunt." One of the others chimes in Perrin and says, "She is. She is." And then he nods and says, "Good. We'll track her until she brings something home."
Huh. Mikhail clearly, like, he's gonna do the thing like, oh yeah, that's an interesting thing you said, not clocking it. This is out of his realm.
I suppose we'll see which path she ends up on, knowing that they're splitting up.
Yeah. He nods and says, "Yes, well, we must move. I want to keep her in sight as she hunts. One last thing about Drazstone. Should you go there, you will find no finer smith in all of Adir, maybe even all of Eroth, than you will in Drazstone."
Oh, that is very good information to have. Wish I had a bit more coin on me, because I imagine that doesn't come cheap.
No, it does not.
Is she still in Drazstone?
Other two of them have already kind of like packed up and started walking off. Huh? I said no finer smith.
I met one in Leshev that's also very good. I think she's from Drazstone.
When you say that, you can see like his eyes narrow a bit, and the one that was talking earlier chuckles and gives like a friendly like whack to the shoulder at that one, and then like there's like a moment like looks back at him, they chuckle some more, and then they just turn off, walking away, laughing, shaking their head, and looks to you and says, "There are many smiths that are fine that come out of Drazstone."
Do we need a sense mode of this too?
Oh yeah, I can say you guys pick it up. Clearly, there's some personal situation going on there.
They got beef, yeah.
I couldn't tell if it was because of the person or because of the quality of the smith.
No. It's something personal. Yeah, so like they definitely know each other. But I mean, it's one of those things where they clearly know exactly who the fuck you're talking about. So talking about a fine smith and saying that, you're like, okay. I was
that
afraid
the
for a second I
BDSM
wasted.
smith that was torturing Mikhail?
Yeah. At first you're like, oh shit, did I waste my money on it? And then you're like, okay, they know exactly. This is probably also one of their, if not, so.
He was like, I want a sword. And she was like, put on this gimp suit. You want a sword? I'll show you.
He was like, no, why am I already in it? Wait, do we know how to get to Drazstone?
No.
How do we get to Drazstone, by the way?
He frowns and says, "She is in flight. We must follow if we're going to keep her in our sights. You will keep heading north along the path. The correct path will bring you to the valley by Drazstone. The wrong paths may bring you to Drazstone's what do they call it? Posts, or they may bring you elsewhere. Just head north. If you've left the mountains, you've gone too far."
Koa will hold out the map.
Thank you.
And just be like, point.
Yeah.
We'll like point at a spot and be like, here?
He looks at the map and then looks back over his shoulder, then looks back to you and says very quiet, like under his breath, he says, "More west." And then
Koa makes a mark.
and then we'll turn to leave, because clearly he's not supposed to give the direct location either. So when I say Drazstone's, in case it was unclear to the PCs as opposed to the characters, when they say outsiders aren't welcome but they are kind of situation, it's like legally you're allowed there, but culturally
I got the vibe of that.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
they're not going to turn you away, but no one's going to be happy to see you.
Yeah. but everybody likes coin, so you know.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Koa
so,
will give that guy a wink as he like mutters that. He'll like wink at him, make a mark, and then like turn to go.
yep, and they'll turn to walk off, go in the other direction.
I have not missed the last as much as I'm going to miss them. He says to you two as like we're leaving.
Yeah, well, they
Yeah.
definitely were good to have around. A bit worried about this eagle now, though.
Well, if the
I keep
bird is
expecting
hunting
them to
prey, I
betray
think that
us.
just means more food.
Maybe.
Oh, okay. Oh, so they're okay. That makes sense.
They're trying to beat the bird to the food. You didn't pick that up.
Yeah. No, I got it now.
If the eagle is circling.
I mean, I got it
there's
earlier,
prey to be
but-
hunted, meaning there's food to
Yeah.
be gathered.
Obviously.
Right? I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not wrong.
That's right.
No, you're definitely right.
That's why they wanted to chase the eagle. Why else would they want to chase the eagle? That'd be foolish if it was something dangerous.
Yeah, they're chasing the eagle because the eagle's going towards food, and they can get there faster.
So let's hope the eagle goes our way, and that way there's food on our way and not predators.
We might run into them again.
I hope not, because I want the prey.
You have a faster horse?
I suppose I could leave you all in the dust, but he'll like look at the mule. I'm not sure we're going to be moving all that much faster.
It's true. Don't leave me with the mule.
Another one, really, Mikhail?
It's just it was the only mule I'd ever met, and now there's another one. Okay.
Have you ever met a puppy or a cat? Do you not get along with any animals?
I thought I did, but then I got bit by a snake, and then a dog attacked me, and that
The
mule
dog was
spent
trained
its
to attack
dying
you and
breath
was-
biting me. Has anything like that ever happened to you, Koa?
I'm pretty sure it was trying to lick you and say thank you for being good to me, but no, you're
With its
missing a bit.
teeth?
Well, they're not the smartest animals in the world.
It knew what it was doing.
Koa will shake his head, like baffled at the fact that like you can't get along with a simple animal.
All right, fine, if you have to, but regardless, we have other things to worry about. We've got to get to the Valley of Doom. It's exciting.
Yes, the pleasant part of this trip, I believe, is over with.
It really was nice having them around. They were, I don't know. It seems like the first just nice people we've run into with no.
Other than Gwen. And Jaaek.
Nice person, right? But this was like a whole group of them, you know?
That's true, and it sounds like where they're coming from is slightly less than hospitable, at least those in charge, which is unfortunate. Let's hope we don't have to
Yeah.
end up in Drazstone then.
Might not be bad to at least go through once, just to say we did.
Flash forward, we're crawling out of the cave, bleeding into Drazstone.
Right?
All right, well, we better get on our way.
They did suggest you camp out here and wait until morning. That way you can have
to
daylight to
acclimate.
make the correct, acclimate to the high altitude and to because you don't have them with you to guide your step if you're feeling lightheaded or anything, and to make sure that you can have the daylight to help guide your path so you don't fuck up.
Koa will agree to make camp, but he's also going to keep an eye to the sky and see if that eagle ends up somewhere close or do a little bit of hunting, because I think we're about out of deer. So if we just have time to kill, more food.
Ano says that eagle is going to somehow pinpoint hit Mikhail on the head with bird shit.
Can we roll for that?
I mean, yeah.
No, he's not going to give me a save. I'm just going to get
Let's
hit.
see where the eagle ends up hunting, and if it happens to be closer to us than where the hobgoblins are, I get food, you get shit on.
I would say,
Yay.
if you want to call somebody to roll a D100 and they roll an 11, that's pretty mid. You know,
Well, Ano called it out, so
I don't know. You got to roll an 11 on a D100.
There's a chance.
It's a very specific chance.
close, no space.
Yeah.
Ah, damn.
Oh, I thought it
Cutthroat.
was 11. I saw the 1.
No.
That'd have been good for something else.
Yep.
That means
bad.
hunting
So what
at least
happens on a
nearby where I
91?
can get food.
What was that?
That means at least hunting nearby so I can get food 'cause it's a high roll.
Ah, good, Lance. You are here. So what I would say is you do actually get to spot the eagle again, and this time the eagle, when you see it, it's actually swooping around. It doesn't end up taking a dive that you see, but as it starts to do its swoop, and it's circling for a while, you notice the eagle is getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
How big is this fucking eagle?
As you're looking at it, it's still in the sky, and you're like, I don't know how high up that thing is, but that's no fucking regular eagle. That thing is massive. That thing is
no moon.
that is at least the size of a person, if not bigger. But you don't know how high up it is. It's not like you have a laser to tell you like, oh, that's the
Are we gonna
distance.
get TPK'd by a bird that thinks that we're food and then it actually
That's a
taking us to
giant
eat us?
eagle.
No.
Wow.
As far as you can tell, it seems. to be
Gandalf,
just a
we need
very big
Aldo.
eagle.
This is the Eagles.
But Wade, you are welcome.
Gandalf, we need Aldo.
Damn it. Where's my Gandalf quotes? Give me a second.
Wade, you are welcome to.
May the wind under your wings bear you where the sun sails and the moon walks.
God, he has been working on it.
Do have
What am I
the
rolling?
38 best Gandalf quotes up. So
Hold on. Best from book, movie, or
Now we know
both?
what's coming.
it's got I think it's the books and it's both Hobbit and Lord of the Rings.
Okay, because Gandalf. Don't get me wrong. Like Ian McKellen is fucking amazing, and Gandalf in the movies is fucking amazing. But there's a different vibe between angry Gandalf in the movies and not
Ooh,
as
the talk.
angry Gandalf in the book. So
Yeah.
different feeling. So anyway, so Wade, you're actually welcome to roll a nature check, and the book does give you a +2.
Yay. Yay.
Because you spend so much time contemplating, you're easily so you find some reading into the book, and so you find this a breaking up of different passages, and eventually come to realize, oh, you already knew about the wyverns that were here. That was already discussed beforehand. You're familiar with that, so on and so forth. Apparently, in this area, there are giant eagles as well. According to the book that you're reading with this really high knowledge check, there used to be a higher number of giant eagles that were in the area before. The number of wyverns were few, if at all, like very rare. And the number of giant eagles were significantly larger. However, while wyverns don't directly attack eagles, they will viciously defend against them. Eagles are also territorial, and eagles could join in sometimes they would team up to fight against and hold off the spread of wyverns to keep to keep them away, or when you think about take a step back and think of ecology, right? It would keep the population low, but it's not that eagles chose that, like, hey guys, you want to go and keep their population. It's just like that's what they would do naturally, right? Unfortunately, poaching of the giant eagles over the past so many years, whether it be dozens of years or centuries or whatever it's been, has slowly led to the decline of giant eagles and the increase in wyvern population, because apparently giant eagle eggs are a delicacy when it comes to food, and giant eagles can be sold on certain markets for insane prices. They're a favored pet in Ascaria for wealthy peoples over that way.
Well, guess we're becoming giant eagle traders. I catch it.
But
Then we can retire.
with these details put together, and them saying before she catches her prey, and that way we can follow her back with her prey, you come to realize, oh, they were looking for her to catch food and go back home with it. They were tracking her back to the nest.
Oh, they were likely going for
Wow.
either the eggs or her more so than the prey.
Yeah. You come to that realization probably much later that day, or maybe the next morning, however you want it to click.
Nobody's perfect, all
They
rationalized.
can't be. They couldn't be good people, could they?
Dude, there's
That's not
always
bad people. Whoa.
poaching.
Well, I use the term poaching, but poaching technically means illegally hunting. There's no law against it. So
Always got to be
You
something.
said their population was already all fucked up. It's not good.
They're letting the wyverns go run rampant. Yep, betrayal again. Wait, there had to be something there.
it's not a betrayal. Not doing anything bad against you. But again, like
A crime against nature, Scott.
knowing about declining population requires somebody to have a macro view of the situation, which you were able to extrapolate from the various passages in the book, but not something that a regular hunter would know. Cool. Anyways, so I don't know if Koa would say anything or if he would just go to bed hugging his book with a
Oh no,
tear
he
out.
would share all of that info.
Mm.
One, he wants to sound smart. And two, he wants to justify why he didn't come back with the food.
Ah. Oh. Oh, so they're... You think they're going to get the egg?
That or the bird. Maybe they're just gonna steal the food from it. But none of the above are exactly going to be good for the eagles and therefore good for keeping wyverns in check.
Yeah. Maybe it's good we're looking into this now, before the wyvern population explodes.
As far as we know.
I'm going to choose to believe that that is the case, because we're already here.
So, what do you think we go and make copies of this book and go to Drazstone and hand them out? Fight for the eagles?
No.
Okay.
I feel like that'd be sharing our opinion,
Yeah, outsiders are already not welcome. It was a bit of a joke.
Yeah. Poor eagles, though.
Yeah. Wonder how eagles tastes, but also, like, I wouldn't eat them knowing what I know now, but also kind of... Probably a big egg.
Probably a really big egg. Well,
If we see an
I
egg,
don't
I'm
know, I
going
guess
to
there's-
take the egg.
Good luck carrying it.
Based on the size of the eagle, if you get caught by the eagle taking its egg, it may not end well for us. If they can fight a wyvern, I mean, think about what they could do to us.
Well, maybe you're right. Maybe on the way back.
Ooh.
Right. I was thinking already, we're thinking about the way back, because I don't think going into a cursed valley with an eagle egg is...
Maybe as bait for whatever's tearing people apart.
Oh, yeah, we've got that to look forward to.
Yes, please don't hurt us, mountain monster or rock creature or vines. Have egg.
Big egg.
Big egg. Yes, probably a
different.
big egg.
Well, we do have that, and there's really not much else that I know about the area. I mean, we got what Elliot told us, and the info on the
Book.
curse is all just, scary stories.
This book's come in very handy.
Yeah, for the local fauna. Anything else that we need to know while we're on our way there? I mean, obviously we want to stay here and acclimate because of the elevation.
Well, while sitting by the fire tonight, I suppose I'll look through again and see if there's anything else that pops up. But other than what we already know, unfortunately, I've not really seen much in here about the Valley of Doom itself. Is it mentioned
Okay.
in the book, Scott?
The valley.
Yeah.
So the various valleys are here. Some details about some basic ruins are here. Not specifically what you're looking for in that. This is more about like the area and details, so like nature checks, knowledge checks, so on and so forth, but not necessarily about the keeps.
If you want me to, I'll roll. But Koa's gonna spend the evening kind of just looking through again to see if there's anything that jumps out.
Sure. You're welcome to specifically like what role are you hoping to make? Like what skill check are you hoping to use?
I'm guessing survival, just to see if there's anything else we need to worry about in the mountains or valleys that maybe we don't know about or we're not thinking about.
Sure. Yeah. That would be probably geology. And I think do you have a point in that?
I don't even have geology on here. I've got
Geography,
geography,
you
but I
mean?
don't,
Oh,
Geography.
geography. Sorry,
I
geography.
don't have
Yeah.
a skill in
I
it.
was
No.
geology.
Oh, okay. I thought you had a point in geography, but you may have switched that to nature. I think you originally were geography and switched it to nature. When we were designing your character. Yeah, you can roll with geography. You are going to cap out at a because of the book assisting you. Oh no, that's right. The book doesn't give you a plus in this. It allows you to roll above your cap of 10.
Okay.
So it like unlocks higher roll. And unfortunately, it does not. Not able to find anything of value. So you like flip through the book looking for this kind of thing, and a bunch of interesting passages, but nothing that really jumps out at you.
Okay.
In the morning,
Okay.
Keegan.
If we're taking watches, I was going to try to borrow the book and see if I could find anything in it in relation to the Idarian curses, since I have that lore.
Yeah. That one it does not provide. So that's going to be more about like the mundane stuffs of the region, as opposed to a whole bunch
Right.
of stuff.
I meant more like a cross reference on my knowledge versus, oh, what is this book saying? What it might represent something that I know about, but it's just not.
I would
You know what
say
I'm
that
getting
you've
at?
already successfully
Yeah.
used it for that, both in the meta and in game, to pinpoint that this location you're going to matches up with the original rumors that you had. That you had already succeeded in that. Is there anything more specific you were hoping for? Because I'm not just trying to shut you down. I want to make sure, see if there's anything specific.
More just to see if there was any kind of clues as to what it could be, since it talks about local wildlife. That what could be in that cave? Because right now, a wyvern doesn't seem like the culprit. Like that would probably be known by now.
No. You unfortunately you don't. It is not anything that you're going to be able to track that way. At least not as of right now. Maybe in the future, But yeah, cool.
So he still looks at it, and just doesn't find anything.
Yeah. Taking use. So the next day, you guys get up. You're going to continue, heading that way. Wade, you already rolled so disgustingly well beforehand. Like I said, the path moving forward at this point is going to be intuitive. I think you got like a 27. The path is effectively intuitive. You beat a 25. It's pretty easy for you to follow. The hard part is just making sure you remember like the instructions that they gave you, so you continue navigating the correct way. Because following a path is easy. It's just which path is the right way. And so your characters do continue to make your way there, et cetera, et cetera. So with that being said, Wade, I want you to roll me a survival check, please. This does not have to do with whether or not you get lost.
Okay. Hee.
Oof. So what ends up happening is that you guys are traveling along. So like I said, it was already 2.5 days, and then became a total of 3 days in the mountains because you stopped and spent that night. The next day you do travel and you make good distance, so on and so forth. Unfortunately, with that low of a survival check, you don't notice it. You didn't feel it. You didn't smell it when it happens. And then all of a sudden, that fourth night in the mountains, we'll cut back to rations use in a moment. That fourth night in the mountains, while we'll say, whomever is on watch, we can say Aldo's on watch. Let's ruin his day. While Aldo's on watch and you guys have your one tent set up and the other two are sleeping inside the tent and Aldo's out there, just trying to keep himself from being too bored. All of a sudden you, what was that? That was weird. Oh shit. A third drop, a fourth, a fifth, 15, 30, 50. Oh shit. The skies just open up all of a sudden and just start raining on you while you're up inside the mountains, and it's the middle of the night and your crew is currently inside of their tent.
Yeah, right. Okay. So there's no shelter around apart from this one tent.
No shelter that you know of yet. It's too dark for you to be able to see shelter right now beyond the tent. I mean, don't get me wrong, the tent isn't just like randomly out in the middle of the open. You would have pitched the tent against a wall that would have had a little bit of an overhang to it that gave some degree of natural shelter, especially against whatever amount of wind that you were experiencing at the time that you had set this up. Your characters aren't stupid, you're experienced. But that being said, you did not expect the skies to open up and just drop buckets on you.
All right. Well, I'm gonna try and take some type of cover, whether it be like pressing myself flat against like the cliff wall or something like that, and just try to get any type of cover from the rain, I guess, and probably just whip out a bottle as he's kind of getting like soaked and
Sure.
starts having a bit of a drink.
So he's not going into the tent or anything like that. You just
I
kind of
was
stay
like,
out there
Aldo,
up
that's
against
so
it.
smart. You're filling up a bottle with water. Oh, way to think ahead. No, he's getting the
Nope.
wine. Just drinking.
Nice, nice. So your character is going to continue to maintain his watch as the we'll say third watch, whatever it is, as the rain starts pouring down. Eventually, the two of them are going to wake up earlier than they usually would, just because the sound of the rain hitting the top of the tent is just so much that it eventually is going to wake them up a little bit earlier. And so you guys wake up, and it's not only is the tent being just like smashed with rain, also just like at the bottom of the tent, it's a little bit wet, not soaked through, not damp, not flooded, but enough that you're like, fuck, some of my shit's wet. This sucks.
That part sucks. The sound of rain,
Yeah.
great. Wet stuff in the tent, not so good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh shit!
surprise storm. There's no indication it was going to storm at all.
Okay, that's nice. Any idea how long it's gonna go? I mean,
I'm in
you
the
know how to
tent
tell
with
that
you.
stuff?
No.
Oh, you just woke up too?
Yes. Looking through the book, was there any concern, or did the hobgoblins ever mention anything we had to worry about with rain here?
They didn't. What you do know is, without you having to look into the book, you do know that there are the typical concerns that you would have up inside a mountainous region when it comes to like this kind of a storm. First and foremost, this kind of a heavy storm. I don't know if it came through Zoom, but I did make like a thunder sound. This kind of a heavy storm happening. There are a few different concerns. Like one, straight off the bat, the amount of wind up here is going to be way worse. So if you're a smaller person, or if you're a lighter person, you know what I mean, and carrying like large things like a tent or whatever as you're walking, a gust of wind could totally take you, throw you off balance, which if you're on a cliff or a ledge or something like that, that could in and of itself be extremely fucking dangerous. Beyond that, if you're wet, the winds can make you very cold, and you can have to worry about things like hypothermia, so on and so forth. So the wind is a danger in and of itself, and it's much more extreme up here. Beyond that, the rain could theoretically make all of the passes that you're on either slippery. So if they're more rocky, they could be slippery, tumbles, falls, slips, broken bones, scrapes, whatever they might be. Or they could actually get muddy because it's so rocky here that the actual like what grows, there's not so much like the topsoil isn't so deep down that it's like properly locked on or secure. So enough rain can make it so that literally the soil itself is slippery or can, start making like mudslides down. And then worst case scenario is like a proper mudslide or rock slide or whatever. Something like that is less common, but absolutely if it were to happen, it would be a critical situation that is like ultra dire, so on and so forth. It's not like every time it fucking rains there's a rock slide. That'd be ridiculous. So those are the big concerns there. The wind, hypothermia, slips and falls or down cliffs or whatever that might be. Your best bet way to finish up for you is to try to find some place that's like a cave or a cavern and just hunker down as long as you can.
That was my thought. Was Koa was immediately going to go out and try to hold pat as long as you can. I'm going to take a look around, see if I can find a place for us to get proper shelter.
All right. Can I see Aldo out there?
Do you ever watch Emperor's New Groove?
Long time ago, yeah.
That's Aldo right now. Just if you remember the beginning of the movie, the llama sitting there in the rain, just looking depressed.
Oh, I thought he was like pressed up
Definitely
against the
the
wall
side.
or something.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Mikhail like looks over at you, Aldo, and he goes, "What'd you do?"
Normally you would expect something from him, but you can tell he's had a few, but he just kind of just looks at you. Not
Oh shit,
sleep.
you're gone, huh? Yeah, Koa's gonna go look around to find somewhere to hunker down.
Oh. Cool.
How you doing over there?
Great, thanks. I'll be back.
Koa,
Okay.
you're not going to make use of the book while you're out there. That would be foolish. So
That'd probably be one of those things where he would take a look inside the tent, but outside, no.
Yeah. And again, same idea as you're going to want to try to find a cave or whatever it is. So visibility is going to be hard. You know what I mean? It's going to be with a combination of just a heavy rainfall, the wind working against you, so on and so forth. It's not going to be as bright at the moment because the how thick the clouds are overhead. You are hearing thundering and you do see the occasional lightning strike, far off, but you do see the occasional like lightning, not necessarily strike, but moving through the clouds or what have you. So it is one of those like you step out and you're like, oh shit, this is bad. This is not good. And maybe almost immediately Koa would realize before you run off, Wade, if Aldo's been out there for hours in this, you might want to worry about Aldo. His health could be at risk, especially if he's just been out there drinking alcohol. Like, you'll feel warm, but you won't actually be warm.
Is hypothermia something that we know the word for and exists?
The word definitely exists. Whether or not your character knows the word is up to you, but absolutely you know the concept. Like, you're a man of the wilds that lives through the winter, without a proper home.
I'm into 12.
Or proper
Probably
house. It's up to you, man.
You would know the word hypothermia.
Yeah.
Mikhail, make sure you care for Aldo. If he's been out here in this, he could be coming down with hypothermia or something, some illness.
Shit, you're right. Okay. Hey, Aldo, get in the tent.
He just walks over.
As you're like walking from the outside to the inside, I'm going to cast Prestidigitation, get all the water off you.
Good. Like, literally, it's one of those things where you almost like step through like a curtain of water stays behind you as you go. Like, you like walk through like a curtain and then it splatters to the ground and kind of like splashes or whatever.
And then you sit on the wet tent and get immediately soaked again.
Thank you,
It just
Mikhail.
caves in. Yeah, are you? You probably can't tell if you're cold. You've been drinking. Here, I'll start grabbing like blankets and other stuff to try to make sure he gets warm.
Cool. Wrap them up. You guys could also get naked and snuggle. It's always an option. Friction helps too. But anyways, so Wade, for your character, I'm gonna have you go ahead and this first check is not just for looking for a cave. It's where to look for, like the correct region, area, wherever. Just keep your eyes open, but also for your own safety, sure of foot security. It's gonna be a survival check, sir.
All right, see you later.
Sorry. Oh, wow.
Hey, 12's not terrible.
12's not terrible. No. Let me just go ahead, and that was a rough start.
Well, I had a really good one earlier, so I was due for some bad.
Okay. Let's see.
As rough as starts waking up and being like, "Oh my god, my name's Scott, and I'm Daelric, and I'm really short." But you do that every day, man.
So,
I got you. What a great insult, Brett. You're welcome.
I guess it's a good thing he's not carrying the tent in this wind and whatnot.
So you get a 12 total. 15 was kind of a number that you really wanted to be by.
I'm by it. Like, I see a 15 from 12.
Yeah. Dude, 12 is not terrible, and you didn't fail by 5 or more, so that's good news. So you did save your ass there. Okay, cool. So and then go ahead and roll me a perception check. This does affect the DC, and then I'll fill you in what your character finds. Oh, much better. You happy with your 18?
I feel like I'm using a lot of luck this session, but like this is probably important stuff.
It might be.
We're
You
slap
already
your
failed
ass
that
and
other
call
one.
you Sal. Hey, it's 22. That's good. All right, so you're trying to make your way through the area and trying to find what you can. There's good news and bad news, right? What you call it? The good news is you are able to make progress despite the fact that the ground is already, like, the dirt is already coming loose beneath where it is that you're walking. There are bits of areas of slips and falls. Your character is no fucking fool, and you're not by yourself either. You brought your horse with you, and you can walk alongside her, and she can help you to keep stable. So the two of you together are comfortably moving along, trying to get to where it is you can, and even gusts of winds that might otherwise be dangerous to a lesser person, you are both strong enough to lower your shoulder against it, or even if it catches you off guard in a strange direction, because fun part of the mountains doesn't always blow the same way, right? You have the horse to give you stability if need be. That's the good news that's there. The bad news, however, is that you are walking through the full fucking brunt of this. You are within minutes completely saturated from head to toe, and the wind is already causing your teeth to chatter as you're moving. This is an uncomfortable place to be. You're not too worried about the horse. You know, she's been out in the cold before, literally wintertime and whatnot. You try to keep her in barns when you can, but she can handle it. She's got a whole fur coat, you know, so on and so forth. You, however, it is a bit alarming. That being said, you knuckle down and you continue walking. You don't want to go too far, but you think you've got enough in you to keep traveling, to keep looking. Making your way long enough around, you know, a good maybe half hour out away from the camp. You don't even know how far you properly got, but you've definitely been away from the camp a half hour, maybe a bit more. You finally like, you're thinking about turning back, and you're finally like, oh shit, I see what looks to be a small cave over there. Ugh, I don't know if it's big enough to get the horses in. I don't know how deep it goes. You might want to go investigate it real quick.
So I do.
Okay. So you make your way over to where the area is to go and investigate the cave. I don't know if you would immediately bring her in with you or if you would just walk, check it out by yourself. I'll describe the mouth in a second.
I imagine, I mean, I don't know how dark it is, but I imagine I'd like light up a torch and just kind of make my way in on my own a little bit first.
Absolutely. Lighting up a torch is not an easy thing because of how saturated even how moist the air is. To be clear, your torch is inside a leather satchel bag. The leather bag is folded shut. That would keep it pretty dry. So you are able to light it, but it's not easy. It takes you like upwards of a minute to even get the fucking thing lit, but it does light for you. And finally, you know, as you're dripping water off of you onto it, doing it, it's coming off your hair. Perks of being bald, right, Wade? So, anyways, you eventually get the torch lit, and you can go walking in with it. The cave mouth itself is not particularly narrow. Like, it has a decent width to a cave mouth. More of the issue is that it's a bit lower. A horse walking in would definitely have to duck its head. Even you have to duck your head ever so slightly, but a horse could get through, as can you. But once you get through the initial mouth that's there and actually step inside, there's a decent depth to this. It stretches back. You can just barely see the wall coming into view as soon as you come through the other side of the cave. You can just barely see the back. And you can already see to your left-hand side some of the wall illuminating with the light, you know, touching over there. To your right-hand side, it's far enough back that you can't even see where the wall touches there. So immediately right off the bat, like you're in there, you're cold, you're trying to hold back your teeth chattering, but you've got the torch up and looking beyond it, and you can see. And then you allow your eyes to settle. You allow your eyes to adjust. It's been a long, you know, a shitty way to wake up and a long cold day. But once you can kind of like relax yourself and like, you know, take a moment, take a deep breath, and then really let your eyes settle in, you can see beyond where the fire easily touches and licks. You can see deeper into the cave than maybe the average person can. And looking beyond, actually, the fire does seem to illuminate for your eyes the whole breadth and width of the cave, even its height, which is not too terribly tall. You can see everything aside from one back corner it seems to fall away from. The thing that gives you pause before even approaching that back corner is a mouth like this and a cave of this size. It's possible it's not without inhabitants.
Yeah, I was going to ask if I could make a survival check to look and see if it looks like there's been traffic in here.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and do that as you're, trying to take a glance. Cool. Are you happy with your 10?
Yeah, I'm not going to get anything significant, so yeah.
Cool. You walk around the place and look to see, and don't get me wrong, there are like bones and whatnot that you do see here and there that does stand out, but they're so old, like when you step on them, they shatter and crumble to like dust so easily that could have been God knows how many years ago. The only reason why they're even still bone and not just already dust is because it's removed enough from the weather. Those could be months or years old, right? You know, depending on the size of the boat, it could be even longer, right? So you don't find any immediate signs of something that lives in here now. No nesting, no fresh foods, no strong odors like that. The air in here doesn't smell stale because, you know, it's an open cave mouth. You know, things seem fine.
I think just given the situation that they're in, he's going to think to himself, like, that's probably just going to have to be good enough for now. And he'll probably make his way back with Nightstorm to get the others and get the equipment and move back here.
Before you do that, just as a moment, because your character, of course, you went in there, you lit a torch, took you a minute. You probably spent a few minutes in there checking things out. Torches generally last for an hour. Would you stop and spend several minutes or whatever it is trying to warm yourself up by the fire before heading out?
Oh, yeah. I did imagine, yeah, he would Yeah.
Okay, cool. So how long would you spend doing that?
I mean, what's it take to warm up and dry off a little bit? Maybe like 10, 20 minutes.
Okay, cool. So you spend a decent amount of time properly like drying yourself up. Awesome. Thank you for having said that. Had you not, you're going to be rolling against hypothermia in a moment. So you might still be, but
I
different
was gonna
reason.
say I gotta go back and then back again, but at least
Yeah.
now I have a destination, so hopefully it's a little bit faster.
Well, that and you also aren't going to be rolling against hypothermia before that travel. So and I imagine you leave the torch sitting here burning in the front, anyways. Hopefully, it makes it a little bit easier to find later on.
Yeah, I figured I didn't know how long it took to get here, but if the torch may still be lit, or maybe lighting another one just to have something ready to go.
To answer your
The
question,
campfire's
real
probably
quick,
hard to make because there's not a lot of wood lying around. So he might take a fresh torch and light that and leave that one, so that way there's more of a chance of coming back and seeing it.
cool. Your character knew it was a half hour, maybe more, to get here originally.
That's slowly looking around trying to find something. At least now he can.
Have more direction, exactly, yes, sir. And beyond that, it's also torches last about an hour.
Okay, yeah. So he'll definitely just do a fresh one to be safe.
Cool. Maybe even after he gets that fresh one lit up, there's like that moment where he knows he shouldn't, but still spends like another 30 seconds or minute between the two fires. Like, ooh. And then, heads back out and sorry, girl. And heads back with it. For this, sir,
he would have brought her in. If he was gonna hang out for 20 minutes, he would have
sure. That makes sense. And to test to make sure she can get in, and which actually allows me to touch on this. You notice that she can get in, and if she can, the other horses will be able to too, but they're not going to be able to with their packs on them. You're going to have to take off their saddlebags and then bring the saddlebags in yourself. So just remove the saddlebag outside, bring the horse in the
narrow
bags
this way.
Because there's more narrow. No. I'm sorry. You are correct. It's shorter. It's wider.
Okay, so I was thinking if her head could fit in, how high?
Yeah,
maybe.
my apologies.
Okay.
You are correct. I fucked that up. So yeah. You are able to head back. Wade, you're going to roll me a survival check again. This is about speed to return back and come back out with them. You can use the getting lost +2.
I did not put that on there, so that makes this a 13.
Yep. We mental math it when it's on your notes. So this is a.
I don't want hypothermia, so 16.
Cool. Wow. That's. Wait, you said you did put the 2 on there, or you didn't?
I did not.
Yeah. So that's not a.
Oh, so that's
That's a 20.
Yeah, that's better math.
Yeah. So yeah, you're able to make your way back with her pretty quickly. You're not stupid enough to ride on her or anything like that. But you've got like a proper hand inside of her, like maybe the loop of her saddle, so you have like a good security there, and you can walk with her and guide back. She can't use her nose to help find the way back because it's just too much rain. But you get back to them pretty quickly. With them being back there, what were the two of you doing in the interim? He's gone for over an hour.
I would have just mostly been making sure, Aldo had insulation inside the tent. Probably then at that point start getting things ready, since I know Koa's hopefully coming back with a place for us to actually move to. So probably, Mikhail would be breaking down camp, except for the tent, because obviously it is needed for the moment.
Yeah, Aldo
That's
just
what
be
we
the
were doing.
whole time, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Aldo, go ahead and roll me a fortitude save. Oh, that is not a good.
Is this disease?
That is not a good roll there, sir. I assume that you're not going to modify that either.
No. I mean, if this is a disease, though.
No.
Damn.
Why don't you go ahead and ask somebody in chat to roll a d6 for me?
Anna.
Cool. So you're going to suffer this amount of non-lethal damage, and your character gains the fatigue condition, as you are just very cold. Very, very cold. Don't get me wrong, Keegan stopped it from getting worse. D6. Keegan stopped it from getting worse. But your character is just chattering. You are suffering 4 points of non-lethal and have the fatigue condition. This is just rough. You just stayed out there for way too long against those winds in the middle of the night on a mountain top in a rainstorm. Like it's just like everything that you don't want to do. And so your character is like, you know, kind of holding it up or whatever it is. And SirKiken, you know, I imagine, you know, do everything you suggest you did. And that actually keeps him in the condition he's in now. But when you come back, Wade stepping through, you're again completely soaked through again, even though it's a much shorter trek back, only, you know, say a dozen minutes or so to return, or 10 minutes or so to return. When you return, like, you're completely soaked through, and you come in and you can even see, like, he's under blankets, he's being kept warm, but even his lips, even right now, look a little blue. It gives you like almost immediately like that pause of like, I know I can get us up there pretty quickly, but I don't know if it's a better idea to keep him here or to move him there. There being long-term better, but the short-term is the scare.
Yeah, Mikhail, I'm going to need your help on deciding whether or not we try to move with him. I found a spot. It maybe will take us 15 minutes to get there, but
15.
we'll immediately have to get another fire and get him dried up and warm. His condition does not look good.
Shit. I wasn't sure if he was getting worse. I was trying to hurry up and get things ready. I can try to warm him up even more. I only have so many spells, you know, but...
I don't know if it's better to use them now or when we get to the cave, but
I think I've got a couple in me. Let me do one more.
staying here is
Looks
not
bad.
ideal, but moving has also got some risk now.
It does, but you already said you're not sure what the storm tendency is out here. What if it gets worse?
Yeah. Aldo, are you in a condition to move?
Aldo, if you're still drinking, you're tired, you know, so on and so forth. But again, remember, you feel better when you're cold, when you're drinking, than you actually are. I have absolutely, while very drunk in Portland, Maine during a snowstorm, been recently out of a shower in just a towel, walking around barefoot, literally just a towel in my driveway, and definitely lied down on the ground out there in the driveway in just a towel, because I was tired, because I was drunk. So
he just looks at you and he says, how far?
10, 15 minutes if we move at a decent pace.
That's not too far. Yeah, alright.
Right. I guess we move then. Just be prepared to do something, he says to Mikhail.
Hey, Scott, how much would would you say like a normal blanket would weigh? Not wear. Weigh. I look a winter blanket's 3 pounds, which
3 pounds, yeah,
which
yeah.
I imagine
A regular blanket's probably like
winter's
2
3
pounds or something like that. You know what I mean? It's a little bit less.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, but the problem is once they get wet, they're fucking heavy too, you know?
Yeah. Well, precipitation can also warm things, but it's 1 pound.
Yeah.
It's 1 pound of non-living material. So
Well,
it's
you
too
can also
heavy.
warm things like his pants or his like shirt or whatever it is, and then you can wrap
Yeah.
up and it's a blanket, and then it insulates ever so, but it's gonna quickly seep away. It's not a bad idea. What
Yeah.
you're going at is not a bad idea, especially if you cast it on him twice. If you're going that route, do you guys have any alchemical goods that I'm looking at what you have on Simon, and none of the stuff on Simon would help you in this scenario. I just didn't know if you had anything that was on your previous sheets from before.
No, not I don't.
No, like all night, hangover cure, blood block. Nothing heat related as far as I know.
This is a stretch. We do have soap, which I'm assuming is made of lard,
Yeah.
which is a really good insulator.
Yeah.
So we could rub him down with soap
Yeah. Yeah.
and then like get his clothes all the way on, and that'll help insulate his heat a lot.
Yeah. You can literally I think you guys have a bunch of soap too. You can literally break down like 2 bars of soap, get them all like larded up, and then put that heat on his inner clothes and then wrap him up with the outer shit, and that'll act as like a layer between the wet outer, the lard, and the warm inner. Yeah, yeah.
Then it'll also be very clean when we
Or
get there.
shit, we would need him to be warm first, though. He doesn't really have enough heat to insulate if he's hypothermic.
Well, because the reason why, just so y'all know why I'm talking about the soap bit, is because soap itself is hydrophobic, so it'll help keep the water from easily kind of soaking into the clothes that are beneath it, and help to reduce the amount of cold that's being sapped away. So less about lard itself being an insulator, more about hydrophobia, making it so that less water is making contact. That's at
And
least
you're
the,
heating him up
idea.
anyway, aren't you? So wouldn't he be warm based on the heat you're producing?
Oh, if we're putting it on the clothes, I can heat up the clothes, then we put the soap on it. Yeah, that could work, and then it'll also keep the water off them.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
soap it, heat and wrap and run, but yeah.
Yeah.
Jake
Soap,
might just be
heat,
like,
wrap,
"Nah, I'm
run.
fine. Let's go." Like,
Yeah, soap.
While
soap,
we're
heat,
sitting
wrap,
in here,
run.
like debating this, I think Koa will probably try to light up that partially used torch again, just to have some heat and warmth.
you might not want to do that inside of. I guess you don't have to worry too much inside of a saturated tent. It's less likely to light up.
Yeah, like I'm not worried about fire. It's more so just keeping the flap open for the smoke to go out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But some warmth, I think, is important for all of us before we get moving. So
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that'll be the plan.
Cool. I'm fine with that plan.
Soap, heat, wrap, warmth.
You guys had like I said, a good amount of soap. I'm trying to look at your sheets here to see how much you had.
I have one on my personal sheet. I don't know how much is like in our pack of
So you
stuff.
have 3 bars of soap just on Simon.
Okay.
So absolutely that could work. Yeah. No,
what is body balm? Is that soap?
that's a great question. Let's look and see what body bomb is. Pathfinder body bomb.
I don't know if I've heard of that.
It's one of the ones that you guys got.
One of the things
Body
that Elliot
bomb.
provided, yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
Body
So
bomb
that's why I
is
forgot.
yellow. Oh, it gives you a +5 alchemical bonus and heal checks to provide long-term care, treat poisons, and treat diseases.
Oh, okay.
Well, it might come in handy if he ends up with hypothermia, I guess.
Yeah.
Or some other illness off of it.
Pungent yellow powder boiled in water and given as a drink.
Ah,
Okay. Sounds like we have our plan.
Gross.
Let's not waste any longer, and we can go ahead and push on. So that's good news. We can just go ahead and make our way forward with this one. Jake, what I would say is that Keegan's efforts here, his combination of prestidigitation, so on and so forth. I'm going to say that he's going to give you against this hypothermia, because you're not talking about extreme colds, because we're talking about a relatively mild cold that's happening here. I will have that give you a +3 on your next fortitude save against this. I don't know if there are any other spells or effects or abilities that you guys can use in this, but otherwise he's going to give you a +3 on this roll, which is good news. Keegan, you don't have to worry about rolling anything. And even Wade, because you've rolled so well with the past couple of things in the decisions you've made, you don't have to roll either. You guys are able to get your shit together. Like you said, Keegan, on top of keeping him warm, you were able to get stuff ready to leave. But
can I either hold or have him hold my shield over him to help keep some of the water off? I'm acting like an umbrella.
he can hold his own. He can hold the shield himself. You know what I mean? Absolutely.
So I can provide a shield for more protection from the water.
Yeah, the downside to a shield, just so you're aware, is a shield is like a sail, and if the wind hits, like have you ever held an umbrella when a gust of wind hit, and an umbrella will at least flip
I'm
outside.
imagining Mikhail and I have him kind of sandwiched between us and Nightstorm.
Oh, and
So,
the other horses, yeah, you can have them between horses, sure.
So
yeah.
So even though like it might be like a woe for a moment, I imagine our goal is to protect Aldo the most from the conditions.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Awesome. Sounds good. I like it, Wade. We can definitely do that. Back to what I was saying. The one thing here is the tent. Is somebody going to be sticking behind to spend the however long it takes to break down a tent, which is not short? Or are you just saying, fuck the tent, we'll worry about it later? Just leave.
I don't think we have extra tents or anything, do we?
You have the 1 4-person tent.
Don't.
I think that
okay.
Koa stays behind to start breaking it down, and then tries to like he and Nightstorm will try to catch up. Like I'll send them on the path.
If you're not there to
Or-
guide them,
Yeah, because we haven't been there. So what we could do, we make sure to get Aldo into the cave, and once we've got him secure, got like a fire or something in there if we can, then we can come back and get the tent.
Okay, if we do that, I'm gonna get like quickly grab some rocks or something to put in the tent just to help hold it down. Because if we're taking all the other weight off of it, I want to put some weight to
Yeah.
keep it there.
so you're
That's
thinking
smart.
of a modern day tent where the whole thing is like one. Older tents weren't all like one big unit, right? So this is gonna be like pitched and like hammered into the ground or piked into the ground.
Then
or tied
something
around
extra
rocks.
to
So-
help.
But
hold it in
absolutely, I can
place.
see your character literally grabbing like a boulder and just like collapsing the tent and just throwing like a boulder or two on top of it. So even if it's flapping around, it's not going to fly away. There's fucking a
Yeah.
boulder or two on top of it. I am fine with you making that quick decision. That is not a bad quick decision. Cool. Awesome. Wade, you rolled well enough. I don't have to worry about you leading them back. As a matter of fact, you rolled so well. It was like a 20, I think, on your survival check to return. That you can also point out dangers of the path, so on and so forth. I'm going to leave it to chat to go ahead and roll a D100. First person to roll. If you roll under a 10, we can see if something happens. Otherwise, there's a 6. Thank you, Ano. Coming in with that 6.
Fucking hell, man.
Great.
Killing me, Smalls.
So, as you guys are making your way up towards the cave, and you're absolutely making good time, so on and so forth. Unfortunately, what ends up happening is a huge gust of wind comes billowing down, which not only hits you with the wind itself, but as the wind was heading, it also strayed the way some of the water was like collecting and running down the hill, the way it hit you guys, so on and so forth. The area is just so fucking slippery. I want for everybody here a reflex save.
God.
Fantastic.
I clicked the button that said
Looking
clip,
through alchemical
but now it
stuff.
looks like it wants me to do work. I'm not going to do work. I don't have time for
Jake,
that.
you're muted if you're talking to us. But I don't know if you're talking to us. You can also look that if you want to.
You can look yours if you want to. Yeah.
What's it for?
This is
There's
a
a
reflex save against the gust of wind, so on and so forth.
Okay.
You get a 13.
Just you in particular, one that we probably want to protect.
Yeah, and you've got the shield. Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, all three of those are able to pass the check, and so yeah, the big gust of wind comes through, and it definitely hits you sideways. It's one of those things where the gust even hits what's his name, Aldo, because he's holding the shield and everything so hard that sure you get him between the two of the horses there. You got Storm Fury, whatever it is, up ahead with Koa leading the way, and another one behind, whatever it might be. But it still hits Aldo so hard that he ends up like slipping and hitting the ground, and then the shield gets taken sideways, clips one of the damn horses in the legs, and they stumble to the side for a second. And there's like a moment where I have to roll their checks. They all pretty much have the same. Yeah, so Simon. So you guys have Simon, but you don't have Daisy. That's right. So
Yeah.
Simon,
Daisy's not dealing with this
Chavo,
bullshit.
and
Nightstorm.
Simone. And you already rolled Nightstorm, yeah?
No, I have not.
Okay. They have a bonus, by the way, because they have 4 legs. So,
Thank God.
size and multiple legs give bonuses to this. I just am mental mathing it. Perfect. Okay, cool. So clips one of the legs. The horse gets upset, whatever it is, but stumbles to the side. But nobody slips, nobody falls. Maybe one of the horses like lands on a funny way, but not so much so to even twist an ankle. Eventually, you're able to pull yourself back up, or maybe Mikhail from behind is like, "Got you, Aldo," and like pulls you back to your feet, whatever it is. Thanks, whatever, however you guys interact, and you can push on. Eventually, Wade, you are able to find the cave. By the time you get up there with heading down, the talking, getting them up there, him almost falling, all that stuff, you actually believe like, oh no, I lost it. Oh, where the fuck is that cave? Where is it? Oh no, I don't know where it is. There's no light. And then all of a sudden, like you come around a bend, and that you almost like forgot was there, and then you see it. You see the light inside the cave, and it's like that warming feeling that you need. It's like right over there, right over there. And you guys are able to make your way along the pass to eventually get to the cave itself. It takes some moments to get each one of the animals inside. I do need a handle animal check from Koa for this. And anybody can, well, I imagine, Mikhail, you can go ahead and roll at 8 another for the handle animal.
Okay.
I didn't hear the very last part. Molly was showing me they made an LI cookie.
Oh, who's they?
Her and her
Nice.
mom. Her
Oh,
mom's eating.
thanks, Mommy. Thank you, Mommy Molly. And
I've
Molly.
got a Wade cookie too.
Oh, I want to eat that cookie.
So what am I doing right now? Handle
It's a me,
animal?
Wario.
Yeah. I helped.
Yeah, he gave you a +2.
Handle animal.
You adding the 2 in there?
You-
Okay.
I am.
Cool. So you're able to convince the animals to go inside of the cave. It's not easy, you know what I mean, but you are able to get all of them to step inside the cave against everything that's going on, the chaos and all that stuff. And eventually you're all inside there. Thank God. Wait, remember I said the cave felt big before? With 1, 2, 3, 4 horses and 3 people, it's starting to feel significantly smaller, like that cookie in your hand. Oh, and there goes the arm. When Rory likes to get the cake pops from, so Brittany drinks more Starbucks than should be legal, and sometimes she gets Rory the cake pops. She likes to get the ones that look like raccoon heads, and she'll slowly eat the whole thing until just the face is left, and the last thing she eats is the face. That way, you know, it knows she's eating it. And I'm like,
Oh,
that's not concerning.
thank God she'll never be responsible for a younger sibling's life.
Anyways, so moving on.
About that
Yeah,
lake.
you guys are inside the cave, and absolutely you have that torch, which is, you know, burning low. You guys have a bunch of other things. You have a fuck ton of torches to start off, and you can definitely light a couple of torches to get some fire going in here. But also very quickly after, the amount of body heat coming off of all of you is going to work as well. The downside is the humidity from the rain outside, the water coming off of you and dehydrating inside, so on and so forth. That's going to be uncomfortable. But overall, you can start increasing the temperature of the cave. How many torches do you guys end up wanting to burn? You have a fuck ton if you don't remember.
We had 17 on one of the horses, plus if we had any personal ones.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm thinking
It's an
4?
hour each.
like maybe 4 of them.
Yeah, I meant 4 at once, just
Yeah,
so I get
4.
some heat in here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 4 makes sense.
Cool. And then so 4 right now, just to get some heat, and you don't really care about light beyond that so much.
Well,
Just
I
with the
would
gloomy day.
eventually like bring up the fact I've not fully checked out this place, so we might want to use a little bit of the light to check out the rest of the cave and make sure we're not sleeping next to like 30 mountain lions or something.
Yeah, I'll probably do that before we go retrieve the tent, so we're not leaving just Aldo and the horses
Yeah,
with
we're
whatever's in here.
Aldo, you'll be fine.
Cool.
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, were you gonna say something, sir?
I was gonna say something stupid. Don't worry about it.
Okay. And we did say we use all 3 bars of soap, yeah? Or no, I think we said we used 2 of them for him.
2 bars
PT
of
sounds
soap,
right.
but Mikhail had one of them on him.
Cool. All right, so you guys go ahead to do that exploration. When you grab the torches and the 2 of you head back to start looking to see what's back there. As you head back to see what's going on in the cave, go ahead and roll me perception checks, the 2 of you. Independently.
Oh, that's
What a
professional.
shiny rock.
Cool.
Thank God one of us is looking.
So when you guys are heading back there, what probably is honestly is that he's not bitching about it, but Koa is probably pretty cold. You know what I mean? He's just not complaining about it. But either way, so you guys are head back there, and it actually does drop back into it looks like a little bit of a passage. That's what I'm looking for here, tunnel, if you will, that drops down and goes back a bit more. As you're following along there, eventually it looks as though the tunnel itself comes to an end. Like the tunnel gets smaller and smaller, and it gets to the point where you guys aren't going to be able to go any further. It's just too small, so on and so forth. That's what Koa sees as he goes back there and is looking, you know, with this kind of like keen eyes, so on and so forth. And he's like, nah, it's a dead end. And maybe he gets out of the way or whatever, and Mikhail steps up and starts looking like, you obviously try to check your six, make sure you're safe, so on and so forth. And you look, you're like, it does look like a dead end. After spending a couple extra moments, looking and, kicking a couple of rocks or whatever that's there with your foot, you realize some of them can shift and move free. Crouching low and sticking a torch in and looking as best as you can, fucking spider. What's inside there, looking to see what's going on. You realize if you really wanted to, you could kick a couple of these, because a couple of these rocks free. They can knock them free, pull them away. It's like a bit of effort, but you could do so. And then, so long as you're not too laden down, like as long as what you're wearing isn't too bulky, like cloaks and armor and stuff like that would be too much for you to get through. If you were to wear something simple or strip down or whatever, you could probably slip through that area afterwards, and it does seem to open up more on the other side. It's only about like 4-ish feet of it being tight. If you've never gone squeezing through something that's a really tight area, 4 feet in length to squeeze through is scary as fuck. But if you would come out the other side, it does seem like it opens back up, and there could be more to explore. Or you could just not kick the stones free and leave it entirely alone. That's up to you.
Yeah. I mean, I would tell Koa and be like, hey, you know what? I think this does go through. Yeah, some of these rocks move, and I just kind of start pointing it out and whatnot. And then,
I must have overlooked this. Perhaps once we dry off a bit more and make sure Aldo as well, maybe we'll take a look and see if there's anything interesting there. But I don't really want to go back there having to take off my chest plate and perhaps weapons, just in case there's something like a spider over there.
or anything deadly. I mean, yeah, I guess it is pretty narrow. We could get through it, but I think if we leave the stones in place, it's probably okay from this side.
Thinking about that for an extra moment, for you guys, absolutely you would not be able to get through. With or without, buck naked, lubed up, doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to get through. A smaller person, maybe, but like if it was like a Hafue or a gnome or something, but like, what's the likelihood that there's a random Hafue living in a cave in the middle of it, right? So very unlikely, but that does cross your mind.
Yeah. I mean, something small could still get through, unless we blocked it off with something.
Well, there's also a giant cave mouth that's wide open. Something could come through as well. So perhaps worrying too much about this one. We'll keep watch this direction, but
Yeah.
if you
Just
want to
mostly
block it
just
off,
for
you're more
when
than
we-
welcome to. I just kind of want to get back to the fire.
Yeah, it's mostly just for when we go get the tent, when we're not here and it's just Aldo. It should be okay. And he goes back to the fire. Clearly still thinking about it.
Ko is like, oh, thank God, fire.
Yeah. And like I said, you got the 4 torches all lit up together, so you have like a proper, fire that's over there, and letting it burn to stay warm, and et cetera, feeling much better. More or less, you're going to spend the better part of this day, letting this go. Wait, I don't know if you would wait out the storm to go and get the tent, or if you'd want to head back out there while just go get soaked again. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure what your plan here is.
I think you would at least give it a good couple of hours to fully dry off and warm up, and then maybe go make the trek.
Cool. Why don't you go ahead and roll me a survival check then, for your opinion of now that you can actually try to re-predict the weather, and Keegan can just auto give you a +1 on this one.
That's what
I think a 15 is the DC.
I think so.
For predicting weather for 24 hours. So 15 is the DC for that, and every 5 points above gives you another day. Wade, you're looking at this, and as far as your instincts tell you, it's probably not going to be downpour the whole time, but it's definitely going to rain the next 24 hours.
Like I said, he would probably still wait a couple hours at least to fully dry off and warm up, but maybe at that point wait for it to slow down a little bit and then go. Like wait for one of the slower portions. Like maybe there's a part where it's like, okay, it's still raining, but it's lighter. But definitely, I think giving the tent before there's a higher chance of something going wrong where that we left it is on his mind.
Yeah, of course.
Mhm.
It's going to be by the time that happens, that it slows down enough that you don't feel like ridiculous going out there. It's like so late in the day, the sun is starting to set, but luckily you're up in the mountains, so like there's less. You can see the sun. You have a
I was
decent
gonna
amount
say
of,
he would go
but
this day, so he wouldn't let it get to be too late.
cool. I was gonna say once that sun drops, though, it drops fast.
Yeah,
Being up
he
here,
would not.
so you just go quickly by yourself with storm surge.
That should be another
Storm
luck
surge.
according to chat.
That's
but,
another
I don't know if Mikhail would go with or not. I mean, Koa would offer to go alone, but Mikhail seemed to insinuate he was just going with. I don't know.
Yeah, he was intending to go just because it's like
We can take it to
taking on a
RP,
whole-
see how everyone's
whole
doing.
last tent. Yeah.
Yep. I would
How
say, by the
long-
way, for you, Jake, I'm sorry. Your the way that the non-lethal heals is it heals at 1 point an hour after your hypothermia goes away, after that stops. So you can imagine by the time that he's leaving, you had 4 points of penalty, right? So it's
Yeah.
probably like you still have 1 point of, so you're still technically fatigued at this point.
Yeah.
But you're okay. If you were to wait another hour or two, you'd probably be back to being like properly normal,
Yeah. Okay.
So bring to RP, sorry, Wade.
I'm not sure how much more the rain's gonna lit up, but we're losing any kind of light we're gonna get. I'm gonna have to go back to get the tent.
Okay. I'll go with to help. I think.
Aldo, are you gonna be all right on your own for half an hour or so?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to be because I don't think I can come with you guys. So.
No, and you shouldn't. We'll take Nightstorm. We'll leave the other animals, but or I guess we could take one of the other horses and leave Nightstorm to guard.
I'll be fine.
Just keep
I mean,
an
I
eye on
can
the tiny hole over there, and then the big cave entrance here.
He just nods at you.
I mean, I can stay if you think that's a better idea. Just know might be a hassle trying to wrangle that tent at this
It's
point.
a short enough trip, and I think it would be better to get in and out as fast as possible. So probably coming with would be best for me, at least.
Okay. I got nothing else. Just, I guess, keep your eyes up, Aldo. Should be okay, but if it's not, I guess just do what you do. Figure it out.
Gives you like a weak smile. Yeah, no worries. I'll see you soon.
Fuck. Koa says as he approaches the entrance of the cave where it's still raining.
I have absolutely had that feeling.
Like, dude, we
Yep.
just got warm and dry.
Yep.
Oh, why do the dogs have to go outside right now?
Yes.
So my whole life, I've never had a garage. But like now, like where I live now, my house, I have a garage, and it's like once you have one, and it like settles in, a couple years later, you become spoiled by it to the point where you're like, oh, I gotta run out the door. Oh, that's right, I parked the car in the driveway, not in the garage. And you look outside, and it's like raining, and you're like, fuck, it's just not worth leaving. I'm not gonna go out in that. Like,
Dude, it's when it like snows or like lightly ices, so your driveway's fine, but the car is covered in snow and ice. It's like,
anyways, cool. So, where were we? Your character's gonna run out there. So really quickly, the path, the trek is going to be less treacherous from wind and whatever, because it's kind of like died down for the moment. It's like a calmer portion. I'm not going to make you guys roll. When you do head down there to get to the tent, I will say that, it takes like, 10 minutes or whatever to get down there, grab the tent, which takes a few minutes, and then head back up, takes 10 minutes or so. So you're gone for less than half an hour. But all in all, when you do get to the tent, you did throw the rocks onto it. It did not blow away, which is great news. Unfortunately, with the wind billowing and whipping it around with the big stones on it and everything, it did end up tearing up the tent in a couple of areas. There's a couple of spots where you're going to have to do like some mending, like some good old-fashioned sew it up, patch it up, whatever it is, manually. And you did end up losing one of like the areas where it spikes into the ground. So if you just grab one of the pythons off of like one of your horses, that would replace that missing piece, so you're good to go. So you can imagine just one of your characters is gonna have to make like a profession, seamstress or whatever kind of check to repair it, and then we'll remove a python from your inventory and just think it'll be back to fully functioning.
Is that
But
a
you guys do come back.
dexterity based skill?
It's actually wisdom based.
I'm gonna vote not me.
Let's have the drunk do it. He's the wisest of them all.
Yeah.
I mean,
Why
I
is
can
it
roll with my
wisdom?
-1 if you want.
Okay, I would roll before Mikhail. Aldo, you gotta be wise, right?
I got a +1.
Oh wow!
Hey, there
You
it
are a
is.
seamstress.
There we go.
Seamster? You're a
Steady
seamster.
hands.
Sam stuff. But we have to get to what Aldo covers in the. But you can go ahead and roll now.
Why
for
is the
funsies.
drunken dude
Are
the
you on the
wise
roll?
one of our group? What happened to us?
He's the old man.
Um,
He's the
is it just a wisdom check? Is that what it is?
Yeah, profession, whatever. So wisdom works. Hey, listen, this man has lived a rough
Does it
life.
again.
He has learned to patch his own clothes many times. That, or you guys are just so bad at identifying what's good or bad that it looks good to you. So one
It's
of those
no longer a hole. I don't think we're worried about impressing the locals right now.
two. Yep.
Right.
But yeah, you're able to patch it up, like sew it shut, get a patch on there on the inside to make sure it's not like leaking through or anything like that. You're good to go. Like I said, you're going to remove a python from one of the,
I'm doing that right now.
one of the horses, and then
Oh, you got it. Okay.
yep, and then you're good. That thing is fully patched up. You're good to go. It was a good idea, Wade, with just like a quick weigh it down. I was going to steal it from you entirely just to have the wind take it, so that was smart. All right, back to you. Wait, while they're gone, Aldo, you're inside the cave. They took Storm Fury. Nightstorm. They took Nightstorm, and left with her. The other the other three are kind of like off to the side. Whatever is inside here, you're alone. I imagine either trying to rest or whatever it might be. Roll me a perception check, please. Okay. You guys come back. And he's sitting there resting. Eventually, you show him the tent. Eventually, he patches it up, over the course of the next, whatever, 24 hours that you're stuck here. And unless there's anything else we're doing, we can jump cut to the next day.
Gonna check the weird crevice thingamajig.
Are you gonna go through it?
I'm gonna go examine it again.
Okay. You examine it. It looks exactly like it did before. A weird crevice thingamajig.
Ah. Yeah, I still kind of want to go through it, though. So he'd come back. He's not going to just do it out of nowhere. He'll come back and be like, hey, Koa?
Keegan, would you do it same day, or would you wait till the next day when everybody's fully rested and feels better? Because you guys are going to be bored because you're going to be stuck here all day tomorrow, too.
My hope
You
is
found
that...
his hole. I don't know if you know that. Like, was it a comic or whatever, where people find their holes and they must go through them? This is Mikhail's hole.
So the player's hope is that the greater wisdom will prevail and someone will be like, hey, why don't you wait? But Mikhail is... He doesn't have hypothermia, and there's a hole.
Mikhail doesn't have hypothermia. Dude, he's got this new stick. There's a hole.
He found a cool stick. Say what you will. Look, I don't care how well I know you. If we're all walking together, especially if we're all dudes, and one of us finds a cool stick, it might cause some friction.
I think, I don't know if Aldo says anything, but Ko would be like, it's fine to go and take a look, but do you really want to pass through it right now? I mean, we're barely dry at all. It's getting late. We're losing the little light that we had.
Yeah, but what if... Yeah.
What is so pertinent that you need it right now?
What if there's something over there would be really nice to know before tomorrow?
Something really good or something really bad?
Either one. If we're going to sleep in here, we don't want something bad over there, do we? Especially if it's small and bad and can get
No,
through
but
while
what
we're
if we
asleep.
disturb something and turn something that's not really a bother into a bother that we have to deal with while we're tired and wet?
Valid point. Oh, look, I'm not going by myself, so if you don't want to go, I'll just wait.
Then yes, unless Aldo's going tonight, wait it is.
And you look over at
Find
Aldo,
some-
he just looks at you and he goes,
All
If you're
right,
so
I'm gonna
worried
block
about it,
off.
perhaps you should put some more rocks up there and cover it up for the night. Hmm?
Yeah, I guess I will. I'm gonna go
Great.
pile some rocks on top of the other rocks. It's like the
Cole will walk
laziest
over to
job of
Aldo
covering it up.
while Mikhail's doing that. Any idea why you're so obsessed with that hole?
I really don't know.
I mean, did you
Any?
do you feel some kind of draw to it? I mean, we left you alone here for a while. Do you notice anything weird?
No. I was just really cold.
At least he has something to be excited about, I guess.
Yeah, that seems few and far between in this Valley of Doom.
Don't actually think we're there yet. He'll say and like immediately turn to do something else just to like not let Aldo be upset by the fact that this is just like a valley.
Yep. You can see he goes to like talk back to you, but you turn your back and he's like, shuts his mouth.
Oh, so this is a regular valley. We haven't even hit the doom yet. Great.
I think. I mean, I could be wrong, but as far as I know, I'm just the one with the map and the directions. Why would I know where we're at?
You're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
Cool. So flash cut next day. Everybody's feeling better. You even get a small fire going with whatever small amount of firewood you've collected along the way. It's the only amount that you guys have. And that small amount of firewood you have, you get enough fire going to properly make like a tea or whatever it is and some warm-ish breakfast before the fire starts, unless you're burning torches for the shit. Warm-ish breakfast. And then that's your fire for the day, unfortunately. Just you don't have fuel to keep throwing onto it. And you guys can go and explore that hole if you wanted to. But Wade, looking out at the sky again, you're like, it's going to rain for most of today, if not the whole day. You can probably head out tomorrow, even if it's a drizzle. You can probably start heading out tomorrow.
Oh, either we're gonna risk feeling like shit again, or we're here another day.
Am I feeling better by this point,
God.
Scott?
Sorry. Yes, I said everybody's feeling better the next day.
Oh, okay.
All right, good.
Yeah, but is Aldo feeling better?
Yeah, Aldo's a body. And he's one of every.
All right. Take notes, chat. We know a little bit more about Aldo's backstory.
Another day here then. I don't really want to be out in the rain, so it's both welcome and unwelcome news, I suppose.
Good news for you, Mikhail. I guess if you want to kill the time, we can go. Hopefully, not stumble into a wyvern nest.
Jesus.
He's been just like sitting there, just kind of staring at you, waiting for you to say it's okay to go examine it. And then, like, as soon as you start talking, he's like on his feet. It's like, finally! Oh my god, yesterday was such a slog. This is way more interesting, don't you think?
I mean, I feel like we were in a cave before, and you didn't seem nearly this interested in looking for the little nooks and crannies. I was the one trying to find secret passages and everything else, but a natural cave with
Yeah.
a little hole. I mean, yeah, I guess it could be exciting, or it could be more cave.
Did the rocks
This one's
look like
more
they were placed there
unexplored.
to block it? Like somebody had placed them there?
You didn't read that, but to be fair, you don't know. Like,
Yeah.
that's not one of those things that's super obvious.
I'm not sure. I didn't get that sense. Like, there wasn't obvious, like, scrape marks or something to show that they've been moved a lot, but...
I mean, it looks that way now. After Mikhail intentionally put rocks there.
I didn't put very many. They literally, like, stacked one large rock on top of another one and just called it good.
I was trying to give you more credit, Mikhail. Well, hard to say. So, going through.
I mean, probably the easiest for me, just because I'm a little bit smaller than you two, but I don't know.
And if you encounter something terrible over there, who's gonna fight it off?
Hopefully me.
Oh, great, as long as we're agreed.
I mean, to be fair,
okay.
a rapier is the best inside of a small space. Rapier or dagger. Luckily, you have your rapier with you, right?
Oh, I'm thinking more once he's
Yes.
through the other side.
Okay, well, first I need help moving the rocks, and then maybe I might get a better view through here before I
Mikhail, there's
crawl
10.
through.
Okay. There's 10 rocks. It says like moving the rocks.
Well, the rocks are lodged in there a bit, so like I imagine, certainly you're not gonna have Mikhail going over to Jacobo, but you can have Koa go over and grab the hammer and a python or whatever it is from Jacobo, and then just use that to like hammer free a couple of the rocks just to make sure they're nice and loose, and pull them away and get them out of the way, so on and so forth. Wade, for this task of moving them, why don't you go ahead and roll me a strength check?
Yeah. You remember me trying to help you get out of that pit?
So you actually do a really good job of this. Not only do you move the rocks that were super easily loosened or whatever, but because you have like these tools that are with you, you get into a bit of like a jive and you're working on it, and you're actually able to open up the hole even bigger than you originally anticipated you were going to be able to do. And it's not like you're, oh no, cave in, nothing like that you're set up here. It's like you can properly like, no, this looks good. And tap a couple of them free, break free a couple of spots. Areas where maybe it was a bit jagged in, you're able to like knock that like peak. Oh, thanks, hello. You're able to knock that peak back, so it's more of like a flat area there, so it's less likely to stab into or to rip open or whatever Mikhail or his clothes. And again, makes a bigger area, so Mikhail could more comfortably get through. So much so that Mikhail can either, once again, strip down or whatever it is to his simple clothes, no cloak or anything like that, and get through with much more ease. Or if he wants to maintain the struggle, he can still wear the leather armor or whatever that I think his character has and still try to get through with that. It's just more of a struggle. That's up to him to do so. But you're able to open it up that way.
Okay. You said it definitely opens up. Can I actually see through it?
Yeah, you're like, well, you can't properly see. Well, you can see through it. It dips down a little and comes up some, but like I said, he does, knock it free enough. It's a bit easier. So you're sticking your head in and holding a torch that you have currently lit at the moment. We'll burn another torch. Currently lit at the moment, looking in, you're like, yeah, you can see it does open up on the other side. You just can't see too much detail because of like angles or whatever with the torch.
Angles. Okay.
How hard it would be for Koa to get through now that it's opened up a bit?
And to be clear, you don't have to use a torch the whole time. It might be more worth it for you, Kikin, to actually bring a hooded lantern.
One of the lanterns,
yeah. That might be better for you if you're going through. Koa, you were always an option to go through. It's just not easy, right? But now that you've opened it up more, it's easier. Again, if you're choosing to wear any of your armor, it's harder. If you choose not to.
It's more so probably pass through and then maybe have my armor bring it in separately where it can fold in a little bit.
I mean, sure, the issue is trying to don your armor when you're inside of a small space. It depends on how much it opens up. If you ever, like, tried to get changed inside of a car, I don't mean like a big, SUV. I mean
maybe not armor, maybe sword.
Okay, that is an option. Maybe not the best swinging space, but yes, totally an option.
I'm not worried about fighting in the small space. It's getting it through to where it opens up.
Yeah, you can definitely get the sword through, though.
Okay. I think he would worry less about the armor and more about that then.
Yeah, but I mean, even the opening up space, it opens up so you can walk or move through there, but it's not like it opens up to a whole new cave, at least not that you can see right now.
Maybe he doesn't bring the greatsword, maybe he brings like the cutlass then.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Right, and a dagger.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'll grab the hooded lantern then.
Koa looked at Aldo. You or me, who's going with?
Should we both not go?
We both could go, I guess, unless something goes horribly wrong and no one's here to watch the animals.
Do you want to go?
Tell you what, Mikhail, if you're going to go through, just let us know how much space there is. Maybe we both can't fit. Night Storm.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, for sure. He actually is going to get out of the armor and everything. Should get into his regular clothes.
Cool. Dagger and rapier, I imagine.
Yes.
So you have rapier at your hip. After you go through, they'll pass you your rapier. You'll put it to your hip. You have your dagger. Yes. You climb through with, and they'll hand you the hooded lantern. Maybe put at the end of that little stick, that staff or whatever it is. So after you're able to kind of like comfortably get through, or maybe you use that to place it on the other side, then crawl through to get to it or whatever, right?
Yeah. Just because they're making me kind of paranoid, I'm gonna dancing lights.
Okay. Now,
kind of ahead of myself.
Oh, sure. Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah.
Now,
so that I have light going in and then pass it through.
You've never played in a session in any campaign I've ever run where an individual person went crawling through a cave by themselves and anything bad ever happened, have you?
I have, yes.
Oh, okay, cool. I was just making sure. Your experiences and whether or not you want to, self-sear yourself short in the situation. So,
Fucking amoeba. Anyway, that's part of why I'm like, I'm gonna light this before I go in, not wait for it.
I think were you guys like level 2, and it was like, or level 3, and it was like such a wimpy ooze, but it was still one person by themselves with an ooze in a crawl space, and they're like, I can't get away.
Yeah, I think we were like second level, and yeah, we got.
Imagine only being second level.
Yeah, it would be great, wouldn't it?
Moving on. So you
me right now.
You getting through here because of how he opened it up and the fact that you chose to strip down to just basic clothing. No check need be made. You can just take a 10 and you can actually get through. There's no chance of getting. Now, mind you, if you have to get through in a hurry because there's something dangerous, there might be a check that needs to be made. Yeah, but you can easily take a 10 and you can ease your way through there and get through to the other side. It takes probably about a minute or so for you to get through to the other side. And then you stand up and you have the lantern with you. Immediately what you can see, now that you have proper vantage point to look around, is it's still tight where you are. It's almost immediately still tight. It doesn't seem to open up yet. But it also hits a corner. So it opens up wide enough that you can turn sideways. So you don't have to have your shoulders directly touching the wall. But like if you lean too far one way or the other, even by a couple inches, you're going to touch the wall, right? So it opens up so it's more comfortable. It's still a bit short here. So you have to crouch down, but you can walk. Moving through here, you do feel a bit claustrophobic because now you have to like turn around and crawl or try to crawl backwards. You do immediately feel like a bit of claustrophobia. So why don't you go ahead and roll me a will save real quick?
Yes.
Don't worry, this modifier. Well, the DC is not crazy high. I should say not modifier.
I think I know what his modifier is. Oh dear.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
It like almost tipped over to the 13. It was like, nah, fuck you. Like,
Are you
it
happy
rolls
with your
back to a
6?
5. Not really. But I don't want to
since
spend the
DC's
luck
not
on it.
high, you can try.
For me being an idiot. No, I'm just gonna keep this stupid 6.
He just comes scrambling right back.
I deserve the 6. Let's be clear. I deserve this.
Okay. Cool. So with your 6, I won't lie, you're a little unnerved on the other side. It is one of those things where you're like, right immediately over there, you're fine. But as you start to move further and like they're not, you don't have that hole so quickly near you, as the spots where it does get tighter and you have to kind of like turn sideways to get through, the pressure of it does start to hit your character who's never experienced anything like this before. You are going to suffer through the shaken condition, right? This likely isn't going to be escalatable, but it is the shaken condition. So your character is going to start moving through and trying to make your way through. Well, do you do anything before you just straight up move? Do you like turn around? Do you want to examine even where you are? You have full light. You have a fucking lantern. So you have as much light as you want.
He stays put for a minute and he's like, you guys could probably hear him through it, like taking very deep breaths as he's trying to like kind of steady his nerves. He goes, it does open up in here a little, but it's still kind of cramped.
You all right over
He's
there?
like looking around. It's just I haven't been in a space like this before. It feels a little tight, you know?
Right. Well, you can always come back.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. But yeah, he's gonna like sit there and kind of look around a bit, see if anything stands out.
Sure. Because you're looking around, unfortunately you are shaken, but you are welcome to roll a geology. You're welcome to roll a dungeoneering check, but mind you, you get a +2 from Wade because of how well he rolled earlier with his examination. So as you're talking to him going through the dungeoneering check, you do get a +2 from him.
Since we are in the Western Mountains, do I get my +4 from the scheme?
From the what? I'm sorry?
For scheming for an adventure that I did before this?
I would say yes.
Okay. Sweet.
+6. Nice. Just don't roll
now when
it.
I roll a 1,
Yeah,
I'll still be
that was a
pretty
good question.
good. There we go.
Does that include everything?
Yes.
Okay, don't add the
roll the
+4 on the miscellaneous in the future. We should mental math it because it's in your notes.
Oh, I actually put a total of +6 because it was +2 from weight and a +4 from the thing.
I get that. I'm
Yeah.
saying in the future, don't worry about it because you have it written there. So we'll just mental math it in the future.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but cool,
Yeah,
cool,
yeah,
cool,
gotcha.
cool. Awesome. So you have a 16 total currently. Did you want to modify that, or are you good?
I'll keep it.
Cool. So one of the things that you notice now that you're on the other side over here is that the walls, it's not super obvious at first, but the walls over here seem different. They felt claustrophobic. It was a bit much at first. You probably would have overlooked it, but at least at first, maybe eventually would have realized it. But the walls over here actually seem worked, though worn. Right? Weathering does eventually happen, so on and so forth. Maybe one point in time this area was flooded through with water. Who knows? But they actually do seem worked over here. Like this is, whereas the other side of it didn't really feel that way as much, or maybe you just didn't notice it. But here you can tell that the fact that that thing was in your way is strange. You don't know how or why or what have you that got there, or maybe that was always there. Who knows? But the walls over here do seem a bit more worked, less jagged. Even what you're walking on feels a little bit more smooth. It could just be coincidence, but it doesn't feel that way.
Huh. Guys, I think the stone over here is worked. Like, it's old. It's definitely worn down some, but I don't think it's just purely natural. Someone actually tended to this.
Worked like mole worked, or worked like since the mole worked?
I don't pick up anything that makes me think it's the work of the mole, but it's not like it's still completely intact. It's weathered. I can just tell someone definitely smoothed it, tried to make it uniform at one point.
Oh, looked at Aldo and once again. Fuck.
I wonder, can we look at the stone around here and see if at any point it looks like it was, now that we're aware of worked stone, if it looks like there's worked stone in where we are?
Yeah, go ahead and roll a engineering check. Unfortunately, you guys cap at 10.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, you have that book to assist you and allows you to uncap your cap. So you actually have an 18. Jake, you're welcome to roll to assist.
Yep.
The max you can give us a +2.
Yeah.
Which you do.
Okay.
So yeah, Wade, we're gonna narrate back to him in a moment, but as you guys are looking through here, honestly, now that he says it, it does seem a bit worked over here. It was not super obvious before, even with that perception check that was made originally, because it's almost as though it was intentionally worked to look natural, but still be easily traversable. The walls are pretty smooth and relatively so what I'm looking for, straight, like relatively flat. There's not huge curves or waves inside them or anything like that. The ground is pretty smooth, even if it has a bit of like like hills or valleys or whatever inside of the walking path. Like somebody intentionally made this walkable, but not to look too worked, just safer. Long time ago, though, very likely.
It looks. I looked at Aldo to like confirm. Like, it looks like it perhaps was worked over here as well. Now that you mention it, just
Really?
subtly, like it's at the time where the intention was to kind of make it look natural.
Huh.
Do you think there are
Missed it.
things so narrow here because of a cave-in, or it was always supposed to be like that?
Now that he says that, looking at that spot that he chiseled away and whatnot, and thinking about it with your previous 16, honestly, now that he says it, it does feel like it could have been a cave-in at one point in time that caused that to fall in. Or maybe not a cave-in, maybe like an earthquake or whatever it was could have just caused this jut to happen. As a matter of fact, maybe this whole pathway could have been more straight or easily traversed, felt more like actually more worked if it weren't for some shifting of the stone at some point.
Yeah, I think you're onto something, Aldo. It looks, now that you say that, it does look like there was a much more open way through this before. I don't know if it was a cave-in, could have been a landslide or earthquake, something. Something definitely shifted this area, though. There's got to be something on the other side of it.
Koa, how far are we from where we were supposed to be?
Koa, it's hard to tell because you're going on these winding paths. You know what I mean? The goat paths aren't straight. You anticipated getting there in the next, had you not stopped, the next like day or two. But it's hard, again, hard to tell. Close though. By the way, the bird flies.
I mean, not terribly far. Maybe half a day, 2 days travel, somewhere in that range. I mean, these paths are not exactly easy to navigate, and we've been here for a day, and the rain and everything has kind of thrown us off a tad, but somewhere between half a day, 2 days away, it could all be connected, but perhaps we go over and we take a look and we can find some evidence whether or not it's what we're looking for. We kind of know the stonework so far of everything mole related we found, right?
Yeah, I guess we do know that. Oh, I don't see any of that one stone that was at the other ruins here. Not yet. But you think I should come back?
Aldo and I can try to come through. If you're
How much space would they have, Scott, if they
You guys
if either
would
of
be
them comes through?
one right behind the other. You'd be Congo lining it in a tight area.
Oh, I thought it opened up where he was.
It
Like I
does a
said, it
little,
opened
but
up
it's
enough that
still
he could
tight.
turn sideways and not touch his shoulders to the walls. But he hasn't gone far enough to see if it does open around the corner. He hasn't. He's still standing
Gotcha.
right there because he was catching his breath.
Well, he'll say Aldo and I could come through. I guess that's what we'll leave it on.
This would be it'd be pretty cramped in this spot. I haven't gone very far. I'm not too far past where you can see.
Well, do you
I
wanna
can go a
come
little
back,
further,
or-
see if
All right. Just be careful, I suppose. If something caved this in, then just... It looks like... I'm guessing it looks like this happened a long time ago, looking over it. Scott.
Yeah.
It looks like it's been a while since that happened, so shouldn't be anything imminent as long as we don't mess with things too much.
Yeah, I'm being careful. As he said, like you can hear his voice getting further away as he's going deeper in. So yeah, push on, Scott.
Okay. So you turn, and with this new information, you turn and you steady yourself, and you start walking through. You do feel a bit ease in mind, stopping, having that conversation, have a bit more information, so on and so forth. So much so that you almost start to feel calm until after you take like your fifth or sixth step and you realize that there was a cave in at one point, and you remember the amount of rock all around you, and it's just... You're trying to bury it in the back of your mind, but it's hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
You come up to the
Yeah.
area where, again, it stays like this relatively... it gets a bit tighter at one point. And again, now that you believe cave-in, it makes sense why it's not uniformly wide if there was some shifting of the rocks. But you do turn sideways. You are able to step through. Once you step through that, the whole thing seems to turn slightly, and it does open up a bit more. Okay, cool. Whatever shifting of rock happened must have happened in this front area and not affected this back area as much. Here, it does open up a bit more, a good bit more. It's not a full Mikhail and a half wide, but it feels much closer to that, like a Mikhail and a quarter wide. So you can move more comfortably. The height is still low. It's still low to the point where, like, at points, you're brushing your head or, hitting a rock with your head, or at points where it's like you still have to crouch to walk through. But if you're thinking about the height of a mole or a hobgoblin, right? Oh, actually, that makes sense. This would be a comfortable height for them to maintain, even for a taller hobgoblin to get through here. Mikhail's not tall. He's what, 5'9"?
7.
5'7", sorry. Yeah, he's 5'7". 5'7" is a very tall hobgoblin, right? So, so again, it's one of those, like, and I also imagine Mikhail has a bit more bounce in his step than a hobgoblin does, typically.
Probably.
So, anyways, walking through the area, you're kind of walking through. It never properly opens up to like a cavern or a large room or anything like that. As a matter of fact, as you come to the back of it, it just seems to stop. Just stops. But in this whole while, you've probably gone, back maybe 10 feet. So after you've gone the 4 feet or so ahead of them, then you went back 10-ish feet and then turned a corner. And then you went back like a proper 80 or so feet round that corner. So they're back a good bit. Not so far that you can't holler back and have it echo down to them or whatever, but they're back a good bit. So you go this whole 80 feet and again, feeling that impending doom, and it stops. And you're like, what does this mean? Why does it stop? So on and so forth. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
All right. That is not my sheet. That is Jacobo. All right.
You are Jacobo. Ooh, that's a good one. Even when you're shaking, that's good. You notice that the wall before you, it's much more subtle than it typically is. But the wall before you shows worked stone with an ever so, ominous or reminiscent, shine or twinkle coming back at you. Something you've seen so many times at this point. But again, it's so much more subtle this time. It's almost like worked in such a way that it feels like more like a grout than it does just like veins running through it. Like it's not necessarily easy to spot. You were looking for it, which is why you found it. Cool. Mm-hmm. But that's not what the 21 is finding you. If this were new, you probably wouldn't be able to see this. Simply put, you don't have an eye trained for it. You don't notice these things. But when you see that and you're like, oh, okay, that's it. You try to steady yourself, whatever it is, and then you look slightly to the side and you realize to the left of where you are on the wall that's there, there's strange like a funny looking like hole that's there. You're like, oh, that's a weird looking hole. And then as you hold up the light, you see a small glint from inside there. And just like instinctively, like you widen your eyes and you slowly turn to look behind you the other way. And you realize, oh, shit. I'm in a hallway with a bunch of little holes. And by sheer coincidence, I did not hit a trigger if the trigger is still armed. And now you realize that you're standing there in an area that abso-fucking-lutely, at least at one point, had traps. That shifting of the walls maybe disarmed them, but definitely made them just visible enough that even your untrained eye can see them. And you're like, oh no.
He freezes. Like he's still like kind of looking around, but he just stops moving. Otherwise, he goes, "Okay, I ran into a dead end."
You're gonna have to project because they're again round down a hall, round the corner. Yeah. But yeah,
assume he's projecting.
Of course,
I don't know
if
you
don't have to.
My mic or
yes,
not.
Of course.
But he's just. I ran into a dead end, and I think this is definitely some of that stone from the other ruins. I'm gonna take a while to get back because I think I got really lucky. There's some holes in the walls that I think arrows or darts or something are supposed to shoot through. But I guess whatever broke the tunnel broke those. At least I hope so.
Are they of like a certain height? Can you just duck under them?
I'm already ducking.
Duck more.
So there's like a trapped hallway or something. Is there no... It just comes to a dead end?
From what I can see, there's no other way around, right, Scott?
Not that you can see at the moment, but, you're also obviously occupied with that, so you can't really go examine.
Yeah. Because I could maybe examine it a bit more, but I don't know for a fact that the traps are totally disarmed. I may have just, incidentally stepped correctly.
That'd be a hell of a coincidence.
Yeah?
Poorly designed trap, if you ask me.
Well, I don't think it was made to withstand the shifting of the entire Earth.
So was it that, or was it where you stepped?
I don't know. I just see where the darts or something were supposed to come out.
It would be hard to drag you back through. Don't get hit by them.
Good idea. A long pause as he starts
looks to Aldo
to
to see if Aldo has any more advice to throw out.
Doesn't, but Aldo just says to you, he says, If it's trapped, then obviously they're trying to keep you from getting there. I wonder what could be through.
To me or to him?
Say it to you.
Um, yes, either they're. But with the shifting and the possible collapse, it's hard to know which end of things we're on. Why would they trap a dead end hallway?
Well, there's no way that can be a dead end. There's got to be some type of door that he just saw, something that he can't see right now. Aldo yells down the tunnel, and he just like says, "Don't move for a second," and then he just yells out like in his experience with I mean I have disabled device and things like that. So he's like, "Can you see anything?" And then he'll start like saying what normal like pressure points, plates, and all that type of stuff could be.
He's just calling this stuff out to you, but you look down and it'd be like if you're like, so Scott, how do I, I don't know, let's something a bit more complicated. Like, how do I make I don't know, a souffle or stir fry or something like that? And they're like,
How do I
all right,
boil
cool,
a
go
living
grab this
creature out of a
pan, turn it
shell?
on to the right temperature, and then grab, and you're like, you're saying words, I know what they mean, but I don't know how to do what you're saying. Like.
Speaking of boiling a creature out of a shell, hey Pat.
Hey, Patty Cake, how you doing, buddy? What, you don't like patty cake?
I just don't like the way you talk.
Oh. I'm sorry, Wade.
Hey Pat. Hey Raiders.
Sorry you had to hear Scott, but we like you.
I like Patty. Oh, hello. That's a gift stub. It scared the shit out of me.
Very scary.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, he like looks around. Like you can hear pretty quickly, Aldo, that like in his responses, he's got lost in the instructions. He's like, I don't see anything like that. There's just a rock over there. It's
All right, well, be careful on your way back.
yeah. I don't know if it's still trapped or not. I'm gonna just try to, and on my end there. So I can see where the holes are. Can I actually get lower than them? Like if I crawl or something, can I get below them?
They're set smart. Yeah.
Okay.
These are traps. So if they are arms, this is either reflex save or attack roll, depending on the kind of trap. So you don't know until it's time to.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I didn't
Your
have
camera
a fan.
die?
No, my fan's not on, so it overheated.
Dude, the stream quality just went through the roof.
Wow.
Wow, look at all these viewers. That's crazy.
Yeah, wow.
Wow. Yeah.
Viewership just went up.
Jumps. Wow. I can turn it back on in about 30 seconds in a minute. Go ahead.
Okay, so there's no clear way to be able to try to like stay out of the line of shot on these things in this passage.
Correct. Yep. No, it's simply this is a trap, and you got to deal with it, sir.
Okay. Did I get the staff?
I imagine you didn't bring it with you
not.
through that hole, but you can definitely have somebody,
Weren't
bring
we
it over to you.
passing things through to you with it?
We
Yeah,
somehow
I think you
used
were
it to
just
get
I think you were
the
just passing
lantern
stuff to
through.
me. Yeah, the lantern.
You have your rapier.
But I have my rapier. How far am I from that wall, Scott?
You are I remember
Roughly.
the wall that's in front of you. Good question.
Yeah.
Probably about 8 or 9 feet from the wall in front of you.
Okay, so not too far. So yeah, he kind of just pauses. He goes, "Hey, okay, look, Aldo, I don't think I follow what you were saying. Do you want to just come take a look? I can come out. It's pretty
If you
cramped still."
come out and you mess it up, you could look to Aldo.
I'd like to avoid it, but maybe I don't know. Maybe I should take a look. I guess if I can see anything. It depends. Do you want to risk it? He yells out to you, or would you prefer me to come through?
I mean, if it's trapped, I feel like it's got to be trying to keep something out.
If it is trapped and he risks it and gets hurt, we're gonna have to go through and get him anyway, then drag him through.
Well, if anything happens to us, you're gonna crawl through and get us, right?
Yes, I'll follow you in. We're coming in.
Maybe you shouldn't follow just behind.
Well, no, I'm gonna
go.
let you go through, and I'll stay back a bit, so that way there's space to maneuver. Yeah.
Is there space for me to let him through if he comes in?
He can come up behind you. Yeah. I mean, to step in front of you. You can, like I said, it's like a Mikhail and a quarter wide.
So
if you turn sideways,
yeah.
It's like trying to
just
move
if
past
needed. Yeah.
somebody at the movie theaters because we all went and saw Wicked because it was great. Wicked.
I was mostly asking for because I imagine in the fact that I'm shaken by the closed area, like if it's still so narrow at too many points that like we can't get past each other, I'd probably be like, no, don't come in. Like I'm gonna leave, But if it's that much space, then he'd be okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. There was I think a level 3 hype train before, but I don't think it completed level 3.
Oh, it was level 2. Oh, I didn't notice that. Oh, thank you for
so.
calling that out. That means there's going to be 2+2 sitting there. Cool. Unless something gets higher, unless it added on, but cool.
Do you need 1 second? My kids just got home. 1 sec.
Sure.
Okay.
So you're going to come save me, right? He's like, yeah, I'll be right there. Hey, listen, let him know I'm going to be on the way. I got to go drop my kids off at the pool, if you know what I'm saying.
I think I just saw an eagle egg outside the cave. I'll be right back.
It's like, oh, is Aldo coming? Yeah, he's just indisposed. Aldo's over there
We're
reading.
going to go to a scary cave. It's adventure time now, but did you go to the bathroom? No. Or go to the bathroom before we go in the cave. You don't want to go while we get in there. I don't want to have to turn around so you can go to the potty.
I do like the idea with you guys all reading that same book. It's like the idea of that's the bathroom reading material.
100%.
Like, hey, leave the book by that tree. What? Oh yeah.
Take the bucket and you take the book. For some reason, the book's always in worse shape after Aldo's trips.
Right? We're like, what did you do to this? How is it burned?
Sticky?
There's not a page missing. There's just a few that won't separate.
Yeah. Oh. Anyways.
Oof. Why is it sticky? Was my least favorite.
What do I have to do?
I worked at Blockbuster.
All right. So Aldo's squeezing through.
Yeah.
Are you taking a 10 and making him wait the whole minute for you to do that? Or are you going to roll to get through?
No, I'm gonna get through. I'm gonna take the minute.
Okay. So you're because you're standing there. Do you just stand there perfectly still?
Oh yeah. They say they're coming to get me.
I don't know if you can fail this. It's a DC 5 acrobatics to stay still that whole minute.
Oh, I can do whatever I put my mind to, Scott.
Okay.
We're level 1, man. We can fail anything.
All right. There we go. Nice. Nice. What is your mod? Oh, your mod's -1.
Because of the shaking, yeah.
All right, cool. So it takes
I'm not trained.
It takes a minute and change for him to get through, plus all the time talking before that. A minute for him to get through, plus the however long it takes for him to squeeze down the hallway to get all the way over to where you are. Finally, when you get to where he is, Aldo, and you look, go ahead and roll me a perception check, sir. But you actually have trap finding as a feature, so this is very different for your eyes. Hey, Solo Wolf, as well as Minion, Lance, and Mazda. Nick's a Mazda girl, too. All right, perception check 10. You walk over.
Hang on. I'm gonna lock it.
Okay. And David.
12.
All right. With
We
12,
have 2+2s.
with your 12. Are you happy with your 2+2s? You want to save that?
I don't know. What do you want me to do?
And we're about to have at least another +1.
Yeah, it's about to be jump up to a +3. That level 1's about, if it completes, is about to jump it up to a +3. So, which is good news. But so Jake, do you want to use that now though, or do you want to save for another roll?
I'm gonna use it now, so we can maybe find them.
Okay. Cool. So right now it is a 10 plus 2 plus 3 actually is a total of a 15 total. Oh wait.
What?
Okay.
I'm just showing support for my friend Scott, who's
Okay,
a stinky little shithead.
Jesus Christ. Wait. That's so
Elliot
funny.
was a little late, but it came. Just never mind.
Okay, moving on. So you, with your 15 total, looking around, because of the fact that it was pointed out by him, normally 15 is not going to be high enough to notice something like this, but with him pointing out the details and seeing what's there, talk through it, so on and so forth, you come over here, and almost immediately you can realize that this trap is set up as a what's what I'm looking for here. Sorry, I'm so sorry, Jake. It is set up as pressure plate trap. Now, looking at the way that the ground has shifted and whatnot, it is possible, as has been said by Kiken. Thank you, Kiken, Solo, and David. It is possible, as said by Kiken or Mikhail earlier, that the plates have been ruined because of the shifting of the grounds, but that also could make them more sensitive, or that they could trigger on their own. And looking around at the walls around you, you don't see any signs of anything that had already been triggered before. You don't see any arrows sticking out anywhere or anything like that. So you're going to have to play this cautious. You can go ahead and roll it. Now that you can see where everything is, you can go ahead and roll a disable device check to try to break down this trap.
Okay.
Please tell me that.
I don't know if I like the look you made as you got to do this.
The rogue does have ranks in disable device, right?
The rogue does have ranks.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, thank God.
Hang on. Let's be honest here. A rank.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
It
Hey,
means
we're
that
level 1. The
it's still
DC's
class
got to be
skill.
like
That's max
4.
rank.
Yeah.
It's
All
max
right,
rank right now.
Let's
It's still
do
a
it.
class skill, so it's still a big bonus. All right.
Oh,
all
yeah,
right, that's
okay.
pretty good.
Hey,
All right.
Right.
Cool. Were you looking to take any of those mods that sit there, or are you good with this? The reason why it matters is because if you roll high enough, now there's disabling, there's bypassing, and then there's the ability to have control over it. Like you can not just disable it, but re-enable it whenever you want to. Like there's all those extra features that happen when you roll.
Yeah.
high
So
enough.
there was a plus. What is it? A +3?
You can have the other +3 from the hype train if you would like, sir.
Sorry, guys. I'm going to take this here. So we
Dude,
We're
I used like
100%
4
with
luck
it.
today. You can have a +3, man.
Yeah, go for it.
all right.
You
So
can luck
25.
too if you want.
Right?
With a 25,
I think we're
did
good.
you want to luck, or were you good?
Okay.
Okay.
No, we're good.
Thank you, sir. So, yeah, you go ahead and you were able to not just, check over the trap. You see that it is, in fact, still active. You're looking, checking in different areas, so on and so forth. And you're like, oh, no. Well, you don't know you're like, I'm not 100% sure it's active, but I'm almost positive it is in these areas. I'm just going to go ahead and disable this trap in all the areas that I see that it's viable. And the disabling it is super fucking easy. You literally stop, stand up, take a swig of your wine, and then walk back down the hallway, and you pick up a couple of like rocks and pebbles or whatever they are sticking around. And then you go back over to where the pressure plates are and just slip them underneath the pressure plates in one or two. Oh, Jesus, Wade. In one or two different spots underneath the pressure plates. You go ahead and like pop those beneath it so that the plates can't drop down. And the trap is disabled, 100% disabled. But more than that, as you're walking forward, when you go to step around and past him, there's one final pressure plate that you notice, but it's not on the floor. It's in the wall. You think about it for a nice long while, and you come to the conclusion you're pretty sure that plate there does not trigger a trap. You think that might do something else.
Well, the trap's disabled. You can breathe again, Mikhail. Koa, you can come through if you need to. But look here. And he points it out, and he's like,
Don't
This
need to.
This is not related to the trap. This is something else. I would think that this could be to open something, right?
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Because
it looks like a
otherwise,
dead
why
end
would it
over
just
there.
be a dead end, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even if the whole thing is shifted, there should be some evidence of an opening or something like that.
Exactly. So,
Well,
are you thinking what I'm thinking?
yeah, you do the honors. You found it.
All right, we're going to. So wait, let me study Scott's face here for a second. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, we're gonna
It's
I
like a
guess
cute
activate
baby
it.
troll grew up and got hit by a rock.
Yeah, I'm gonna activate
Just
it
one? Just one
and
rock?
hide my camera
Okay.
for 1 second.
Big rock.
Okay.
Okay, and so he presses the button, and when you presses the button, you hear like when you depress it. It's actually not easy to do. It actually takes a bit of extra pressure to do, and that's probably by design, so it can't be hit by accident. So first you got to press it, and then you actually have to like hand on hand, and then like take a moment and like actually put some elbow grease into it to push it
You
through.
gotta try really hard to die here.
When you press that thing and you finally get it all the like scrapes in and finally it clicks, you hear that click goes into place. You hear some more movement happening inside of the wall, and then you hear on the right hand side inside the wall in front of you, you hear on the right hand side some grinding and another kind of like click as something falls into place, and on the left hand side you hear some grinding, but the grinding slows down and comes to a stop and never fully clicks, leaving you to believe that you definitely unlock something on the right side, but the left side, it's still fucking, it's because the shifting of the wall is when it's jammed. So, Aldo, who rolled so well on his disabled device earlier, what he ends up doing, just like, oh, fuck this, just like takes a step back and just full on kicks the thing, like almost like this is Sparta, just shoves his foot on the right hand side, like a really hard kick. And it shifts the wall ever so slightly that allows the pin to finish dropping and clicks into place. And then the wall before you is now able to swivel on a bit of a pivot, allowing you to turn the thing slightly. When you do apply pressure onto one side and turn it, the whole wall is like it disappears or rolls away. The wall, which is blocking your path, now just bisects the pathway, but does open up into a small room on the other side. The small room is lit up very well from your hooded lantern there, and you can see that it is properly worked mole style stonework, properly worked like the kind of like light and whatever that's inside there. I imagine you're gonna want to have Aldo step in and do a perception check first, because he's the trap finding one.
That would be wise, yes.
Did I hear the door opening or whatever happened?
Oh yeah, you probably would have heard like a strange kind of like echoing through. It would have been very faint for you, but a small grinding noise, but very faint.
Still
You
alive.
probably hear Mikhail gasp really loudly and go, "Holy shit!"
Like, yeah.
Still alive.
Yeah, it opened a room.
What opened a room?
There was another pressure plate that wasn't for the trap that Aldo pushed, and then he kicked it, and the wall that I was talking about that had the stone from the other ruins, it was a door.
That makes sense. It being a dead end would have been very stupid.
Yeah, it would have. So I guess they weren't. But it opens up into a spot that's, yeah, this is mole design.
Is there enough space where I should come through, or you guys
Yeah,
good?
I think so.
Damn.
I think you can come through. This is a big room.
Yeah, it opens up
Damn
enough
it.
that it's not huge, but it's big enough that you guys can definitely all fit in there. Sorry, Wade. Damn it.
Just give it a second. I think Aldo's gonna take a look first.
Oh no, I meant the rain. I wish someone would damn it, so we would stop. I'm happy to come join you.
Don't worry. There's just keep your head low.
And we're sure the trap's disabled.
Neither of us got shot when we walked past, so
That wasn't what I asked.
yes. Yes, we're sure. Neither of us got shot, which means that the trap was disabled.
Great. Now who's gonna pass me the lantern whenever I fuck it?
Whenever you fuck the
I'm
lantern,
holding
hot.
a lantern.
Well, yeah, but you're not near where I gotta go through.
All right, hold on. I'd probably wait for Aldo to finish checking before.
Or Wade can just light up a torch and just head back there. With that.
I was just gonna light up a torch and kind of like toss it through and follow it.
Yeah,
If he
that
wants
works.
to, yeah.
Yep. Cool. I imagine Aldo is doing a perception check to look for traps. Do you want me to just roll for him so we don't have to stop?
That's probably fine.
I think he probably would, yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Unless you roll like shit.
I'm probably going to roll a shit.
Yeah.
All right, here we
Then
go.
I'll ask him to do
Perception
it.
check for Aldo. Make sure, yeah. Huzzah!
Yeah, we can keep that.
Yay!
Cool. So you guys walk through the other side with a perception check. Walking in, you do look across. So when he walks in with the light from your thing there, he's able
Although
to...
happy with the 23.
He probably would be.
All right.
He's able to see when he goes through. There are a couple more holes on the ground and in the ceiling above head. And the ceiling actually is a bit taller. The ceiling in here is actually about 6 feet high. So high enough that even Koa and Aldo can comfortably stand inside of it and not have to crouch down as much. But there's a couple of holes inside there. However, he can quickly ascertain where the plate for that is. It is more or less just kind of like hop over this and we'll be fine. And you guys should be good to go. And so you guys are able to hop over the plates to be able to get inside there. Unless you want me to roll a disable device for him and see if I can disable it.
I mean, is there much of a risk of him trying to disable
Oh, yeah.
it? I
If
don't-
you roll really poorly, you can set off the trap.
Yeah, if you roll 5 below. It could set it off.
I feel like he might want to disable it or whatever in case we have to make it out in a hurry, but I don't know. It's hard to speak for him.
Yeah, I don't know on this one. Oh, there he's back.
If only Jake was here.
What's up?
You
There's another
open,
trap inside.
door
wanna-
opened. You went in. The room inside there. Inside that room, there's also there's a chest of belongings, but there was also a trap. And you found the plate. You can either just jump over the plate and everybody's fine, or you could attempt to disable it.
If we know where it is, we could just step around it, right?
Yep.
In theory, yeah.
Well,
Cool.
no.
Step over it.
we don't have to.
The room itself is not small, but it's not huge either. Like I said, it's 6 feet tall, which is good and comfortable for all you guys. If your character's 5'11", you're wearing boots, you are still crouching a bit. But otherwise, you are
But not 5'10".
oh yeah, that's right. You guys are 5'10", not 5'11". I always forget that. Because I'm 5'11", so I just assume.
Now, if you take big steps, you got to watch out. So
Yeah,
you probably have to duck
yeah.
when you step.
You just gotta walk like this when you. Anyway, so where was I? When you go in there, there are the room itself is, like I said, 6 feet tall. It does stretch to be like a nice, comfortable 8 feet wide, and it stretches back to about like 7 or so feet deep. It's not properly squared. Rectangled. The edges to the room are a bit more curved, what have you. It's not like it's, it hits fine points. It is that kind of stone, as I mentioned beforehand. And in the back over there, there is a chest that's sitting there. But don't think chest like treasure chest. It's like a chest for storage of various supplies or goods, so on and so forth. Not like there's a giant padlock and there's jewels singing out everywhere. But there is a chest that's sitting there, which is good news. You're
Does it
more
look
than
out
welcome.
of place, or does it look like there's other stuff there? Or
It's sitting on a table. It's just the one chest. Nothing else seems to be inside the room with it. It is the chest itself is covered in dust. It is the metal on the chest is rusted because of how long it's been sitting there. The wood is worn, but it's not like it's dealing with weather inside here. So the
Yeah.
rust is from humidity. The wood is from like either bugs or whatever getting to it, or humidity, not weathering of the actual outside.
I'm just thinking, like, if the Mole Empire is as old as I think it is, it's weird that wood would still be even in here. Maybe it would survive. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's not much air
I mean-
passing through with the. But yeah.
I mean, that's true.
Yeah.
Shall we take a look at that? He'll say, clearly looking at Aldo.
So this is where we've been led to, and it's just a room. There's nothing else in here.
Correct.
Chest. Chest.
Oh, no, never mind. You don't have enough mole background history. You just know about curses. You just know the mole curses, not mole history. Yeah. Go ahead, Jake.
I mean, can we check out the room, see if there's any other plates or anything to?
You already
get?
did. You got a 23.
I
Perception.
did?
I rolled for you because you're gone.
Yeah. Okay, so it's just that. It doesn't seem to be anything strange or off about the chest. Like,
No, it just looks like it's a bit of a wider chest. And don't think like a typical typical like D&D or like video game treasure chest was a big hump. It's like a bit of a wider chest, a mostly flat top, almost like you think like a military
Like a trunk.
storage crate or whatever it is, right? It does have a bit of a curve to it to make sure rain that would collect on it if it was being traveled would fall off. There are, the handles on either side for if somebody to carry it, but it's too long for one person to just like pick up and walk with it unless they themselves had very long arms, right? Most likely two people would carry it. It's not particularly tall. It's sitting on like a back shelf.
I mean, Aldo just looks at Koa and says, "Have at it."
Right.
I don't think there's any traps on it. Everything else has been trapped.
One way to find out. If they drag me out, just don't step the point at the pressure plate.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll go and try to open it carefully because he's nervous after all the traps.
Yeah, that's fair. So you go over, you try to open it, and it doesn't open. That's because there's a simple latch on it. Hold on. Okay, cool. And then when you open the thing up, just it latches to make sure nothing falls in transport. When you open the thing up, you can actually see inside there is an assortment of different things. There are a couple of swords that are inside there, though they're rusted because of, humidity and the literal centuries that would have passed. So very rusted swords, but still removed from literal weather outside. There's some garments inside here, but they're moldy. Like literally, like the clothes didn't hold up. You go like, oh, this garment shape kind of, it's covered in, you go to pick it up and it literally is kind of collapsing in your hands in the state that it is right now because of how old it is inside there. There's a few different items that are inside there. Looking over the belongings as it is right off the bat, you come to the realization this doesn't look like this is just some treasure chest, if you will. It almost looks like supplies, maybe a personal supplies of an individual, but more likely with the fact that there are, again, rotted like leathers inside here and the rusted swords, maybe like extra military supplies or for like a small group or band. Who knows what the case may be. But like I said, completely rotted out leathers, more or less disintegrated, very rusted swords. Going through the different supplies that are inside there, you do find, maybe this parchment case, because you have like a scroll case that the leather of it is just so fucking rotted that when you try to like take the lid off, instead the case rips open. If there are parchments inside, they're just completely disintegrated at this point. So you more or less just have like dust inside there. However, you do see that one of the in a small like leather satchel that you got to pick up. You pick it up, and as you're picking up, you hear a jingle, and then when you gotta try to bring it closer, like open it, like it just again the leather just like is so cracked and rotted that it ends up spilling coins on the ground around you. But looking to see the coins that spill out around you, there's not many of them. There's only a few, but you know the color of silver when you see it. More important than the color of silver, when any one of you goes over to pick it up, pick it up and look at it, the only person here that can identify it right off the bat is Mikhail, because of all of his studies back at the academy before he came here. That mint is a mole mint. This is a proper silver coin from the Mole Empire. And silver back then is different than it is now. Silver back then, it wasn't like washed out silver alloy. It was like proper silver. This is like 99.9% silver, right? And the coins are larger, and they also have historical value. This isn't worth one silver. To the right collector, this could easily be worth more. And a handful of silver coins did spill to the ground. Only silver coins, and only looking around, finding what you heard and saw, searching, there's 7 of them total. But overall, this looks like, again, it could have been an individual person's, or more likely a small group of people's extra supplies that were put inside here. They don't seem like they would likely be of use as of right now. That all being said, Wade, you can still roll me a perception check. I know you wanted to search. And Keegan, of course, you can aid him.
Up. There. Oh, am I still shaking? I guess. Yeah.
I would say yeah.
Okay. Then I'm not gonna look.
Okay. You do have, because did we complete a level 3 or did we complete a level 2 second time around?
We at least completed level 2 a second time around.
If we completed level 2, then you do have 2+1s. Because I stole
we
one to
finish?
turn the other one into a 3.
Chat, did we finish a 3 or just a 2? I actually don't know. I think it was
I
just
don't
a
remember
2.
either.
I think it was a 2, yeah. So you can steal a +1 right now, and then you can luck it if you'd like.
You two think anything specific of this?
Oh, go for it. I don't mind.
+1
Yeah,
or a luck
not
or
bad.
both?
Probably both.
What are you looking for in?
Or roll the
these,
luck first and then see. Or can you not?
You have to use the 1 and then choose the...
One and then the luck. Okay.
We're looking through the chest where we found the silver coin, so there could potentially be other interesting mole artifacts, maybe something of value.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
because
I
at a
suppose that's
glance,
a
it looks like
good
crap.
idea to do that in case there's
All
a
right,
secret
1,
compartment
make
or
it a
something.
16. Make it an 18.
Cool. So
Alright.
one of the things that you notice inside of here is a couple of the items, like the clothing bit, the leather armor bits, before they properly disintegrate from even just shifting them around or whatever it is, because again, they're just so rotted through. So it's like dry rot and bugs that are eating part of it and so on. Is the proportions of this armor just look strange to you? It just looks unusual. Usually, armor for like a mole is going to be smaller than you, and certainly like the chest seems almost like the same size chest. Like looking at like the way that it's cut from like shoulder to shoulder for the one piece, you could probably get a good view on. It almost seems like as broad shoulders as Koa is. But as maybe like whether it be Mikhail or Aldo or whoever it is goes to pull it out and it falls apart, you can see that the remaining arm that's left behind that comes off of it is significantly longer than that you would find of like even a person of Koa's size. Certainly that of a hobgoblin, which are way smaller than you. So just like proportions seem strangely off in the armor that you see there. That being said, even like the weapons that you find, the weapons themselves, that the handles to them are a larger grip than you would normally find for, say, a hobgoblin. Because again, hobgoblins tend to be smaller than humans are, right? So the grip there is actually so large that it is a comfortable grip for somebody with a big hand like Koa, with even a little bit, almost like hand and a half in size, like bastard sword size for a proper blade. Another thing to note is while all the swords are rusted and so that eats away at the edges, so on and so forth, one particular sword in there, and to be clear, it is kind of like a broader short sword. One particular sword in there, it does still hold a bit of an edge to it. It has a different design than the others, and it does have a bit of an edge to it, which is really nice. Checking it out, so on and so forth. Again, very nice design. Making sure I'm not screwing this up. Yep. And so when you take that sword out and you're looking at it, you feel like, oh, you actually nicked yourself. Shit, Rust. You actually nicked yourself because you didn't expect it to be sharp. After all, like all the other ones are dull. Looking this thing over, I mean, if you cleaned it up, it's not a bad looking, broad, kind of like thicker short sword. But more than that, the design to it's very strange. Bigger hilt, broader blade, more stout, heavier. The weights to it's off. Has this like strange, almost like divot down at where the crossguard is. It has this almost like strange part into the actual blade itself. There's like pockmark that's inside there that just stands out as like structurally not sound. It's not so deep that makes the blade too weak. But you can imagine if this thing was like smashed against something hard, or if there were like a lot of weapons hitting each other, that kind of like a pockmark would make this weapon seem less durable. So it's like a strange design that's there. Overall, though, like the what you find inside this, again, it very much seems like a person's chest versus otherwise, so on and so forth. Da, 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 da. With the final bit of your 18 perception check, you do notice that with the trunk itself, when you go to like shift it or move it, as you go to like lift up the trunk, you realize, oh, it's not the only thing inside that back wall. You lift up the trunk and you like shift it back a little bit on the little table that it is. And right beneath the trunk, you can actually see that in the stone that that almost stone inlet that it was sitting into. There's a few like carved out depression areas in there where other stuff can be put into. All of those slots are empty, which are like small little, again, pockmark areas. All those slots of where you can hold something inside of seem to be empty. except for one area. That one area actually has inside of it a ring.
I don't know if these rusted swords have any value, but this sword seems like strange, but maybe clean upable. And there's a ring in this little nook underneath the chest.
I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, taking the ring and looking it over. So it's because of, again, how long it's been. Metal. You're not really. This isn't like iron or anything like that, so you don't have to worry about rust or anything like that. But it is tarnished for whatever it is, so you're not quite able to make out what alloy this is. Maybe later on, if you can get something decent to rub this clean or to buff it clean or whatever, you might get a better idea of it. But just looking at the fact that it is a tarnished ring that you're holding, the craftsmanship on the ring seems pretty decent. Like it seems it's not a perfect circle. No ring that you wear for longer than a couple weeks is ever going to be a circle afterwards, right? There's a bit of an ovular shape to it, but it is still smooth, so on and so forth. Like all that stuff does show that it was made heavy, strong, well built, thicker. I can't remember what it's called. Too many years now, but the actual like thickness from the part of the ring that touches your finger to the actual surface, there's a word for that thickness there, but it's actually
Girth.
Yeah, the girth is pretty solid.
Anyway,
Well, between the coins and such, I mean, this might be one, valuable, and two, some evidence that Elliot might be interested in, that we found something he might be curious about.
I think he certainly would. I mean, these coins alone those are going to be pretty damn valuable. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head, but they're definitely worth more than just a single silver.
Are there other doors leading into this area, Scott?
No, this is it.
This is the whole destination. Okay.
Do you think perhaps there's more hidden little hiding spots like this? Jesus pointed like the holes in the ground.
Not that I can see.
Is there other furniture in here?
No, this is it. Yeah.
So there was a trapped hallway leading to a secret door, and all that was in it was this chest and the holes underneath.
Mm-hmm.
But so at one point it was. At one point, before all of this stuff rusted, this was very valuable. This would have been a lot of weapons, some armor, and all this stuff, plus whatever else crumbled when we touched it.
What do you make of the fact that this sword and this armor looks so weird proportionally?
Do I have any way to answer that, Scott? Any checks I can make?
Yes, you are welcome to roll a history check because of your bardic knowledge.
Okay. History. Ooh.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So with your bardic knowledge, 20, you are able to honestly, the proportions. It is believed that bugbears are related to hobgoblins. They are kin, if you will. They both speak Glyn, but bugbears are so rare, so infrequent of creatures. Though it would make sense for some of the details. And bugbears, while taller than hobgoblins by a good bit, they also, because of their structure of their body, it's not uncommon that a bugbear could comfortably just crouch and walk. They have powerful legs. They're almost like built like, orangutan.
I think this would have been for a bugbear. Just looking at the arms and like kind of the length of the torso and such, and they are related to hobgoblins, and thus potentially the mole.
Are we all aware of what bugbears are?
Yeah, you would have heard of bugbears before, absolutely. Wade, do you know what a bugbear is?
I'm looking up an image of one.
Okay, sure. Big furry, so they're goblinkin, if you will, or greenkin, whatever you want to call them. But they are big furry and they have longer arms proportionately to other humanoid races. So that's why the chest would be designed the way it is, with a hand and a half sword would feel like a hand and a half to you versus to them it'd be normal, et cetera, et cetera. They're a far less common race, but they're fully sapient. They're people. They're just far, far, far less common. They're also known to be like distrusting. Normally, they're known to be like distrusting, can be kind of sneaky, secretive, like to be pulled back. They're very strong.
Another question real quick. Was this the, like, all of the way back here that we found? Is this the only way that it goes, or was there another branching path at one point?
This is the only place back here. Straight path.
So, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
whatever else used to be in here along with this stuff, it must have been important. I mean, if they went through all the work of working all of the stone, putting in traps in the hallway, traps in here, the secret door, all of that for...
Yeah. I can... I mean, obviously this could have been very important if someone needed arms, armor, maybe this stuff had some other kind of historic value or familial at the
or
time.
perhaps just a cache, an emergency cache if they had to access it or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. But also this ring. It's tarnished, so it's hard to make out the details, but I have the feeling that this might have been the main thing that was hidden here. Just because of where it was placed. And there's other things taken out of those other little slots you found this in. So maybe it's a set. Part of a set.
Is there any insignias or anything on the ring?
You're looking over the ring and trying to see. It's if there are, they're not in a script that you're familiar with. It's kind of dark. You do have the lantern with you. Maybe waiting for full broad daylight tomorrow. Get outside, rub this thing down, give it like a proper cleaning. You could probably get a better sight of this. When tarnish happens, it does leave. I know it sounds ridiculous to sound, but it does leave a thin layer of residue, if you will, because of the oxidization that happens, and it makes it really hard to see those kind of finer details. Wait till tomorrow. You clean the thing up, and then you can see better.
Yeah. Kind of what I was going to get at. Is say we could try to clean it.
Micro cleaning, and more as a trick to the eye than it is an actual, like, there's a millimeter. Like, so it's very, very small. I remember cleaning so many fucking rings just trying to see markings on it, but it's just like, oh, well, it's dirty, or it's tarnished, or so.
It does make me wonder if, let's say we're a day or two's travel away from what we're actually looking for, which is in the same vein as this, and this looks to be some kind of either personal or small armament, right? Like an outpost, perhaps, or just something where they stored emergency supplies or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
So what if
At least someone did.
The place we're heading for, what if it's someplace formerly military or something?
Oh, like a barracks, or maybe even a fort.
If they had an outpost outside of it with
buried?
some armaments, but then again, if these are bugbears, then I don't know anything about the bugbears and the mole, together or separate.
I mean, I couldn't tell you much about their relationship other than that they are what's the word? Greenkin? I mean, they're related to the same species, essentially.
So either they were potentially allies, or the place we're going is also bugbear.
Could be.
And if this place is this trapped and isn't quite yet in the Valley of Doom, what the hell happened down there?
At the very least, the ground moved and shifted.
Well, it happened here, yes, but I'm more so thinking about what made all these curses? Why are they seemingly connected to the locations that have significance with the mole? Why not here? Why not this particular one? Why further down?
Good questions. I feel like we probably won't get the answers here, but it may be related to the runes we're headed to. Maybe it's not just a cave with a beast in it. Maybe it's more something like this. Probably a bit deeper, I imagine.
If this is this heavily trapped for one room with a chest, now granted, this could be the most significant ring in all of history for all we know, or it could just be someone's ring. Valley of Doom, and who knows what all is waiting for us. This might be very dangerous, whatever we're getting ourselves into.
Absolutely could.
Very
And
dangerous.
And
It is appearing that
just
way.
keep in mind, we don't have to sit here and clean the whole thing out. We just do what we can, get what info we can, and report it back. I mean, honestly, we've already got some level of victory just finding this. This is proof that the area does have remnants in it.
Does
So
it have
perhaps we
well-
should.
mole remnants?
Let's get out of this room and back to the other cave before one of us forgets about this trap here and stands on it.
This one.
Right.
That's the one.
Da-da-da. Right. New characters.
Yes, let's make our way back.
Mikhail, like, obviously hesitating to go back into the, like, tight spaces.
Wade, do you take anything out of the chest with you? Like, obviously, you guys are taking the ring with you. Was there anything else that you're specifically taking with you out of that chest to bring back?
And the money.
Coins and the swords, I think.
All of the swords?
I think so, because even like in Koa's mind, even the rusted ones, like if they're that historical, they might have some either value or they might at least mean something to Elliot.
Sure. Yeah. Cool. I'll describe them afterwards then. You can bring them all out with you. Maybe everybody shares some of the load or whatever it is. I'm sure Aldo can carry the coin for you guys or whatever. And you guys can carry the
Thank
stuff
God
out.
for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys can carry out what you need to. You step over the plate that's right. You step over the plate that's there so nobody gets skewered or what have you. So that you're good to go. And you're able to go through. Once you step through, Aldo, do you turn the door to more or less reset the lock there?
The door was locked.
Yeah, you stepped out. Remember, you pressed the plate, and then I described stuff for you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Do we reset it? No, I don't think we would reset it.
Cool. Your call.
Yeah, no.
Awesome. And you leave the traps bypassed. You leave the traps so there's no what are they called? The stones under, so you don't have to worry about stepping on plates. So I imagine you still have Mikhail's very gingerly stepping over them.
Is it just a matter of like pushing the turned door thing to close it? Because Mikhail probably would.
Okay. You guys don't have to, but I was just asking.
Yeah.
As soon as
He probably
the
would. It's
traps
like-
reset and Koa steps
Yeah,
on
then
the
we
floor.
die. But no, he probably would just as a because it's like it's a historical site. We're gonna close the door, whatever. Doesn't want shit getting in there.
We know that the Egyptian raiders were always so worried about the historical, so they're like, "Look, I got another mummy. Let's go sell it."
We better lock up what's left in that chest, the broken armor and.
Yeah,
Was the armor in a good enough spot to be able to salvage, or was it dissolving?
I'm just
I think
saying.
he said that was crumbling. Yeah.
When the French invaded Cairo, they were super, super careful with.
Of course.
Very, very kind to the historical.
Yeah, we
site.
all know the pharaohs had their gold, and then they also got baguettes.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yes, that's right. All right, moving on. So you
Let's
armor?
destroy the room.
Was the armor worth grabbing, Scott, or was the armor?
it just like effectively disintegrated. It's one of those things you
then,
grab
okay.
it and it just crumbles. With how dry rotted and eaten out and whatnot that it was from like the bugs or whatever over the years, any mold or whatever that might be there. So you go to shut the door. When you shut the door, you actually it's like clink, clunk, clunk, and then you hear grinding upwards on the right hand side. You hear that as the lock or the pin or whatever it is resetting on the right side of the door through the wall, but the left side one is not currently resetting.
Oh, yeah, good enough.
Do you do like what Aldo did earlier and give it a good hit, or nah?
Nah.
Okay, cool. And so just the one pin locks in place, and you guys can go and walk back.
We'll make it easier on the next adventuring party that finds this particular cave during a rainstorm.
Yeah, there you
Right.
go.
Only one lock was engaged.
And so of course you have the pebbles underneath the pressure plate, so you're good to go there. You're safe. So walking on them, they don't trigger anything, and you guys are able to walk out in 1 minute each. Yeah, maybe Mikhail goes first. No, he
Koa
shut the door.
cruelly takes 5
Yeah,
minutes.
he has to
to
go
get
last.
through.
He hesitated anyway, so he was probably in the back.
What did you say,
Yeah.
Wade?
Oh, Koa takes extra time getting through. He's like, well, why rush now?
Nice. So you guys eventually get through, get back to the other side, so on and so forth, and you can probably look at the supplies that are here. All right, let me just describe the weapons before we move on. So one of them is, like I said beforehand, it was very broad short sword, if you will, but like a hand and a half short sword, so it doesn't feel like a short sword in your hands. It feels like you're not sure exactly how you'd fight with it yet. You'd probably have to spend some time getting comfortable with it if you ever even wanted to, but it's rusty as fuck anyways, so you're not too worried about it right now. Another one of the swords, the easiest way to describe it, Wade, it's the biggest one that's in there. It's effectively a bastard sword, right? Because again, it's like a hand and a half sword for somebody like you. So it's probably meant to just be like a long sword or what you'd call like an arming blade. But because of them, it's more like a bastard sword. And so it swings and feels like that, even if the balance and the style of it is way different than what you're accustomed to. Bastard swords, fun fact, historically, as you characters know in game, are known for being a Paradel thing. So, not necessarily Perrin the race, but that too. Perrin the nation, or the Del. Paradel is known for bastard swords. Moving on.
Are they known for their bugbears?
What was that?
Paradel known for bugbears?
They're not, no. So there might be some historical tie there that you're just not familiar with, or maybe it's crap, what's that called when two people come to the same conclusion but independent of thought? It's like lateral thinking.
Dude, I don't know. It's that word we always forget the name of. Cause
yeah,
I don't remember.
I always forget, but independently coming to the same conclusion. Yeah. Anyways, so back to game. So you are another one of the ones that you find in there. At first, you think it's like a fucked up or like a broken dagger or like with a hollowed out base, and you realize it's actually the head, meant to be the head of like a proper spear, like a pike or like a long spear. It seems to be like the head of one of those, and it took you a couple moments to realize because the design of it is a little bit strange. But either way, so you do see that there. And then finally, the last thing you find is a legitimate, like, long curved dagger. So looks more like a flaying knife, if you know what that is, like the long kind of like curve to it. The curve going, I believe, yeah. So yeah, with the curve, it has the single edged blade. So looks more like a flaying knife, but again, much bigger than a typical like flaying knife would be, because it's not just for butchering, animals. Like it's for the hands of a bugbear. There you go, convergent design. Yay.
Mm-hmm.
Finishing each other's sandwiches. In that case, I'm Anna. She's my spirit animal. You can be Prince Dickface.
Who?
You.
Oh, okay.
Because we're finishing
At
each
least
other's
I'm a
sandwiches.
prince.
I mean,
Yeah, at
he's
least
like
I'm a
the
prince. I don't give a fuck.
13th in line of a small kingdom nobody gives a shit about.
Bro, that's nobility. Bro, you know how many steps down I can go versus how many steps up right now?
Good point.
You know?
Heard.
I don't want to rule nothing. I just don't want to have to pay taxes.
Oh, I collect taxes, motherfucker. But
Stay the hell out the way.
cool. So yeah, those are the weapons that you're able to find there. And the only one that had that like strange design, as I was describing to you before, Wade, was just the short sword looking one that was there. Cool.
A short sword, a broadsword, and a bastard sword, essentially.
It was a short sword, the head of a
Spearhead.
pike, a bastard sword, and like a funny looking dagger.
Oh, there was a short sword too. Okay.
The short sword
I thought there
was like the broad with the pockmark in it, so on and so forth. That was what.
Okay, I've got broadsword / bastard sword. Those are the same one, right?
Yes. Sure.
And then
yes.
I've got the head of the spear and the curved dagger that I spelled curved.
Yep. And then there's so then to answer your earlier question, the answer was no. Broadsword and bastard sword are two separate things.
For some reason, I thought there were 3 total blades. There's 4 total.
Correct. 3 plus a pike. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Dagger, broadsword, that was you said was kind of like a bastard sword, but it isn't. And the biggest sword is more like a bastard sword than the broadsword is.
Yeah. The description was all over the place. Yeah.
But the
Well,
broadsword was the one that had the
more
weird
the short
design.
sword, right?
The
Correct.
broadsword's the one that's like the
Broadwood-
weird
Yes.
bugbear
yes,
design.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Try to get it right in my
All right,
notes
back
here.
to the. So I can jump cut to the next day. You guys traveling. I don't know if there was any further RP you guys wanted to have.
I think we're gonna try to clean that ring up some the next day, but
Yeah, the ring I think is the only other thing, unless
if it gets
Aldo.
bright.
Yeah, that's a craft which you can do on train. That's a craft jeweler. You can absolutely go ahead and roll that. It's intelligence based.
I have a +1 to intelligence.
I think everybody does.
Okay.
I got a +2.
Oh, he's a smart
You
one.
know,
Yeah, look at
the
his wisdom.
brainiac over here.
Man can read a book, but can't change a tire.
Sure as hell can't.
I mean, you could be smart enough to change the tire, just not wise enough to know it should get done.
My brother went to change a tire, and the oh fuck, what's the thing called that you put it up with?
The jack.
Yeah, flipped, and it fell on his arm, and he had to call a 911 to come get it off of him. He has this horrible looking scar. He's lucky he got to keep his arm, but it fucked up his arm pretty bad.
Oh, the jack flipped and the car fell on his arm.
Look at-
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
like putting a jack in there the right way. So many people just do it like as your brother knows. They just do it quick, but it's like there is a correct way. You know the car ones that you like put the thing in, you screw it on, you go as opposed to like the little one that's built into your car. So I had one of those and it has wheels on it, but the wheels don't necessarily lock. And so I went one time, the wheels were slowly moving away. And so luckily River was there, and I was like, "Hey River, can you just put your foot there?" And River's what, 6'6", so she put her foot there, and that was going nowhere. So, but yeah, I was like, "Yeah, let's not fuck around."
Jeez.
Yeah, luckily it was for, again, like Wade was saying, a tire, so nobody under the car. That's scary as shit. So
Yeah, hell no.
but back to game.
You guys want me to luck it or no?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Your craft. There's technically another +1.
We do have another +1.
I mean,
I wouldn't luck it, but you could use a +1 till 14 just to clean
Yeah,
the ring
that's
up.
fine.
Hit 14. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, let's do that.
Cool. You do exactly that. You rub the shit out of this thing with a couple of different chemicals that you have with you. There's even a little bit of acid that you had instead of one of the vials that you got before. So a bit of water, maybe a bit of acid, trying different fabrics, whatever it is, to properly try to rub this thing down to get it clean. And eventually you are able to get it clean. And the funny part is, when you do, it must have been how it was being worn before that caused it, because you've seen tons of literally exposed to the elements before that didn't, cause that type of tarnishing or oxidization. Or maybe it was the lack of being pressed against the same kind of stone, or it's altered from its natural state. Anyways, when you're done, the sheen that comes off of this ring is identical to that you find inside of the rocks of all the mole engineering that you find. So like those veins of metal, this is an identical metal to that you find in those veins all the time. But this was just happened to be tarnished, which you've never seen before, and those are exposed to the elements. Moreover, you spend a significant amount of time looking it over, trying to see if there's etchings, maybe even get some opinion from those around you. Go ahead and roll me a linguistics check.
I have a 1 on that.
No, you don't. You have nothing unless you have a point.
I have a
I have
point in
nothing
linguistics
on
if you want me to assist.
Oh, you have a point?
Yeah.
I don't know if he needs an assist, but you're welcome to.
I'll take an assist.
I mean, he probably doesn't need it, but hey.
Like,
Hey,
how often do
you
you get
can
to
give
roll
him a
linguistics?
Oh man. Well, at least it's not so low. He gives you bad advice and reduces your check, right? Like
He's good enough that he can't.
if it was
That's great.
one lower, he could have made you worse.
He picks up a piece of the tarnished stuff that actually rubbed off and was like, no, this is the ring.
You missed a rune. Just splashes it back on.
To be clear, you have a 25. That's an insanely high number. Theoretically, a 30 could be hit if you wanted to spend a 1 in a luck die, but I assume you don't want to.
Nah.
So what I
This
would
is
say is this: you can't read it, but you can confirm absolutely that the etchings that are in there very faint, maybe because it was intentionally faint, or maybe because this metal is hard to carve into. You can test that if you'd like by carving into a back spot or whatever it is that you'd like. But the etchings that are in it are not on the outside of the ring; they're on the inside of the ring. So the outside is meant to be smooth, but the inside has etchings inside of it. Again, you can't read it, but you are able to identify that it's a Glyn. That is why it was even so hard for you to realize that it was script. Because as a reminder, Tal, the language of the Mull, is based off of real world Arabic, which is like a beautiful kind of like script as it is by design. Glyn is a bastardized, simplistic version of that is just like so it's so low in caliber comparatively that literally if you don't know what Glyn is, it could just look like somebody accidentally left etchings on it, like you accidentally scratched along a line or whatever it is. So it takes you some time to determine, but you realize this is definitively Glyn that is carved in here, and now you just have to find somebody that can either read Glyn to translate it, or to what I'm looking for here, find some other means like a book or whatever just to reference.
Was that the same language that the hobgoblins are speaking?
It is, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So we just need to find rock salt or whatever, and he can help us.
Though I would be clear about with them, not saying that they can't read it, they probably can. If this is actually hundreds of years old, they might be speaking a different version of Glyn, a different dialect, or at least a later. So it might still require
like an
a bit
archaic version.
Yep. But you rolled so well on this, you would be able to aid their benefit. If you want to write down, you can give a +5 to a person speaking Glyn's linguistics check to translate.
So this is written in like Shakespearean, and they're speaking Urban Dictionary.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah. There you go. Okay. Oh God. Like no cap. And I'm like, I still don't know what that means.
To my loving son. This says something about fucking a donkey.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right.
Which I don't think read magic helps with that, right?
No,
Glyn
no.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I know it's related to magic, but I think it's just because it's Either way, it doesn't help here.
Gotcha. Cool. So you are that's what you're able to determine with this ring, and again, it is clearly on the inside. So whatever this etching is, it's not meant to be public. It's meant to be internal, and the size of the ring is large. So clearly was meant to be worn by the hobgoblin as well. Sorry, the bugbear as well.
Bugbear.
So big actually that like Koa can wear it on his thumb, but the rest of you would be struggling to get it on your any finger. Well, maybe not any finger.
Big toe.
But we good?
I think so.
So just make sure my notes look good here.
Awesome. Like I said, the next day, after 2 days of sitting there in the rain, the next day it finally clears up enough that's a drizzle, but you don't want to waste any more time. The day will clear up as it moves on.
There's still drizzle for Rizzle?
So you maybe get a late start. You don't leave as early in the morning as you normally want to, a couple hours later, but you do start heading out. You don't need a roll survival. I already said that the path is intuitive and so on and so forth. So 2 more days later, you guys eventually are going to be breaking into the valley that you believe is the correct valley. Before I describe this valley for you, it's 2 days travel there. It's 2 days in the cave. That was 3 days of traveling. 2 days of traveling post Hobgoblin, plus 3 days with Hobgoblin. So 2, 4, 6, 9, plus the one before it's 10. That's 30 days of rations get removed because there's 3 of you, and that's 10 days past before you get to the valley.
Wait, why is it 10? We went 2 days. We had 2 days of rain.
So 2 days post rain, 2 days during rain. Then it was what was it, 2 days pre-rain after you
Yes.
left the hobgoblins.
Right.
Okay. And then when you were traveling with the hobgoblins, that was 3 more days because it was 2.5, but then you
I
spent the
didn't
night.
count those because we had the deer meat. I didn't add those to the thing.
Oh, I wasn't including the deer meat in this yet.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I think that was 1 day
So
Gotcha.
the grand total was 30
plus one person.
30 days worth of rations. Deer meat absorbs 4 of that. So you have 26
that
days worth of
zeroes us
rations
out.
need to be removed.
Okay, cool. 26. Oh, we're close to zeroed out then. At least on Simon. I don't think any of the rations are listed on the other.
I feel like before we went into the valley, we would do some more hunting then if we're getting that low.
Well,
Yeah,
the valley
yeah,
could
we
also
might
be
have
where
to.
you find food.
Yeah, that's,
I don't know if I want to find food in a place called the Valley of Doom. I don't know where you do your shopping, but like if you hear a place called, we have Kroger here in Cincinnati, and there's one down by where I went to school that was called Krogetto. You don't go shopping at Krogetto if there's another Kroger on the way. So like if you want to go hunt a deer, you probably hunt the deer before you get into the Valley of Doom deer meat.
Did you do the math on the rations? How many days rations you have left? I think it still says week, but it's meant to say day because we broke it down. You certainly don't have
Day.
29 1 week rations. It's 29 1 day.
yeah.
How many days do you have left?
3. But I also
like
realized
we-
I have 13 on my sheet.
Okay, cool. How many do you guys have in your sheets?
Ration.
So I'm probably just going to add those to that pile.
That's what I was going to say. Take them off your sheet
have-
and put them on that pile.
I have 7 rations.
I also have 7.
It doesn't say how long they are. It just says 7 rations.
No, it's 7 days.
Yeah, 7. Each one's a day.
Yep. Cool. So you had 13. So you just added. You guys have.
20.
That's awesome. How many total is it? 21 total.
7 plus 13, so that's 20. And then
20,
I think
and
Aldo,
then
you said one.
he gave you 7 more, and there were already 3 left, so it's 30 left.
Yeah, 30 total left. Yeah.
So you guys have 10 more
Editing.
days without hunting. Wade, did you say you wanted to spend a day hunting in hopes that you don't just waste a day to gain a day?
We can take it to RP, but I feel well if we have that many, if we have 20 days left, I don't know if it's as important. But like if we had 3 days left, it's like yeah, maybe we hunt.
It's 30 days worth of rations, which is 10 days across the party.
Dude, if we're inside this place for 10 days, we're already in trouble. So I think the idea was to like spend maybe a day here, look around, and get back, right?
Or, yeah.
If things go well.
Maybe I could see us spending maybe 2 or 3, just depending on what we find and if we need to, like, retreat, regroup.
You might have to, I don't know
that
about
kind of
Aldo, but you might have to convince Koa to stay in a place called the Valley of Doom for multiple nights.
Depending on what we find, right? Like, obviously, if it's just danger, we're like, okay, fuck it.
Picturing, like
camp and
fucking
leave.
green fog and deer running around with 3 heads and shit. Like this is like Hills Have Eyes meets Chernobyl kind of bullshit.
Yeah, we might have to take it to RP. I don't think in character Mikhail had a specific idea of how much time we were going to spend here, other than just we're going to go examine it, and then when we're done, we're done.
Let's assume it's a day before you guys end up arriving there. You still
Yeah.
have effectively 33 rations, so 11 days worth of rations. So it's a day beforehand. And you're looking at the pack and you're like, I don't know, this is even 2 weeks left for all of us. And you're probably looking it over Koa and just thinking like, before we get there, because we're getting pretty close. I wouldn't be surprised if we get there tomorrow. You're thinking to yourself, maybe we should do some hunting. It might take us longer to get there, but if we could stock up a bit before we do.
Yes, as I just said.
In your own
Yeah,
head.
that's probably
Well-
not bad.
As internal dialogue walks up to you guys, as I just said.
Oh, yes, exactly.
I'm not opposed.
It is
I'd
possible
rather
we
be
end
out
up
of
wasting
here
a day. We
sooner
don't
than later.
find anything, and we could potentially find something down in the valley. But being the Valley of Doom, I don't know exactly how much we want to eat the local cuisine.
I mean, it's what people call it is the Valley of Doom, right? We haven't even seen
Or
it yet.
potentially a reason.
Yeah, but people make stuff up all the time. I mean, people say
I got
all kinds of
attacked by
stuff about
plants while we were walking with a rock man.
Yeah, that did happen. I don't know what to expect. Other than, I mean, I assume if there's animals there that we can eat, then that's still gonna be fine. Or
I'm
plant
looking
life, or
through
whatever.
food in Valley of Doom in our book here, and it says absolutely nothing. So
Great. So you
I'm just
didn't
saying,
want to
perhaps we
hunt?
take a couple of hours, look for something else to kill. Maybe we get lucky, maybe we don't. Kill a few hours, and either have more food or at least say we tried.
I'm not opposed. It sounds
never
reasonable.
disagreed with. I didn't ever disagree with that, and you started telling me about how dangerous was to hunt in the valley.
I don't know if it's dangerous. I'm just saying I don't know if I want to rely only on that.
Oh well, yeah. No, we have 10 days of rations left before that, so we have
Right.
some room for error if needed.
Well, how long are we gonna spend in the valley? A couple hours?
I don't think a couple of hours is going to be enough time.
I was afraid you'd say that.
Well, I mean, think of how long it just took us to explore a room at the end of a single cavern. I mean,
Right.
well, here's the thing. I still agree with you. The more rations we have, the more we can, as much as we don't want to stay out here, it's better if we're not rushed by the threat of running out of food. If we can take our time, we can be more careful. We're more free to retreat, regroup, do whatever we need to do to get this job done.
What if like a plains cat and a wyvern had some kind of horrible child that live in the valley, and it's a hybrid of the two, pounces like a cat and flies like.
Well, seeing as that was rather sound logic, Mikhail, I do think maybe we should just hunt, get it over with if we catch something or not, and then head on our way. Not worried about,
Yeah.
crossbreeds of plains cats with wyverns.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Just thinking out loud of why it's the Valley of Doom, but no, hunting would be a good idea. Let's go for a hunt.
Should be a playwright. Flying fucking plains cats.
Starts composing. Fly by nights, the plains cats flight. It
Effort
is
with the
scary.
Was heard across the plains as the wyvern flew above.
You,
Landed down behind the cat and gave a gentle shove. An egg
That
popped
is-
out and then a shell.
why are we doing the song about the mating? Like,
is-
why?
That's the most uniquely terrifying thing. You imagine hearing this fucking enormous baritone purring just like swooping through the air.
No. I'm just imagining of literally a tavern hall of a whole bunch of people drunkenly actually singing about a wyvern fucking a cat.
It's as terrifying
Sounds
as
about
a
right.
wyvern, but it like sees a giant ball of yarn and like stops and starts rolling on the ground.
It's like I'm thinking about people at the bar. One of them be like, "I'm telling you, the song is he. What was it? He thrusted thrice." It's like, no, he thrusted nice. It's like, no, it's thrice. Get it right.
You're both wrong. He thrusted twice. 3 times is excessive, boy.
Gwen's in the
Who
corner
needs three
sobbing.
2
thrusts?
pumps, you unload, and you come back another day.
Oh Jesus! All right, moving on. So go
Go
ahead.
that part of the stream.
You go ahead and wait before you roll your survival, which does get the +2 from the book to assist you in this. Keegan, you can go ahead and roll to assist. I assume you're the one that assists in this.
You're welcome to assume.
Aldo has the bow.
Aldo, you roll to assist their survival. You have the wisdom mod.
Keegan's got a
I was
ring.
like, it depends on if you want a -1 or a +1 to the roll.
I think
Oh.
the guy with the bow makes
I think-
sense to be.
I think he's on the phone at the moment, so I will roll
Oh,
for
yes.
him.
I guess is okay.
So I'll give you his assist, sir. Don't forget to get rid of your shaking condition if you haven't already. By the way.
I did.
Hey, a +2. So you have +4 total. Don't roll like shit. Hey, he rolled okay. So that's again 4 days. So it takes so you travel at half speed, and you gain more or less that day that you travel at half speed, you gain 3, and 4, you use 3, right? So Keegan, with whatever was stocked up going into the what's it called?
Valley of Doom.
The Valley of Doom. Just add 1 net on top of that to start.
Yeah.
And then
So
Wade.
valuable.
No, it's fine. Wade, go,
Same.
because this next time could solve it. Go ahead and do the same thing one more time.
Okay. Same modifier?
Yeah. All right, cool. This time you guys are walking into the valley. You haven't fully finished eating the food. So with this one, Kiken, straight up add 5.
Ooh.
So we had a 1 before, this time we're straight up adding 5.
Yeah.
I added 2 days.
Yeah, literally. So it's not, you wasted a day to add 2 days, which is nice. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And to be clear of what it was that you found, I mean, don't get me wrong, you did find a little bit of meat by way of like, again, like varmin. So, you know, like bunnies and shit like that. So a small amount like that. Mostly what you found was using the book as a guide. There's this, a grass that grows there. Grass is not the right word, but grass like, plant that's there that is very tasteless, but it is edible and it has a decent amount of nutritional value. So it's one of those things where like literally as you're walking, you chew on it like a snack. It's not very good, but it does give you sustenance. It is decent. So, and you're literally just chewing on a whole bunch of grass as you're traveling.
Oh, Koa would troll the shit out of them.
Nice.
He would be like, quiet, up ahead. And he'd draw his sword and like sneak up. And he would swing at the grass. And you guys would be like, oh my god, what meat is it? And he grabs the grass and comes back. And it's like, we can eat this grass.
On the flip side, the horses love it.
That's a good one. No.
It's like a lemongrass or some shit. You get the idea. So cool.
It's nice. It's better than nothing.
And so you know, a good amount of vegetation you're able to add into the mix there. All right, you guys get into the valley. So let me describe this. So you finally walk down the goat path. Unfortunately, you never came across a goat herder at this point in time. But when you come across the
Or a goat helper.
when you come down the path into the valley, you can finally find the valley that you're going into. First and foremost, it has grasses up in the valley as well. They are tall grasses, but nowhere near as tall as the grasses down where the plains cats are. These are more of like the kind of grasses that you would see in like the Midwest rolling meadows that come up to maybe like your knees or your thighs, not the kind of grass that comes up to your chest. You know what I mean? So definitely, shorter, but rolling grasses, lots of like fields of like wildflowers or whatever there are that they're out there. So the area that you come walking into is just a rolling field of grasses that are there naturally. The most unique feature about this place when you come walking in this valley is it's not just a valley. You're literally walking down a hard climb down the goat trail through a mountain pass, if you will, into the valley. And you notice that all around you, the mountain rises up. So there's a whole bunch of different like stiff climb, whether it be a like literally a cliff face up or a steep climb or whatever it is. So the valley that you're sitting in is almost like sitting inside of a bowl. Not a circular bowl, more like an oblong bowl. Like if you imagine just like a giant stadium. Where again, instead of stands rising around you, it is, you know, cliffs or like mountainsides and so on and so forth. And so when you come stepping down into this valley and looking about, you can see like, holy shit, this place is massive. We are in a large flat area. This is a place where you can totally see there being like a town or some sort of, you know, civilization that can settle here. It is comfortably set. As you're looking around and kind of taking this in, no immediate spot jumps out to you as to where this location is. But comparing all the rumors that you had heard, the details that you had collected from the research in advance, and the references to the book that you have here, you have a strong belief that this is where you're meant to be. You're just going to have to search around here for a little while.
Yeah, do we know anything about what the entrance is supposed to be like? Is it like an entrance to a cave or a mountain face, or is it just
it is
ruins
supposed
in
to
the
be a
middle of a
cave.
field? Yeah.
It's supposed to be a cave.
Correct.
Yeah.
You believe so. Yeah. Some sort of, you know, entrance. You don't
So in
see that
theory,
from
we'd
where you
think
immediately are.
Yeah, in theory, we would think the edge of the
Yeah.
valley then.
You can walk the rim.
Yeah. Um. I don't know if this will make a difference or not, but whenever we were in the other cave, was it like on the north, south, east, or west side of like the mountain face?
Oh, that's a good question. You thinking back to that for a moment. I'm trying to think how you were traveling. You're traveling northwestward, so it's probably on the southern face of a mountain.
Because if these are both worked, then perhaps there was a reason that they faced that way. But maybe if this one would also be on the southern side, which I guess it doesn't really matter east or west which way we go.
Mm-hmm.
So if you think it's going to be on a southern face, you'd want to head north, so that you can look at a southern face. At the northern edge of this would be a southern.
Yeah, but we might
face
as well
having
look
an
at one of
entrance.
the other sides on the way up there, right?
Sure,
So
sure, sure,
maybe-
sure. You can walk the area.
Yeah, that sounds good.
The place is not so small that it's like, oh, it's just a quick walk across. It's actually quite large, but not so large that you couldn't make the walk in a day. If you woke up your morning here and started at the beginning of your day, you could spend the entire day and walk the rim of this, but it would take about that long, a whole day. Riding a horse way faster, but you're walking because you have, beasts of burden and so on.
Yeah. We have mountains all around.
Yeah. Yep. Whether they be a steep cliff up or just like or like a steep climb. The only easy way in that you've noticed so far is that goat path.
Well, you all feeling lucky one way or another? Western side up to the north or eastern side up to the north?
The goat path is on what side?
You guys came in from the southeast, so you came in from the southeast.
So east would be kind of more keeping how we arrived.
I guess we'll go the. I don't know. What do you think?
I feel west for some reason, but I have no.
I agree.
Well, if we're on the southeastern side, then we'll have to go around the southern rim to get to the western rim to get up to the northern rim if we're going that way. Which does cover 3/4 of what we're looking for. As long as it's not on the east, we're good.
Right? Seems logical.
All right.
Yeah, let's go west.
You're gonna walk straight west. Or you're gonna walk because you came in from the southeast. You're gonna head south to work your way around.
I think we're gonna
head
follow
south,
the
right?
edge.
The
I
rim,
think we're
yeah.
gonna hug the rim to kind of keep an eye out for the entrance.
Cool.
Yee.
Completely understood. Awesome. So you guys are making your way along, following this edge that's here. Everybody, go ahead and roll me perception checks.
Is this used? This doesn't get any bonuses, right?
Not from the book now.
Ooh.
Koa is the one that sees it first. As you guys start heading southwards, walking along the eastern flank right now, heading southwards, it actually doesn't take long before you come to the area that you believe you may have been looking for. As you're heading south, you notice that there is one rise that happens before you. It's a very, very high rising mountain peak that happens before you. The mountain kind of like builds up and backwards. And part of the mountain that you see there, it is a absolute flat face that rises up a considerable distance. So you can literally see is just a sheer cliff that goes up. This wouldn't stand out as too strange, aside from maybe how high up that flat face is, that hundreds of feet up it goes. It wouldn't stand out aside from just being tall, but you probably could have come across many other cliffs like this before. The thing that strikes you as likely what you're looking for is that a few hundred feet up from the ground, built into the actual cliff face there is a jutting stone structure that comes out of the cliff face. As you're getting closer and you're able to make out better details, squinting, and then eventually like close enough that you can properly see it, it looks as though it's like, for lack of better phrasing, a balcony that builds out of the face of the stone of the cliff that's before you. But again, a few hundred feet up from where you are. It is not an easy place to get to, but there absolutely is exactly that, like a balcony that is set up there. Looking at the stone of the balcony, because of course that's always of your interest, and it matches the design of the stone that you've seen so many times before. That's from a distance you're seeing this. You guys haven't like walked up to the cliff face yet, so you're still a good distance away and you're seeing this and you're like, and you can feel free to jump in, RP Wade, whatever you want, early on or later or whatever.
There it is, I think. As I said, definitely on the southern side.
Southeastern side even.
Oh. Yeah, that's the stone, too. The ore, or whatever it is.
Now
I'm
getting
not actually
there.
sure how to approach.
Well, we need to go over and up.
True. Okay, so as we travel, something that kind of stands out about the rumors is none of them really talk about a creature or anything. There's no howling or anything like that, just bodies torn to shreds, lots of delightful
Oh, I
imagery.
forgot about that.
I somehow
Yeah.
did too this morning. I was so happy about the hunt yesterday. I forgot all about the bodies torn to shreds bit.
It did go well, didn't it? But so here's what I was thinking: is I feel like with most rumors that have to do with a beast, right, some kind of bump in the night, they almost always spawn an imagery, right? It's a little odd that this one, it doesn't even really seem to come up in the rumors. There's not like a bunch of different, oh no, it's some kind of lion-headed man or a bull with tentacles. I don't know. None of that stuff happens. So
So what do you propose happens to these bodies?
I think it might be a trap. I think it might be something they're missing. Just like we almost missed the pressure plates in the other area.
You almost missed them. Aldo found them and I came in after.
Yeah, thanks, Koa.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just, I was trying to bring up morale. I suppose I just.
Yeah, it's fine if it helps. But as I'm saying, I think it's possible it could just be something that other people aren't seeing because they don't know to look for it. Especially if it's just, hunters or groups of shepherds or whatever that tend to run into this. They're not going to have the skills or knowledge to know that they should be looking for pressure plates or sigils or whatever else might be causing it.
All right,
We
so
kind of know what we're getting into.
let's say you're right. The bodies they're talking about, are they finding the pieces out here in the valley itself, or are they going inside of this whatever's up there?
I think they're generally found in the valley. I don't think anyone's gone into the cave itself.
So what kind of
and
trap
come
would just
out.
be out here somewhere?
It may not be out here necessarily, but it could be, say, some kind of concussive force or a blast of wind or something that carries these things out. And also, there's lots of storms. Things could get blown off of that ledge down into the valley or washed with the rains.
How high up do you think that is? I ask as we approach.
Yeah. So as you're looking, just making a quick guess of it, God, 300 feet maybe? It could be more. It could be a little bit less. You doubt less. Could be a little bit more, but 300 feet feels like a good guesstimation.
How long is our rope?
You guys can look through you guys, I think, have rope both on your own inventory
Yeah.
and on the horses. Feel free to look. But in the
And a
interim,
climber's kit.
you also have like a grapple crossbow shot and shit like that too. There's a whole bunch of stuff. But Wade, but to be clear, the way that it's shaped is it's a flat cliff face, and then a few hundred feet up, all of a sudden it starts to almost like bowl out. So it's not like all of a sudden a flat ledge sticks out of the cliff face. That'd be ridiculous. It wouldn't support itself. Instead, it's like it's almost like it has a swooping or like a curved out area. So we go straight up a flat cliff face, and then have like a a swoop out to get up to the balcony. And there might be a lip to the balcony too, but it's going to be hard to tell from here.
So does it look like there's potentially any kind of like carving inward, like there might be a staircase that goes in somewhere, so maybe there's another way to get to it? Or does it look like...
That's a great question. Why don't you go ahead and roll a perception check? And honestly, it might be beneficial to try to, like, as you're rolling this perception check, instead of going straight to the location, it might be beneficial to actually, like, hey guys, why don't we actually see if we can find different vantage points while we're this far back to get a proper sight. You know what I mean? Just because you can get a pulled back view. It might be worth you guys spending time investigating from afar before investigating up close.
How long would it take to take a higher number on this, or can we not do that?
It would have changed the DC as opposed to taking a higher number. And I would say if you spent like a proper hour, like riding around, looking for different sites, maybe getting areas that you can step up on, trying to take in details here. If you spend an hour on that, I would lower the DC for you.
We found this pretty quick, and we were planning on spending all day doing this, right? So I think an hour is... I'm willing to spend an hour doing this.
It's halfway into the day
easy.
that you guys stepped into the valley.
Yeah.
So the sun's high in the sky, but yes, it is pretty good.
I think I'll take an hour to help.
Cool. Go ahead and roll perception check, and you guys are... Well, actually, I think you're aiding in Keegan's primary.
Oh, okay.
Because I think Keegan's a higher modifier.
I think that gives you a 2, right?
Yes, sir.
Plus 2.
Hey, it's 20 solid. Does that include the 2?
It does.
You can grab the last remaining +1 and luck it if you'd like, or just be happy here.
I guess I may as well grab the +1 since we're at...
Yeah, I think
we're pretty late.
Cool,
Yeah, I'll take
yeah.
the +1.
Sure. So you grab that +1, and when you step back and you're properly walking around and looking, there's going to be a couple things that we notice. Pause on the actual wall that you're looking at. You notice something else out here instead. I mentioned those tall grasses, right? Those grasses that come up to maybe your if you're walking among them, up to maybe your knee or your thigh. So they're high up, but not as tall as the grasses of the plain cats are. Those grasses are, it's beautiful, lots of flowers that grow among them, so on and so forth. But more importantly, you realize that the grasses actually also have been hiding something. As you're riding around, you don't notice at first. You probably rode by several before you even noticed the first one. There are structures that at least were here at some point in time in the valley. As you're moving about different areas here and there and trying to, find a good vantage point to look up, you actually find old bits of stone on the grounds where this stone would have been part of old buildings, whether they be the foundations of or just an old collapsed building that at one point in time would have, stood here before. But the years and the mountaintop, the rain, the winds, the snow, all that have collapsed every one of the buildings that you see out here. Everyone except one. You do see a very small structure that is still here. It's a really small structure. I mean, like, maybe the whole thing from an external count, which, stone is pretty thick, so it'd be much smaller on the inside. Maybe like 10 by 10, small square structure with a small little like jut out that would act as like an alcove when you're first like walking into it to give you like a step out of the rain before you get to the door scenario. That's the only structure that you still see standing out here. And you're welcome to approach it if you want to, but to go back to your perception check. When you're looking around at the balcony that's above, you're able to see if there was a stairway that went up there, that worked its way up this cliff. At one point in time, honestly, there may have been an external stairway or means to get up there. But the side of the cliff, off to one of the sides of the balcony, the rock looks so different over there. The coloration's a bit different. The formation's a bit different. That it looks like there could have been a rock slide at some point. It happens. Naturally, rocks just crumble, especially if you're not actively maintaining them because you live there, right? That could have taken out where the stone walkway would have been built into the rock slide. I guess the only way to air quotes confirm that would be when you get up close to go over underneath that spot and see if there is a pile of rock and what it looks like. So you think maybe, Wade, that is the case. But also from this vantage point way back here, looking up above the balcony, it's not just more rock. There's actually a design above it, a structure, if you will. Not like a building, but built into the cliff face there, giving a degree of design to it. It almost looks like, if you imagine in your mind, like a giant ornate door, like imagine like a big, beautiful ornate double doors, where the doors have more of like the design to it is a whole bunch of little squares that make up the whole door, and those little squares have small like designs built into each one of those squares. That's kind of like what you see, almost like hewn into the rock face above the balcony. It's not, you can't see it from beneath the balcony or anywhere near it, and you can't even see it from everywhere in the valley. Only certain places of the valley have like the right alignments where you're high enough up and have a good enough straight on sight to see this like really, interesting design. It's too far back here to make out what that design is, but you can see that there's some carving at the top of the balcony. Maybe the balcony is the only structure, or maybe there's something else up there. You don't know yet.
Yeah, I'll definitely tell him about the other structure that I saw. The one that's still mostly intact. Once we get closer to it, I'll point it out.
That's a good point to start at.
I'll mention, I think you said, Scott, I noticed the rock slide stuff, so I think I would also let you guys know about the potential rock slide thing. I'd have to get closer to see if actually that is what happened, but potentially an easy way of getting up there might be gone unless the structure or something down here also leads, and if it goes underground.
Yeah, something like that. It's definitely worth checking out. It doesn't require 300-foot climb.
Maybe that structure is a good starting point, and then it's easier to access, and maybe it'll give us some idea of what this place even was.
Yeah.
Should we set up a base camp of sorts to keep the animals and supplies nearby then?
Yeah, once we're, I don't know how close we'd actually want to get to it before we set camp. But yeah.
I just didn't know how close to these structures we wanted to actually have camp in case something goes awry here in the Valley of Doom.
Same.
Great.
Yeah.
Scott, can I roll another survival check just to see if I can find a good spot for camp?
Honestly, it wasn't very far to get to where you are from the goat trail. If you want, you have like two options here. One, find a comfortable spot here in the valley, which genuinely seems peaceful. Find a good spot here in the valley, or you can just hike your way back to the goat trail and make your way back over here, and just go back and forth.
How far was it? Like if we were going straight to and from?
Yeah, so you haven't even gone straight up to the front door yet, but or sorry, the front door, the cliff face yet. Let's say you're to walk from the cliff face itself straight to the goat trail. That probably is in and of itself, with like, riding the horses, not super fast, but not like super slow. Maybe an hour and a half. So it could be worth it. You can make that shorter if you properly want to gallop them or something. Hey, Steve. Oh, thanks, man.
I suppose the question is, do we want to travel an hour or two each time back and forth, but then make sure our camp isn't actually in the valley itself, or just have camp nearby? Depends on our concerns about what exactly the traps and doom are.
Well, we should check out the structure, right? We might be able to make camp inside the structure that's still here.
Probably not so much for the animals, but yes, we could potentially stay in there. Let's take a look inside, then we'll make a decision then, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Cool. So you guys head over to where that small 10 by 10 building is what you're going, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. When you guys head over to that direction, you make your way up to it. So one of the important things to note is that the stone for that building, funny enough, is not the same mole stone that you've seen a bunch of times. Come to think of it, all the little structures that you saw on the ground also weren't the same kind of mole stone that you've seen so many times. It's just typical gray stone, like you would mine or quarry or whatever it is out of the mountains over here. Not that same style. When you go to
Is that the same, sorry, Scott, as in the forest when we seen all those like ruins? Was that the stone, or was that the same as this?
the ruins were. You talking about the little like what looked like it could have been houses or what have you, right?
Yeah, over
Like
in the
this.
forest when we were over there. I guess
Yeah,
like this.
Yeah. There
Okay.
were areas that had the mole stone. There were areas where it was just gray stone.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Cool. So thank you, Jake. Wade. So as you're arriving up to it, you notice that there's no roof on this. If it had a roof at any point in time, it has long since fallen, right? As a matter of fact, once you get close enough to look at this, again, 10 by 10 structure, it is tall enough to be like 1 floor tall. But looking at the amount of stone that's collapsed around it, it's very likely the structure at one point in time was more than 1 floor. I mean, it's hard to tell because there's so much stone around. It was probably 2 or 3 floors. And with how small the structure is, I mean, maybe it was like a tiny tower, like for viewing or whatever. Who knows? But you come riding up to this thing and just immediately, without even going inside, walking around, you see there's enough stone spilled around it that definitely, if it was taller, it fell down here. Going up to the door of the structure, like I said, there's a small alcove that's there. You're stepping into it. It feels secure. Hit the wall once or twice, whatever it is you need to do to feel comfortable. It seems comfortable. You go to the... Oh, there's no door. That is long since gone. Completely rotted out, weathered away, so on and so forth. There is one... You see the not the upper, but the lower hinge is actually still there. Rusted as fuck. Wherever the upper hinge went, God only knows. Maybe the winds took the door and took the hinge with it. Who knows? But there's still a bottom hinge and it's rusted as fuck, like effectively disintegrated, rusted. And so when you go step inside, it's not large in there, maybe 8 by 8 feet inside. And there is spilled stone inside here too. So if there was at one point some structure to be stairs to going up, they're long since gone. However, perception check.
All of us?
All of us?
Anybody that's going inside, even if you go one at a time.
Copycat.
I was hoping for a third 12. Yeah, you guys go inside, look around. I mean, nothing jumps out at you. Nothing. Again, whatever the structure was, it looks like it may have been taller at one point in time. It's collapsed over the years. The stone is just gray stone. Maybe it was unrelated to the mold to begin with. You don't know. You have not enough detail here and now.
Well, I don't think this is going to be our way in. But, nice stone room.
Yeah, it's not too terribly bad, I guess.
Could use a roof.
Much... Yeah, at least one. Looks like I might have had 2 at one point.
Hey! Welcome, Sparkles, Mandy. It's funny. I work
Howdy,
with
everyone.
a dude named Michael, but I think I work with 3 Michaels.
Wow, that's so cool.
And well, everybody also their dad's name is Michael and their son's name Michael. There's so many. Michael's is an epidemic. Anyways, so Michael's nickname at work is Sparky, but I call him Sparkles.
I was wondering
That's
how
a
and when that was
Sparkles.
going to be related to anything. Because
Well, Sparkles.
Sparkles Mandy rated. You know, I work with
It
3
turns
Michaels.
out you're
Their
still
dad's
waiting.
Michael, their son's Michael, grandchildren Michael, cousins Michael.
Well,
All right, well, welcome Raiders to Michael.
well, like
I think
literally,
you're gonna still be waiting there, Wade.
his name in my phone is literally like it's literally the Sparkles emoji. If I can.
Wow. God, you know how to entertain new Raiders.
There you go. Sparkles emoji is literally his name in my phone.
Welcome, everyone, to
So-
apparently this.
I was about to say that I'm definitely getting tired because my brain is turning off, but I don't even think it needs to be said. At this point.
I just feel like brain rot.
I thought I
me.
passed out at at my desk for a second. I was like, "Oh shit!"
Hey Raiders,
I
we're
don't think
playing
this is the way
D&D.
it was.
No, let's not tell them that. Instead, let's tell them about my coworker Michael, who I call Sparkle.
Sparkles is your real name, Michael.
Oh god damn it. Where were we? Oh
It's
yeah,
probably Mandy.
that's crazy. Man.
I think I was gonna try to justify a knowledge engineering, and I have no idea why. So let's just move on.
Okay. So did you want
approach
to
the cliff now?
Did you want to like try to make your way to the cliff at this point?
I want to look and see if I can at least figure out the staircase thing. So yes, unless Keegan wants to make an engineering roll on the building for some reason.
I think I was gonna try to figure out what, like, if I could figure out what its purpose was or something.
Do you have knowledge engineering?
If I'm
Would that-
allowed to do that, I'm a bard. I have bardic knowledge, so I can roll all
Oh.
of them untrained.
Dearest DM, whenever you're done looking at your Michael contacting
think
your
he's
phone
making
and touching
sparkles.
it like Wolverine looking at the photograph, can Keegan roll his engineering check?
Specifically to see if this would have been the higher, taller building. Is that what it was for?
I was want to try to intuit its purpose, like what it was for.
That's gonna be really hard to do. It's gonna be a high DC. Like, yes, you are welcome to do so.
No.
Ah, got it.
Yeah, unfortunately, no. Not with a 13.
I think it
Also
was
meant to
used
keep
to
the elements
shelter
out.
people from the elements. I think that's what it was for. All right, let's go.
I like the art. It was an outhouse. That's a fun one. Like, we actually like to climb up so we can shit down.
Shitting from ground level.
How they
is bad luck
interrogated
in
prisoners, they put them on the
Mulculture.
bottom floor and then they had splash damage.
No, it was like
Ooh.
stairs on the outside to go up and you shit down and then you use that as manure. You just carry it out from the first floor. No? Okay. So, well, you don't like
Raiders,
it,
I
Wade?
swear it's always like this here.
It is.
All right, back to the game. So, because it's getting later in the day, you guys arrived. It was like about noon, and then you, of course, started traveling, looking, and then went over to traveling as far as you can to try to get this proper site that you did, and then turned and went towards these structures. Now you're eventually turning your attention back to head towards the actual cliff itself to see what's over there. So I imagine at this point you turn and you start riding towards the cliff face to see, getting as close as possible. Wade, because of how it's located, the balcony, do you want to ear towards the right side of the balcony to look for the stone that's down there, or just come up with like a broad approach? Is there like any...
Yeah,
to
kind of
the
come
left
up the side where it looks like the collapse might have been if there was one.
Yeah, sure. That sounds fine. So you come up on the right-hand side, that area that's over there. And as you're approaching on that side over there, you will see that there is a decent amount of stone that's at the base. So you guys can all roll perception checks, by the way. But absolutely, you see there's a decent amount of stone as you're riding up. So that's supporting your theory so far. You have to get up there and properly investigate the stone to see if it looks like it has any, like, man-cut, man-made carvings to look like steps, if you will, that might, more solidify your theory. That's up to you whether or not you do so. However, as you're riding over there, at one point in time, Mikhail riding across, and maybe Koa even like, yeah, see the stone's there. Mikhail, your eyes will trail off to the left, and even though you're riding into the right side of the balcony, way off to the left side of the balcony, you swear for a second, you see a door. Like, it's like, hold up. You swore for a second, like the light caught from the sun high in the sky, caught as you were going by, a door well enough, like a bit of like a metal glint came at you.
Yeah, he calls that out. It's like basically trying to like point it out and see if they can maneuver back to where you can see it again.
I mean, that would be a lot easier than getting up
What are
there.
you
Yeah,
doing?
let's go look.
Yeah.
Cool. So cutting to the left instead and turning and riding that way. As you're approaching, when you're not even having the distance from where you are, you can confirm, yeah, it looks like there is in fact a door that is set there going up. Now, a couple strange things about this door. Item number one, it is a single door, not a double door, not a like large archway, not this like big grand entrance. It is
Not a
a
Dumbledore?
single, not Dumbledore either, or a dimple door. It is a single door that is there for like just a regular person walking in. Another
I swipe
detail.
right.
The door looks red, like it's a very red-looking door, which is strange to you. And how the hell is the door still here? Why is it still standing? Well, those answers are kind of like made for you when you arrive, and you realize the door that you arrive to is metal. Like it's not a wooden door or anything like that. It's not a stone door. It is a metal door, and so the red that's on it is rust. You can even see red kind of like on the ground around it from like where rust has been eaten into it over time, and then like rain would have like run down and kind of collected rust onto the ground around it, so on and so forth. But there is a rusted red door here in front of you. Now, the door is about 7 feet in height, so normal size for humans, a little bit tall for this age, but normal size for humans, definitely normal size for Perrin, short for, sorry, really tall, my apologies, for hobgoblins, right? It is a wider than a typical door would be, but that's not unusual for an exterior door. But again, it's not a big grand entrance. It's not like fly open the double doors, ride a horse in there. It's just
From
the
what we
door.
know, would it make sense that maybe it wasn't the hobgoblins but the bugbear that would be the size for this?
So I was going to ask.
It could be. It could be because like bugbears are taller than hobgoblins, and they're much broader. So it's very possible it could be bugbears. But then the last important descriptive detail to the door: there is no handle, there is no knob, there is no anything like that on this side of the door. It is just simply a door that's there. Now, there is at the top of it a small area where there's like a small window, if you want to call it that, with like bars set in place. So you'd think like, oh, there's a window that you can see through. No, there's a small like box area with bars to it, but that also seems to have a metal plate behind it. The whole thing is just a rusted metal door.
Is there any like spot for a key or anything like that?
Not that you see immediately. You can certainly make a perception check to look if you'd like, but not immediately when you take a glance.
Aldo, do you think that perhaps this has another one of those mechanisms to open?
It's a possibility.
But if a doorknob fell off of this, I don't see a location where it would have been attached.
I do wonder if there is some type of lock at all, or like something. Yeah. It's strange. When I found the map to this place, there was also a key. I'm just wondering if the two are connected.
Map?
Yeah, the thing that I gave Elliot, that specifically referenced to this place.
Oh. Oh, right, yeah.
I was also thinking that if we had a map directly here, why the hell did we do what we just did? But yes.
Whatever it was, spoke about a location, but you know, I guess it
Do you
wasn't
have the
exactly a
key?
map. I do. I don't see any. There doesn't seem to be a keyhole.
Is it a normal looking key? Perhaps.
It's he gets out the key. I can't remember what it looks like, but no, it's just a key.
Remember, it has that same color metal as the other one that you've seen before. That's kind of like woven into the stone. That's one of the descriptors there. Otherwise, the key itself, it was a funny looking end of the key for how it was that the key inserts and fins out. It's a little bit, it's not a typical like a normal key is like a 2-dimensional object. This is more 3-dimensional, where the fins come out in different directions instead of just straight in and teeth that go up and down. But as you're saying, right now you don't see a place to put this key. You're welcome to investigate further if you would like.
Yeah.
I think Koa would start looking for a combination of things to push in or keyhole.
Yeah,
we're gonna.
Mikhail will look for a pressure plate somewhere around the door in the immediate area.
Yeah, so you're going to start like searching the stone wall around it. Go ahead, Wade.
Are we all rolling together, or are we going to assist one of us?
Well, so far he's searching a separate spot. What are you searching on the door, Wade? What are you specifically doing?
I don't know if I'm looking at the door itself, but like around it for a secret thing to push in, or the keyhole that looks like would hold the key that Aldo has.
Gotcha. So maybe potentially around the door too. Okay, Aldo, what are you doing?
I'm gonna look over the door itself and see if there's anything on the door, even if it's the same script or anything that we'd seen. Even though we can't read it. But also looking mostly for some type of keyhole or something.
Sure. So, why don't you guys go ahead and it sounds like Keegan and Wade are assisting one another. You guys roll your perception checks together.
There's your assist, buddy boy.
He gives you a +3.
Just squander it.
Oh,
Not.
is that with the +3?
That's with the +3, yeah.
Sexy. Jake, you gonna go ahead and roll your perception check, sir?
Yep.
Damn.
Ooh.
Look at those rolls.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Okay. These are some insane fucking rolls. Is everybody happy with their results? Does anybody want to luck for any reason? I know you have a 27 and a 23. I don't know if anybody cared to luck because you wanted to get higher for any reason.
If I get a 5,
I think Jake
can I
should.
give him a +1 more?
I
Not me.
can give it a go.
On a D4.
Yeah, I suppose I'll try and make it to a 25.
I think if you roll a 5 on a D4, you just win.
Ooh. There we go.
Ooh, 227,
Ooh.
boys.
There we go. Twinsies.
Unfortunately, the DC was 28 for both.
Sorry about the music being so quiet. I forgot I had to turn down for me listening to music at work earlier. I wish somebody told me something like 5 hours ago. I would have turned it up then. My apologies.
Listen,
it's up
there's
higher now.
one
Yes,
thing
the
that
door
chat
betrays
will
us.
always do in any stream for any streamer, Scott.
Yep.
I have like 1,000 people that come to my stream sometimes. You'll get 3 hours in. You'll be like, all right, I'm going to wrap up here. Oh, wait, great stream, but I couldn't hear you the whole time. The game was so loud. Yeah, the game was kind of loud. Welcome to the life of a streamer, man.
Yep. Oh, fun. All right, so I'm going to skip you guys for a second. Jake, you go to investigate the door, and as you're going over to investigate the door and you investigate it, at first you're gonna, your hands are very sensitive. Your fingers are very sensitive from all of your time, like learning to pick locks, so on and so forth. They have to be for finding the finite details over the various devices that you always have to work with. So when you first place your fingertips on the door to start like caressing the door and see where it can find, you already knew you had to be a bit careful because it's an old rusted door and rust comes off and like it peels off in layers. So you already knew that you had to be careful about that. And so when you first felt the edging on the door, you're like, oh, that's gonna be careful there. Oh, it doesn't seem too rusted there. Wait, and you like feel ever so gently that there almost seems to be something sharp. While they're off poking the stone or whatever it is, you like lean in. And you're looking at the door, and you're trying to get a good sight, getting like leaning out wide, and getting like almost like you're searching for a mistake in the plaster on a wall, like in a really out wide look, looking across the door, and you're squinting, and they're like gonna have to stop and look at like what the fuck is he doing? As you're staring at the door at this weird, strange angle, and with one fingertip, you confirm what you think. The door itself, sure, it's rusted. Sure, it's peeling. Sure, that means there's going to be like little sharp edges or whatever it is. But you realize the whole door, from top to bottom, as far as you can tell, is completely covered in tiny little spikes. Tiny little spikes that you did not notice at first. Almost like a cactus would be. Like, just a whole fucking door full of just these shredding little spikes. If you were to just like put your hand on the door and just like, okay, start caressing, or you would have just like shredded up your fucking hands with these sharp little spikes that were there. And you barely noticed this with what's going on there. And so you stop and you're like, oh, okay. Examining the door is not an option with my hands. Let me maybe be careful, put on some like leather gloves or something like that, and then try to examine where I can to see if it comes up with anything else. If there is anything else on the door that you're able to notice from this side, There's nothing on the door else that you're able to notice on the side. It looks like it's completely sealed straight through. You don't even see hinges. You don't see anything. Your assumption right now is that similar to that lock that you heard inside the cave before, that whatever's locking this door, it's coming from the frame into the door, and it's holding it around the rim. Most likely in multiple sides, same as the cave door that you saw before. Cool. That's what you're able to notice. Any questions before I move on from you, sir?
No.
I'd like to make a comment about the poor young couple years ago that was like making out, and they came over here and like stripping off clothes. One of them slammed the other against the door in the makeout session, and then just all of a sudden they like Hellraiser fucking fell apart.
The names are Rena and Nessie.
Horror movie.
Damn.
Oof.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, Rena's never been the same since. So,
Yep. She's the one that got slammed against the door.
I think she's did the slamming.
So fun fact, she rolled the fortitude save and failed and got tetanus.
That's lucky, it's all you got from this shit.
I mean, legit in an old campaign, she got tetanus, and tetanus. It's if tetanus and here I'll share the stats.
I know it's a painful shot to get, but always get your tetanus shot.
Here's the stats for Pathfinder tetanus. After 1d6 days, it starts, and then once a day it hits you. You take 1d4 dex damage and a 50% chance to stiffen jaw muscles to prevent speech for the next 24 hours. That dex damage could eventually bring you down to 0, paralyzing you. You know what I mean? Like, this is a scary disease to get as a lower level character. That is for certain.
How do you get rid of it?
Really good medic. Maybe magic. It is
great.
A scary disease to get. Fortunately, you guys have body bomb. Helps with diseases.
Yay.
You know, but cool. Anyways, moving on. So that's what he finds is more or less death. And is able to avoid it. And be like, yeah, guys, don't touch this door. Now, you guys working around the frame, trying to find out what you can see over there in the stone around the frame, trying to look, searching, so on and so forth, but you get a 27 total. Eventually, there's a spot where we'll say Mikhail sees it. Mikhail goes over to a spot, and there's just so much like rubble, dust, and rust and everything that's kind of settled in there, you almost overlooked it. But then you stop, and you swear you see a spot that's there, and at first, you like, have to like, touch it with your finger, whatever it is, to try to see if you can get that area. Then maybe you pull out a dagger and you try to pick away with a dagger. Then you realize you're going to need finer tools than this. Maybe you need the thieves' tools. You want to borrow his tools again? To pick out whatever stone or rubble or whatever is blown in there, whatever insects have gone in there and died, whatever bird has started to make a nest and then left it. You have to pluck out everything that has been put inside of this little lock onto the side over the many years. But once you find it on your side, Koa on the other side of the door is able to start searching and eventually find one on the other side too. To properly clean this out, why don't you guys go ahead and roll me dexterity checks? Or you can take a 20, which would take a very long time.
Koa starts to dig at it and then is like, "Hey Aldo, perhaps you'd be better suited for this. There's a tiny little area here that maybe will fit your key, but it's full of junk, and well, my sword's a bit too big to get in there to clean it out, and my fingernails aren't quite. Have a look." He'll shift you over in front of it and kind of take a step back.
Right. So we just need to clear this area away.
And thanks to you, I know not to charge the door full speed.
Yeah, definitely don't touch that door.
We can roll, and then if we fail, we can spend more time to like take 10 or take 20, right, Scott?
Unless you damage it irreparably.
Unless we mash our face in there.
You can choose to take a 20 and then work until it gets dark, and then either set camp here or leave and come back, or whatever you want to do.
Oh, I'm more asking if we roll and fail, we can then still choose to then spend more time.
Oh, my apologies.
later.
Unless what
Unless
you
we
said
break
there,
it.
you fuck it
Yeah.
up. Yeah, which you have a
Yeah.
chance of doing. And don't forget, this is literally who knows how many hundreds of years old it was before, but now hundreds of years, at least 700 years, you imagine, of not being maintained out inside the weather. That so not oiled, not anything. So
Yeah, then it's got all kind of
We
crap.
we
stuff
should
in it.
just take the time.
Yeah,
To be
Mikhail's
honest.
gonna want to do that.
Yeah.
I'll
for sure.
keep lookout and maybe slash if I see an animal that doesn't have 3 heads walk by, try to hunt it.
okay.
What if it only has 2 heads,
What if it's covered in little spikes?
or it has 4 heads?
We go to eat the
And
deer meat
spikes.
and like just porcupine spikes come out of it.
Cool.
Ew. Cut them off. Keep eating.
Like when you get hair in your food, you're like, ew, and whatever.
Most of the time, it's your own hair, anyways. So,
Same with
anyways,
fingers.
most of the time it's your own fingers, anyways. So you guys are able to spend the go until nighttime. So much so that like it's one of those you debate and then finally you light a torch just to finish the job. Make sure it's like, nah, I gotta almost clean it. Tomorrow would be best if we just are able to get in there nice and early. And so you're able to get the light the torch, hold it up, Koa to watch and let them finish getting the job done, and then eventually they're able to fully clean it out. With both of the keyholes fully douched, Jake, you're able to look at the keyholes. Do me a favor, roll me. You have a key, so to be clear, but roll me a disable device check real quick. This is more about knowledge, not about physically doing it.
All right.
Cool. Hey, lockpicking applies too, so that's 18. So looking it over, you can tell that the key that you have absolutely goes to this lock. Well, it goes to one of them. Spending some time looking it over, looking at the key, because it looks similar to both the things that are there, you realize you definitely have the key for what you believe to be the left side lock. And so if that key is inside there, you would only have to pick the right side lock. Most likely do them at the air quotes same time. Probably doesn't have to be simultaneous. There's probably a room of, a breathing room there. So certainly 2 people picking the lock at the same time would be terrible. But if you have a key, you can just be like, Koa, when I say now, turn it. And then you should be, good to go.
How much would it cost to call a locksmith this time of night?
Call the locksmith! Call the locksmith!
Found some cool silver.
Nightstorm, take these 3 coins and this note.
But yeah, you could you have one of the keys. You know that key will open one of these locks. You believe it's the left lock and you have pretty strong confidence in this. But that means it's going to be up to you to pick the right lock. It's too late for this. You're going to want morning light. You're going to want to make sure you have all your equipment out. We're going to make sure you're ready for it, so on and so forth. But you believe you can get this done. If you could only unlock one side, well, it'd be like that cave door. Yes, Eric Fox. 777. Oh, Electric Fox. 777.
I like 7s.
Right. Well, we need to make camp because